you. I'm calling the City Council meeting of March 27, 2023 to order. Madam Clerk, will you please take roll?
Yes, ma'am. Councilmember Burt?
Here.
Mayor Koo?
Here.
Councilmember Lowy?
Here.
Councilmember Lipcott-Hames?
Here.
Vice Mayor Stone?
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka?
Here.
And Councilmember Vinker.
Here.
For the record, all present.
Thank you so much. We're going to start today with a minute of silence for the tragedy that took place at Nashville, Tennessee. So if we would just take a moment and bow our heads. Thank you. We'll start with special orders of the day. First one is a proclamation for Cesar Chavez and Dolores Huerta Day. Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As part of our race and equity work, we are excited to be following up on the council action from last year in March, where we noted we will annually recognize Cesar Chavez and Dolores Huerta, among other holidays. Chavez on or around March 31st, as well as to commend Dolores Huerta on or around April 10th. Today, we are sharing a proclamation with the community that honors both leaders for their important coalition building work in conjunction with other farm labor movements to co-found the National Farm Workers Association, which later became the United Farm Workers Association. They work to call for better conditions for farm workers and their families with a mission to reclaim dignity, fair wages, medical coverage, benefits, and humane living conditions for hundreds of thousands of people. They championed a social justice movement that changed our nation, and we encourage celebration through education and community service. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Stone. Our second proclamation is for Education and Sharing Day. I can't see if Rabbi Levin is in the room, but I just want to make sure that you're here to receive it. And I'll go ahead and start. Today, we mark the legacy of Rabbi Menachem M. Schneerson, the Lubavitcher Rebbe, a global spiritual leader and leading advocate for the advancement of education. We recognize the outstanding and lasting contributions of the Rebbe toward the improvement of education and acts of charity around the world. April 2nd, 2023 will mark 121 years since the Rebbe's birth. His legacy continues to inspire individuals to carry forward his dedication to service and scholarship. Now, therefore, I, Lydia Koo, Mayor of Palo Alto, California, do hereby proclaim Sunday, April 2, 2023 to be Education and Sharing Day in the city of Palo Alto and call upon everyone to work together to create a better, brighter, and more promising future for all. Rabbi Levin, do you have any comments?
Thank you very much, Mayor Koo, and thank you, City Council members. It's a great honor for me to accept this proclamation marking Education and Sharing Day on April 12th. I've been blessed to be a rabbi for 42 years in this wonderful city that greatly honors education at the highest levels. Our schools are renowned around the world. It's therefore especially appropriate for us to mark Education and Sharing Day. My mentor, Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson of blessed memory, known as the Rebbe, the most influential rabbi in modern history, placed great emphasis on education for all humanity. It was for this reason that the U.S. Congress honored him by designating this day in 1978 as Education Day. This was followed by President Carter and every U.S. president, including our President Joe Biden, declaring this day as a day to refocus our efforts on education and sharing, creating a brighter future for society. We often think of education as gaining knowledge and the means to build a career to succeed financially as an individual in the big world. The Rebbe encouraged world leaders and educators to also place great importance on education as a means to build good character and increase awareness of moral and ethical values, helping us to look out for one another and to increase goodness and kindness in the world. This foundation is the bedrock of a moral and unified society. When knowledge is based on a foundation of kindness and compassion, of building good character traits, and of sharing and caring, as opposed to just arrogance and ego, then that knowledge just changes the world for good and brings many beautiful things to our lives. We can't help but see what's going on in the world and the destructive powers that have been unleashed. But at the same time, we see that the power for goodness, the quest for kindness and peace in the world, and the ability to actualize it is also greater than ever before. The Rebbe taught that every individual can have an impact, and in fact, every individual action has an impact on the entire universe. While we see acts of violence and destruction, we also see small acts of random goodness and kindness by ordinary people that brighten the darkness or bring hope for a bright future. Each and every child and adult is an entire world, and a positive education can change the course of society for the better. Thank you very much, Honorable Mayor, and thank you all for this great honor to be here today. And may God bless all of our efforts and your efforts to bring greater education and more goodness and kindness to the world and a brighter future for all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rabbi Levin. Would you like to step on the dais and take a picture with the council? Thank you, council members. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments for the special orders of the day?
Yes, it appears we do. 1 second.
We can take for both of them, please.
It appears we just have one request to speak, and Lenoro Delgado, you can unmute and speak to up to 3 minutes.
Okay, I was going to speak about the pets in need issue. Is this the time to do it, or should we wait?
Yeah, you're going to have to wait. That'll be the next item.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Then we'll move to our study session, which is the review and to provide feedback on a term sheet with pets in need for operation of the Palo Alto Animal Shelter. I just wanted to mention that we're going to have a staff report. We're going to have a staff presentation, and it's going to be followed by a presentation from Pets in Need. To any member of the public wishing to speak on this item, please raise your hand or submit a speaker card to the city clerk, and do so no later than 5 minutes after the staff presentation. We will discontinue accepting additional speakers at that time. And depending on the number of speaker cards received, we may limit speaking time for each speaker to 2 minutes. Thank you. Staff, you can go ahead and present. Thank you.
Sure. Let me just kick it off, and I will immediately hand it off to our Director of Community Services, Kristen O'Kane. We also have our representative of our Police Department for Animal Control with Captain James Reifschneider. Ms. O'Kane.
Thank you, City Manager Shikata, and good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. I'm Kristen O'Kane with the Community Services Department. And to my right is Captain James Reifschneider of the Police Department. And we also have Animal Control Officer Cody McCartney here to help answer any questions if they come up. There's quite a few representatives from Pets in Need here as well. And when they get to their presentation, they're going to introduce themselves. So next slide, please. So this, again, is a study session, and it's to share with council and the public where we are in negotiating a new contract with Pets in Need. We have the draft term sheet here to present today, and I will be going through a little bit more background than I probably normally would on how we got here. Just because we have 3 new council members who probably weren't part of those conversations in the past. I'll be talking about what the current agreement terms are, recent council direction from last year, and then key terms that have been negotiated thus far for a new agreement. And then I will turn it over to Pets in Need, and they have a short presentation as well. Next slide. So here's a slide that's showing a little bit of the background on, like I said, how we came to be here today. So the City of Palo Alto had 3 other agencies that we partnered with for animal service and animal control functions. And that was the City of Mountain View, City of Los Altos, and City of Los Altos Hills. In 2012, the City of Mountain View ended their agreement with the City of Palo Alto. And right now we still have agreements with Los Altos and Los Altos Hills. We provide shelter services for them as well as animal control services for them. But following that, Mountain View separating their agreement with the city in 2012, there were quite a few discussions, particularly at committee and at council, on the financial sustainability of the shelter and how that would be maintained. And as a result, in 2015, the city auditor completed an audit looking at the financial, organizational structure, and sustainability of the animal shelter. What they concluded at the time was that animal services could not become revenue neutral under its current operating model. And that's the operating model that the city had when the city was running the shelter, when we were running the shelter. In 2015, council directed staff to pursue an alternative service model. And in 2016, the staff's response was issuing a request for proposals. We received 1 proposal at that time. So then we did a second RFP. We only received 2 proposals at that time, Pets in Need and the County of Santa Clara. And Pets in Need was selected as the provider to negotiate an agreement with. In November 2018, council approved that agreement with Pets in Need, and they began operating the shelter in February of 2019. So again, Pets in Need does the animal shelter operations. The police department still has the animal control function under them. And together they provide the full animal services to the community of Palo Alto, Los Altos, and Los Altos Hills. Next slide. So the current agreement with Pets in Need, which began in January of 2019 and was planned to expire in January 2024, was a 5-year term, and the compensation over that 5 years was for $3.4 million. There was also a $60,000 fund for renovation delays that the city did pay to Pets in Need due to delays in some of the capital improvement projects. The capital improvements that were to be completed by the city, as outlined in the agreement, were minor improvements to the existing kennels, installation of a modular building, which is shown in that photo on the slide, upgrades to the medical suite, and then also a new kennel building with 16 new kennels. All of those were completed, including design of the new kennel building, but the new kennel building was never constructed. And then moving back up to the top of the slide, I'll mention that PIN did give us an early termination notice in November of 2021 for a 12-month timeframe. So the termination was to end, or the contract was to end on November 15th, 2022. And then it was later extended 6 more months to May 15th, 2023. So the current contract that we have with Pets in Need now expires May 15th of this year. Next slide. So we came to council in February of 2022. And the reason we did this is leadership at PIN changed. And as we continued to work on our relationship between the city and Pets in Need, we decided that there might be a possibility that we could negotiate something new, continue to work together for the long term, and continue the public-private partnership. So we came to council last year and presented this opportunity, and council passed the motion that you can see here on the slide, which was to continue good faith negotiations with PIN and to extend the notice of termination 6 months, which got us to the May 2023 termination date. It also added some additional items just due to where we were sort of stuck in our conversations with Pets in Need related to, do we need new kennels and how many? What type of feral cat plan or policy do we want to have in place? Where should we be prioritizing our capital improvement dollars, and ensuring that the shelter is open and providing service to residents and partner agencies as is required in the contract. There was an additional part of the motion that the parties, city and PIN, would pursue a fundraising program and also explore the transition to a new database. Next slide, please. So key terms that we have negotiated thus far in the draft term sheet that's in front of you is an additional 5-year term with an option to extend for 5 more years. The scope of services would generally remain the same. The original agreement does not specify how many spay-neuter surgeries PIN would do, but based on their model, they've identified a number that would could go into the agreement, so we could be able to ensure that they're meeting the requirements of the agreement. There are some things that have been eliminated or reduced from the agreement. Those are mostly related to veterinarian care, after hours emergency vet care, post-mortem evaluations, and criminal investigations. So the annual compensation, and my next slide is going to compare the 2 agreements, the current one and this proposed. The annual compensation would be $1.37 million for year 1. And each year after would have an escalator that we have not yet identified what that would be. I'm thinking probably between 2% and 4%, which is what we use in other agreements for CPI. The city would allocate $2.5 million towards additional capital improvements. One of the desires of PIN is for them to be able to do their own improvements with their own funds that they're able to fundraise. So we've incorporated a term that represents that wish. And then there is something specific to a trap neuter return policy. PIN is very strongly advocating for this term to be in the agreement. So it's there. And then there's some others terms related to animal welfare policies, just ensuring those are in place and updated and in line with best practices, and a corrective action plan in lieu of penalties. Next slide. So I've talked about the first 2 on this slide. This is comparing the current agreement to the proposed term sheet. And then the last column identifies what the difference is. So the first 2 are the reduction in vet services, mostly for after hours work. The city would need to contract with a different veterinarian to perform those services. It's not a significant amount of money. Licensing, the city would take back. We think this is a good idea for the city to take this role back. It would require the addition of a half-time staff person in the police department. It would also bring in revenue, we estimate around $130,000. Again, the feral cat program is represented here as a trap, neuter, return policy. Staff do anticipate that would be a significant staff lift to do that sort of community engagement. It is a topic that brings a lot of passion and emotion from both sides, and it would take a while to get to a resolution if we would get to a resolution. Go ahead. And next slide, please. So now if we get more into the compensation piece, I mentioned an annual compensation moving forward of about $1.37 million. That is quite a big increase from where we are in our current agreement. And I know Pets in Need is going to address that when they do their presentation. It's approximately a $670,000 increase in annual compensation to PIN. For capital improvements, we have about 1 million remaining in the current CIP. So we would need an additional 1.5 one-time investment to get that up to the 2.5 million that Pets in Need is requesting. The limit on the PIN investments previously in the current contract, they really only had authority to do projects that were $10,000 or less. This would give them the ability to do a project of any size. However, they would need to follow all laws, including prevailing wage laws, and they would need city review and approval of any improvements they would want to do. Next slide. So this is just a summary page of what the change in compensation and capital investment would be. So the operating costs would increase by $554,000. That takes into account that revenue that would come in from licensing. So that's why it's a little bit less than the annual compensation to PIN. The one-time capital investment of $1.5 million. For a total city investment of 4.3 million, which takes into account the work we've already done. I've included some potential funding sources here for the capital investments that would need to be further investigated, and we'd have to prioritize with other needs for those funds. Next slide, please. So we did include some alternate service delivery models in the staff report and in the presentation. So there's other ways the city or any city can achieve their requirement of providing animal shelter and animal control services to their residents. One would be to use shelter services outside of Palo Alto. An example might be the Silicon Valley Animal Control Authority that some cities use. Shelter services at the Palo Animal Shelter. This is the current model we have. And then returning to an in-house model for shelter services. The reason why we included this, it was in anticipation of possibly this question coming up, mostly because of the cost increase in compensation to Pets in Need. So this is a very rough estimate of what the police department believes it would take to operate the shelter in-house. If council wanted us to look into this more, we would have to do a much deeper dive into what the costs would be, both short-term and long-term for the city. So timeline and next steps, as I mentioned, with early termination, our contract with PIN expires in May. I know that's 2 months away. I recognize that. PIN, I've discussed with the PIN board, you know, what happens if we get to May and we don't have an agreement yet. And they said, you know, if we're heading in the right direction, they're be interested in extending that till we get our agreement in place. Once we hear feedback from you all tonight, we will return to council with the appropriate recommendation based on your feedback here this evening. So now I'm going to turn it over to Pets in Need, who is going to give their own presentation.
If I could just take a moment. to speak have 5 minutes from now to raise their hand or submit a speaker card. In 5 minutes, we will stop recognizing new requests to speak. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Next slide, please. All right. Good evening, Honorable Mayor Koo, Vice Mayor, and distinguished. I'll get closer, better. Thank you very much for that. Let me start again. Good evening. And thank you for having us. I am Laura Toller-Gardner. I'm the new CEO of Pets in Need. I am quite literally a few days new on the job. And as such, it is truly my privilege to join all of you and my colleagues and the community to do this very consequential work for the constituents that we serve, both two-legged and four-legged. So I am joined by my colleagues on our very recently formed leadership team, and as well as two of our most dedicated board colleagues. I'm going to go into some description in a moment about the players on our new leadership team, because it's very important that you understand we have done a transformation of leadership at Pets in Need, and we want you to really understand who is coming to the table to be able to lead the efforts forward. Next slide, please. Before I introduce, I just want to reassert that Pets in Need exists to do the kind of substantive work with communities that we are doing with you in Palo Alto currently. We believe that it is incumbent upon us to provide loving care and lasting homes for companion animals in the geographies we serve, and to collaborate with communities that share our goals. This is our mission. And like the city, we lead with values, and we lead with values that we know that the constituents in the city also hold. We seek to treat people and animals with respect and compassion. We provide subject matter leadership, and we collaborate in community partnerships as we do with the city of Palo Alto, and we strive to live in integrity with our mission and our values every day. Next slide, please. Thank you. So we are going to this evening really demonstrate Pets in Need investment in the city of Palo Alto, the animals and the families and the individuals that we serve, as well as those that we are serving in Los Altos and Los Altos Hills. Next slide, please. All right, so we have invested in leadership for partnership. The organization has invested in a newly structured leadership team to support our service to communities and to our partners, including the city of Palo Alto. This team was created very intentionally, and it was built by recruiting subject matter experts with proven track records of collaborative success. As I shared a little bit earlier, I literally am a few days on the job. I was selected as CEO of Pets in Need, and I was selected to shepherd the organization because I bring a wealth of nonprofit and for-profit expertise across about a 30-year career. In my many executive roles, I have overseen fundraising and philanthropy, organizational development, strategic planning, systems infrastructure, governmental relations, and marketing and communications. And because for Pets in Need, that pedigree alone is not enough, I'm a lifelong animal lover who learned animal rescue and animal sheltering beginning in elementary school, and I've been at it ever since. I have a deep volunteer background in Bay Area animal welfare, and I have worked on the front lines with animals, as well as having served on several boards of directors. What I offer Pets in Need in developing and scaling revenue streams, creating dynamic, mutually beneficial community partnerships, all while building cultures that people want to contribute to and be inspired by. So that's a little bit about me, and I'm very happy to be with you on my first few days. I'm really frankly a lot more excited to introduce my colleagues. First, we have Dr. Barbie Laderman Jones. Barbie, thank you. She is our Director of Shelter Medicine. Dr. Barbie is one of a handful of veterinarians in the country with a board certification and residency specialty in shelter medicine. She has served in the preeminent humane organizations in the Bay Area and California, including the San Francisco SPCA, Tony LaRussa's ARF, and PAWS, Protection of Animal Welfare Society. Dr. Barbie is a leading expert in surgical and clinical shelter medicine, and she brings her considerable expertise and knowledge to bear for the animals of pets in need. And it just so happens that today is also Dr. Barbie's 1-year anniversary with PIN. Then, sitting next to her to the left is Laura Birdsall. Laura leads as our Director of Shelter Operations. She's educated as a wildlife biologist at UC Davis, and Laura has led shelter ops for leading humane and zoological organizations such as the San Francisco SPCA, Humane Society Silicon Valley, and the Folsom City Zoo Sanctuary. Laura's expertise is in aligning evolutionary humane strategy with practical care approaches. And then finally, our team is rounded out by my colleague, Terry Dunwoody. Terry most recently served as interim executive director of Pets in Need prior to my arrival, and she also serves as director of finance. Terry is a seasoned financial leader who has served for-profits and not-for-profits equally adeptly. She led Boys and Girls Clubs of the Peninsula as CFO/COO. She guided Cora, Community Overcoming Relationship Abuse, as their interim executive director and director of finance and operations. And she served as managing director and senior partner at Portola Finance and longtime CEO of Graph Systems, these among others. And then finally, our Pets in Need Board of Directors understood very, very clearly that the organization needed transformation, and they assembled this group of industry leaders to do just that. Our board works in concert with us, and this evening we have Robert Kalman, our board president, who's also a tech innovator in the Valley, and Valerie Wilson McCarthy, who is a humane sheltering subject matter expert and a leader who served prior to Terry as a long-term tenured Pets in Need interim director, executive director. This is the team that was built to ensure that Palo Alto constituents and the city are served to our greatest capability and with deep understanding of the issues and the solutions to solve those issues. As a team and an organization, we are next slide, please. Thank you so much. Actually, no, go back if you wouldn't mind. Thank you. As a team and an organization, we're uncompromising in the quality of care and service that we provide every animal that comes to us and every individual and family that we serve. This commitment to quality is paying off, as you will see when Terry goes through our performance metrics in just a moment. We are deeply committed to a philosophy of equity. We seek to serve all the people of our jurisdiction through programs and service that deliver equalizing education, outreach and support for those experiencing financial insecurity, domestic violence, and other experiences of marginalization. We are committed to access to care because the science demonstrates that the best way to help alleviate pet overpopulation is to place and keep animals in safe, loving homes, and to perpetuate the importance of community spay and neuter and support those who may struggle financially. Finally, the far-reaching education and outreach that support community animals and people is funded by our nonprofit mission and fundraising. It costs the city nothing. So the Palo Alto Shelter experience is unique and wonderful in large measure because it is a facility on the smaller size that allows for an intimate experience for the community in their own community shelter, while it leverages our Pets in Need nonprofit reach and influence through the larger Bay Area. Pets in Need in Palo Alto offers the best of both worlds, a personalized community shelter with resources developed by a 57-year-old legacy nonprofit that the community trusts and invests in on a regular basis. With that, I would ask that you switch the slide, go forward, and I'm going to welcome my colleague, Terry Dunwoody. Thanks, Terry.
Thank you, Laura. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and distinguished council members. We wanted to talk through the financial aspects of the negotiation that we've had over the last several months with city staff. Specifically, I wanted to be able to provide additional information and color as to why Pets in Need is proposing an increased contract rate to the city. So as the slide shows, we did a comparable analysis where we looked at Peninsula Humane Society's fees to the many municipalities that they serve. We broke their fees down on a per capita basis to analyze what PHS charges for the over 600,000 citizens that it serves. And we compared that with what Pets in Need is requesting for the approximately a little over 100,000 residents that are served in the municipalities of Palo Alto, Los Altos, and Los Altos Hills. So the new proposed contract rate to the city of the 1.37 million is aligned and in the same range as what Peninsula Humane Society charges to its municipalities for their current contract, which goes from 2022 to 2026. And I wanted to just stress that the fees to community members who utilize the shelter would remain the same or only very slightly increased and would follow the municipal fee schedule. So what we're talking about here is not fees to citizens or people who come and use the shelter, but rather Pets in Need fee to the city. Next slide, please. So we prepared a detailed budget that is based on current actual costs and revenues to run the shelter. Our budget reflects the realities of recruitment and retention of workers in this geographic area with highly specialized veterinary skills. As you may be aware of course, recruitment and retention for all, for many fields has become increasingly difficult over the last few years, but running the shelter requires people with very highly specialized veterinary skills. And the labor market for those skills has become tighter and tighter over the last few years. Our budget also reflects the increased operating costs due to inflation and direct expenses such as animal food, medicine, and veterinary supplies, and indirect expenses such as utilities, insurance, and so on. Next slide, please. What financial investment is required to deliver high quality care and service? So at Pets in Need, we believe, and our budget reflects, that doing a high quality and equitable job of running the shelter requires 12.3 full-time equivalent staff members. And those are staff members in veterinary medicine, people who take care of the animals, people who coordinate adoptions, people who run our foster program, people who perform community outreach, and also our behavior specialists. So based on our running of the shelter over the last several, when we've made such a concerted effort to staff up, we are very, very confident that this level of staffing is required to be safe and successful in fulfilling our duty of caring for the animals really well and in delivering high quality and equitable service of the animal shelter to the community. Next slide, please. Okay, so this slide is a data analysis, and I know it's very, very difficult to read in the PowerPoint presentation, so you should have a packet of papers, and the very last page of that packet should have a slightly larger version, which I hope you'll be able to see the numbers better on. And yeah, it should look like this, just one page with the data. And it's the same as what's in the presentation, but just a little bit bigger. Okay, has everybody had a chance to find that? Okay, so let me just walk you through this a little bit. What we did here was pull data from the database for the different time periods. As you can see across the top, we have columns for the 2014 to 2018 period that's shaded in blue, and that was when the city was running the shelter. And then in 2019, Pets in Need took over running the shelter. And so we have several columns going over to the right there for 2019 through 2022. And we went ahead and included a column for 2023, the year so far. So I'm not going to walk through every one of these numbers, but I would just like to draw attention to a few key things. The numbers on the two right-hand columns, it says 14 to 18 average, it shaded in blue, and 19 to 22 average shaded in gold. So what that is taking the numbers in each area and averaging them so that we can compare how Pets in Need has been doing running the shelter versus how it was doing in between 2014 and 2018. So looking over to the right-hand side, you can see that impounds are approximately the same between the two groups running the shelter. Pets in Need has been impounding approximately 450 animals per year as compared to the 433 from before we took over. Going down a little bit further to the total adoptions, and you can see an orange arrow pointing to our number on the right-hand side there. We think this is very, very notable that since we took over operating the shelter, we've been able to adopt out approximately 3 times the number of animals to people in Palo Alto, Los Altos, and Los Altos Hills than was the case prior to us taking over. And that's a statistic that we are extremely proud of. It has to do with our model of operation where we partner with other shelters throughout the state, and we do not ask the city to pay for any of those back-end operations, but we do really want to make sure that everybody understands that there is a great benefit to the citizens of these 3 municipalities that we have more adoptable animals, and we are succeeding in placing more animals in homes to the tune of 3 times as many. Going down a little bit further, return to owners are again approximately the same, no significant difference there. Continuing down to compare the number of euthanasias, we wanted to point out that our euthanasia rate is approximately half of what it was, so we've been able to drive that number down. And then continuing further down, we included the numbers for our public clinics. We did not have data to compare with prior to the time that we took over for the numbers of vaccination clinics, vaccinations, microchips, and spay neuters. But you can see our numbers there. And we're very staffed up fully, and our spay neuter and other operations are fully running. And lastly, on the final line, you see the live release rates. And again, there ours compares very, very favorably. 98% is a really outstanding live release rate. So in short, we feel that these numbers reflect our philosophy of running the shelter with equity, where we reach out to people in the community who are lower income, and we want to make sure that everybody gets the benefits of having a pet in their family, even if they're struggling to afford that, and also running the shelter with quality. In the last year, we have added significantly to our foster outreach and behavior programs, and that is reflected in the budget that we put together. So this speaks to why we are asking for an increased fee. Our foster program and the staff that we added there is extremely important because it allows us to give the animals a break from the shelter. Shelter environment can be a little bit stressful. But our foster program, which is very strong, allows the animals an opportunity to get out of the shelter, and it allows us to amplify our efforts in terms of making more adoptable animals and helping them socialize. So we think the foster program is extremely important. The outreach program is extremely important in, again, helping us reach lower income members of the community. We have people who go out and make sure that our low-cost vaccination services are available to those who need it. We offer low-cost veterinary care and so on, food support, medicine support, and so on, to make sure that our services are delivered with equity and that everyone gets the benefits of the public shelter. Additionally, the behavior staff that we have added to our budget is extremely important as well in driving down those euthanasia numbers. We do not want situations where people are feeling like there needs to be euthanasia when we think that it might be addressable through behavior, and we have some specific resources that we have brought into our shelter that can help with animal behavior issues, and that's a big reason why we've been able to lower our euthanasia numbers. So our budget specifics are really are demonstrating our approach to running the shelter that reflects our philosophy and the way we want to do it with quality. Next slide, please. Okay, with regard to trap, neuter, and release, we'd like to say that TNR has been shown to be the most effective way to reduce and eliminate feral cat populations. But we do realize this is a very, very complex issue with many facets to consider. The main thing we'd like to stress here is that we strongly agree, and we believe that everybody is in agreement with actually reducing the population of feral cats. So we would simply like to take a science-based approach. We do believe that TNR has been shown empirically validated to be the best method for all concerned for reducing feral cat populations. But we recognize the complexity and the realities of the situation, and we will work within the policy framework that the city determines on this issue. We would just request that we all continue to work together to examine possible adaptations to the current agreement over the course of the 5-year contract. Next slide, please. Just some quick testimonials that we included here. I won't read through these because I know that we're short on time, but we did want to let you know that we think that our increased investment over the shelter or in the shelter over the last year has really made a difference. And you can see that in the way that the community speaks about us. There are a couple of examples there of Bella, a senior dog, and Simba, a kitty who was adopted, and the great things that those community members have. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, we have community education programs that are completely free to the city of Palo Alto. I think that's one of the benefits of outsourcing this contract to a nonprofit organization such as Pets in Need. The people who would be dedicated to running the shelter are only part of our overall staff. And we have wonderful community education people who go out and do great work in the community. None of that is included in the budget that we put together. Last slide, please. So in closing, I would like to just recap that our proposal is detailed and it's based on experience. It reflects the realities of operating the shelter in 2023. We have a new leadership team that is committed to customer service and community service. And our emphasis is on quality of care for the animals and equity for the community. We offer close, personalized, customized attention for the citizens of Palo Alto, Los Altos, and Los Altos Hills. And I know that the City Council has a priority of health and safety this year. Having a pet as part of the family is proven to have many positive health benefits and to improve quality of life. We offer free community education services that are not included in the budget. Our community education team visits schools, hospitals, senior homes, domestic violence shelters, homeless shelters, at-risk youth programs. We have very popular volunteer programs and youth camps. And we are all about strengthening the human-animal bond and making connections between animals and people in an equitable and accessible way. So thank you for this opportunity to speak with you this evening. We look forward to continuing our work with you and to continuing to strengthen our partnership.
Thank you, our representatives from Pets in Need. Mayor, back to you for any council discussion.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to the public first. Madam Clerk?
Yes, Madam Mayor, it looks like we have 8 public speakers. So we'll be giving them 3 minutes each. We'll start with Casey Hederly, followed by Virginia Faria.
Hi, my name is Casey Hederly. I'm an intern with the Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society. I would like to share a quick clip of a video with you guys that you might be familiar with. Some of you have seen it before. And it's about feeding stations for feral cats. So these foxes that you can see here are dead now. They've died from various diseases spread by these feeding stations. And when Fish and Wildlife did necropsies on these foxes, they found that they tested positive for toxoplasmosis, which is a parasite that's often carried and spread by feral cats. And this footage is from an office building near the Baylands here in Palo Alto. So this is one of the major problems with methods like trap, neuter, release, is that these feeding stations are open to everyone and they attract all sorts of creatures, as you can see in the video. They also attract more and more cats, and they become sort of a breeding point and center for sharing diseases and parasites that can spread. And that is super dangerous in terms of preserving our biodiversity and the ecosystems around us. Toxoplasmosis has also been found to cause death in seals and sea lions, as well as sea otters off the coast near Monterey, because it gets transmitted into the water from fecal runoff from cats, from feral cats. And in addition to the danger to sort of local community near these feeding sites, this can spread through runoff and through bites and scratches and other such interactions with feral cats and cause a much larger problem. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Virginia Fera in the council chamber, followed by Ronnie Fisher. And just a note, public comment signups are now closed.
Hi, thanks for this time today. I apologize for my lack of preparation, only realizing this meeting was tonight after finding out about it from the town hall yesterday in South Palo Alto. I have been a Palo Alto resident for over 9 years. After fostering for a year for Copper's Dream, I began studying to become a dog trainer. I volunteered hundreds of hours at Pets in Need, and I'm currently a volunteer at the Peninsula Humane Society. Yes, I drive an extra 30 minutes to the Peninsula Humane Society. After preliminarily reviewing the new draft agreement with Pets in Need Shelter, I believe that the metrics and service offerings are outdated. Palo Alto is largely living in a post-need to shelter unwanted animals world. If you look at the Pets in Need website on adoptable animals on any given day, most of the animals have been transferred in from partner shelters in the Central Valley. I have a 100-pound Anatolian Shepherd that came from the Central Valley that should have stayed there as a livestock guardian. She's a wonderful dog. She's been great here. But I believe that a lot of the shelters and rescues, especially the rescues around, do this far greater job of bringing in dogs from other areas. And there are currently many dogs awaiting places to go up at the Peninsula Humane Society that won't work with our Palo Alto Animal Shelter. If we are trying to provide opportunities for people to adopt these dogs, there are these rescues, Copper's Dream, DPS. DPS comes every Saturday morning outside of Pet Food Express and adopts hundreds of dogs every year at no cost to the taxpayers. There's no need to subsidize the cost of adoption. There's a lot of other ways to do this, income-based. We really need to subsidize the cost post-adoption. The cost of ownership of dogs, veterinary care, food, boarding services is astronomical in this area. And those costs are what's really hurting the people that adopt animals in this area. Low-cost spay and neuter services have also been virtually inaccessible through PIN for the past 5 years. I've had hundreds of clients in the area and don't know anybody that's gotten an appointment there. Instead, I would also propose a voucher system to be used at the local vet clinics to provide the low-cost spay and neuter options. I was at my vet today doing a dental with my dog. I actually do group classes there as well. They did that in the past. That helps people establish connections with a vet from the start, with somebody they're going to continue on with. Not a shelter that's on the other side of the highway that only handles the dogs at the site, at the adoption event or at the place of adoption. I haven't been able to learn much about the PIN board beyond I haven't really found anyone that lives in Palo Alto or the neighboring communities. And if you mention animal services in Palo Alto, everyone says that we have a shelter. Unfortunately, this is the tip of the iceberg for the coordinated services that we need. We need parks, boarding, socialization, and training, as well as zoning changes that will help us reshape our future with companion animals.
Miss Virginia, your time is up.
Time's up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ronnie Fisher, followed by Shawnee Kleinhaus.
Good evening, Mayor Koo and council members. My name is Ronnie Fisher, and I am a volunteer for the Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society. I am here to speak against the TNR, trap, neuter, and release. TNR leads to colonies of free-roaming cats, as well as other creatures who feed there, including raccoons, possums, and various rodents. The cats have devastating effects on the ecosystems they are introduced into as they decrease biodiversity by preying on all species they possibly can. The presence of cats outdoors also infects other animals, including small children playing in sandboxes with toxoplasmosis, the parasite. According to studies from the University of Florida, TNR is neither humane nor proven to be effective. In order for TNR to work, cat populations would have to be closed, no new cats coming in, while in reality, these populations have high immigration rates. The successful results are found only in areas with high adoption or removal rates, which do not accurately represent the conditions in most areas. Studies have shown that TNR does not significantly reduce the feral cat population growth rate or the proportion of pregnant feral cats. 71 to 94% of the cats would need to be neutered in order for the colony population to decrease over time, which is often higher than reality. TNR increases the level of danger and suffering for everyone, including the cats. Please do not support this harmful and ineffective method. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Shawnee Kleinhaus, followed by Eileen McLaughlin.
Good evening. I'm Shanae Kleinhaus. Some of you know me, being a resident of Palo Alto for, 25 years. I'm a Parks and Rec Commissioner. I'm not speaking for the Parks and Rec Commission. And I am also the environmental advocate for Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society. And I thought since Betsy did some credentials, I have a PhD in ecology from UC Davis. I've been working on conservation both in the US and overseas for a very long time. And I've been working with the Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society as an advocate for about 12 years, I think. So, and also I have 2 adopted dogs and 2 adopted cats, one of the dogs in the Central Valley. Anyway, so I think other people will also speak about TNR is not a proven way to handle cats. And it's a very controversial issue that we at Audubon are strongly, strongly opposed to. So whatever solution you find, if it's pain or otherwise, please do not include TNR. Cats are instinctive killers, and they're considered one of the most invasive species on the planet. 68 species have been extinct due to cat presence. Mayor Koo, some of them in Guam. So, on islands especially, but not only. So why would we sanction Palo Alto? Why would we sanction the introduction of such species into our baylands and into our community? One of the problems with TNR is that the cat is released close to where it was found. The idea is that it's comfortable there and it has friends, etc. But that means that if I don't want a cat next to my home with all my birds that are on the feeders and the ducks that are coming around and everything else, the cat I can go to animal shelters, they'll pick the cat, they'll take it to the service, they'll neuter it, and they will return it. And if I say not on my property, it goes to my neighbor's property and comes back. There's no way around that. I've seen that happen in other communities where they're recycling those cats. People say, please take it away. They come back. They go away. They come back. There is no way to stop it with TNR. That's what it's based on. And the issues with cat feeding stations. And I asked Casey to show you the video from the Palo Alto Baylands because some of you are new and haven't seen it. The cats and the animals in that video, some of them died, and they died of distemper, the foxes, but they had Toxoplasmosis gondii in them, as did rabbits that were tested at Shoreline Park. And these are animals that Fish and Game tests. They don't test every animal. And more evidence is coming as to how Toxoplasmosis is not extremely prevalent in our area, in our population, but the impacts are not only, as we all knew before, to pregnant women and kids that are born deformed and, or blind after a few years, but in adults, there is strong links to autism and schizophrenia and other mental diseases. And really, will you go and hug one of those raccoon dogs in Wuhan? I mean, what are we doing here? So please be careful. And about one other second, please, Mayor Koo, just one sentence. My experience with these, let's get together and solve the issue is like getting climate deniers and climate action people together and trying to solve a problem. It's futile. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kleinhaus. Our next speaker is Eileen McLaughlin, followed by Annie Yang.
Good evening. I am Eileen McLaughlin, and I'm here representing the Citizens Committee to Complete the Refuge. Last night, I sent the council comments that focused on considering a TNR program, its format to be determined through a stakeholder process. Tonight, that again is my focus. In advocacy for animals, plants, ecosystems, climate change, there is no voice other than science, thorough, professionally delivered science. If we don't seek and apply the best of science, we lack facts that make the successful action occur. When I said animals, that includes cats, and the use of best of science to assess the mysteries of trap, neuter, return, or release, however you want to call it. We agree with concerns expressed by staff about release, and we have seen science studies that give credence to those concerns. Our letter included just one linked reference, a University of Florida peer-reviewed study that examined a wide array of other studies regarding TNR. It is the most comprehensive summary that we have seen, and we have been studying this topic for some years. The study considers whether TNR works and includes the question of whether it is humane. In sum, 2 points, and I suggest others read the study and verify as they may wish. First, no known data has confirmed that TNR works in reducing numbers of feral cats. 2, releasing cats to live outdoors is inhumane. Feral cats live difficult, hazard-filled, short lives, outcompeted by wildlife, as you have seen tonight. Palo Alto is a city steeped in including the best of research in its decisions. Empirical evidence is not sufficient. It is our hope that whatever process the city uses to complete its TNR assessment, again, incorporates the best of science. Thank you.
All right, our next speaker is Annie Yang, followed by Carol Hyde.
Good evening, Mayor Koo and City Council members. My name is Annie Yang, and I'm the chair of the Environmental Action Committee of the Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society. Although my background is in clinical pharmacy, I love being outdoors, and spending time in the Baylands, hiking, bird watching, and then learning about the history of the area is actually one reason why I got involved in environmental advocacy. One of my concerns is the epic biodiversity loss that we are facing right now. Along with habitat loss and fragmentation, biodiversity loss from non-native predators, such as cats, is a very pressing issue. I recently learned of a study in Washington, D.C., which has a TNR program that looked at predation of cats. They found that supplemental feeding of cats, which is often part of TNR programs, allows populations to persist at greater densities and attracts other scavenging prey species. Altogether, the more cat feeding stations there are, the more predation on local wildlife. Additionally, they found that the probability of a cat preying upon a native species increases closer to forest edges. While we don't have forests in Palo Alto, we do have the Baylands, an area arguably more environmentally sensitive. It seems logical to think that supplemental feeding is done to satiate a cat's drive to hunt, but most studies, including this one, find that cats receiving subsidized food continue to prey upon native wildlife. We also think of cats as controlling the population of non-native rats and house mice, but in less urbanized areas where there are less non-native rodents, such as in Palo Alto, free roaming cats mainly prey on native rodents, songbirds, butterflies, and reptiles. When we're thinking about how to control feral cat populations to protect native wildlife, TNR programs just do not work. Onomichi, a city in Japan, recently studied their TNR program, but found that only a third of the cats that they released remained in the community where they wanted them to stay. And within the year of study, more non-neuter cats immigrated into the community, suggesting that the program had limited efficacy. Furthermore, because of the rapid turnover of cats, the program just couldn't support the lifetime management of feral cats, and the researchers concluded that the program neither restricts cat breeding nor enhances cat welfare. While other types of non-native predators are able to survive on their own, the continued persistence of cats in our landscapes is largely because of us and our actions. We are the ones allowing them to prey on our fragile local wildlife. Please do not support TNR programs. Do not support a program that poses yet another threat to the creatures of the Baylands. Thank you.
Okay, and our next speaker is Carol Hyde, followed by Leonor Delgado.
Mayor Coe and council members, thank you for this time this evening. I'm Carol Hyde. I'm retired executive director of the Palo Alto Humane Society. Some of you may recall our involvement in advocating for the city's shelter and the contract with Pets in Need. I'm here to also support the policy of trap, neuter, and return for stray cats. TNR is the accepted and modern way to control cat numbers, and it's employed by shelters and other organizations in the area. You've heard a lot of information just now, citing scientific studies. But let me tell you, there are other studies to bring to your attention. Trap, neuter, return of cats to their familiar location under the regular supervision of a caregiver is how to ensure a declining population. And let me cite the example of the Stanford Cat Network, of which I was a founding member. From an estimated population of 500 cats roaming freely on the Stanford campus, giving birth to repeated litters, many of them sick or injured, the numbers declined under a managed system of TNR and care to a present population of virtually zero. This model of cat control is now widely established. I'd like to add too that this policy was worked out with environmental health and safety at Stanford and with the president's office. The TNR approach has another important virtue. It is non-lethal. If you do not institute TNR or if you forbid TNR, you are asking shelter staff to kill healthy animals. This is really morally repugnant. Shelters have all been trying for years now to move away from killing healthy animals. Cats do prey on birds. I know this is a concern of Audubon, other nature advocates. It's also a concern of cat advocates. You already have an ordinance on the books that forbids the feeding of cats in the baylands, where many species of birds nest. There are so few feral cat colonies in the city that you do not need more regulation. I met with the head of your community services department, along with Scotty Zimmerman from Friends of the Animal Shelter, to discuss this issue of cat numbers as the basis for this ordinance. Most cats in Palo Alto are family-owned pets. That's that. Thank you for your consideration. I'd be most happy to provide you with more scientific information if you'd like. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Leonor Delgado, followed by our final speaker, Carmen Rodwell.
Hello, Mayor Koo and City Council members. I'd like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Leonor Delgado, and I'm the former education manager for Palo Alto Humane Society. I've been involved in local cat rescue and trap, neuter, return, or release efforts since 2001. I'm currently helping Peninsula Catworks, a local organization that funds treatment for needy community and rescued cats and kittens. Rescuers and TNR folks on the peninsula support TNR programs because these programs work. Spay-neuter of all cats, including household pets, lowers the feline population and makes it possible to move closer to the ideal that all cats and kittens will have safe and caring homes. It is important that our animal groups and Pets in Need, our local shelter, join together in educating residents about the value of spay-neuter and make it possible for lower-income pet owners and rescuers to easily access low-cost spay-neuter surgeries and vaccinations. Why do we support TNR? Because it provides a non-cruel, non-inhumane solution. Responsible feeders care for controlled colonies and make sure the cats are safe and are treated for injuries and other health-related issues. These cats are vaccinated and chipped. We also feed small amounts of food to the cats as to not attract other wildlife to the feeding station. This is very important to us. Most community cats in this area are in residents' backyards or areas in which owners have given permission to feed and monitor the colonies. These community cats do provide a natural control for rodents. Responsible rescue groups and shelters do not advocate that owned cats be entirely outdoors or be allowed to be in and out cats. We understand that there are many dangers outside that are harmful to cats and other pets. We want to protect local wildlife, especially birds, from the danger that cats could sometimes present. We support barring cats from areas designated to protect wildlife, especially endangered species. We educate pet owners about ways to provide a healthy, active, safe, and kind indoor-only environment for cats. Please support Pets in Needs initiative to make TNR the designated policy for community cats in the communities this shelter serves. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. And our final speaker is Carmen Rodwell.
Good evening, Mayor Kuo and council members. Thank you. And hi again. I was also yesterday at the town hall in South Palo Alto, and I apologize also for my lack of preparation. I'm just a community member. I'm not an expert on shelters. I was very involved many years ago with the Friends of the Palo Alto Animal Shelter, trying to prevent the closure of her shelter when it was in danger of closing, and was very excited when we found Pets in Need to take over and save the shelter. I've been very disappointed with the outcome of it, but that's another story. What I would like to ask the council today is that if you could think of what the city of Palo Alto needs, what the community needs from a shelter. It's very different from what it is provided. I am a dog owner. I have never been able to get access to any kind of services from the animal shelter in the 5 years I've owned a dog. I had adopted a rabbit from the shelter a few years ago and didn't get any help from them to take care of my pet. When we couldn't take care of him anymore, we had to give him to another loving family, and we're very happy we were able to do that. But I think the community per se is getting very little support from the shelter. The dog owners, the community, we don't feel like the shelter is there to help us. We see a lot of dogs at the shelter. I used to take my kids there a lot of time. They bring dogs from other places to be adopted here. When we have many, many organizations here that provide adoption services and do a great job about doing that, I don't know why we need to spend our money doing that. I think what the city of Palo Alto needs, it's a shelter that provides services like spay and neuter, vaccination for our dogs, so people can have our dogs vaccinated, focus more on offering these services and have citizens license their dogs when they come, like offer free rabies shots that are not expensive. We can get rabies shots to all the dogs in town and get people pay their licensing fees at the moment. I don't think everybody in the city has the dog license. I don't think so. And if that was enforced, there will be a very, very good source of revenue for the city also, and for the shelter. We need training and socialization for our dogs. We have dogs that, I cannot take my dog to a dog park because she gets attacked by other dogs. And I think I've heard I know a lot of dog owners. We have problems. We don't have places for our dogs to go. We cannot go to the dog park because they get attacked. We cannot take them to the open fields when nobody's using them because we're breaking the law. It's just impossible to have a happy social life with your dogs here. We need the shelter also to partner with the vets in town to provide the services that the citizens and the pets need. We just have the sources there, we're just not using it. To close, I just have it's out of curiosity, a question. I've just heard several, and I know this, comments about the shelter serving Los Altos and Los Altos
Ms. Rodwell,
Hills.
I'm sorry, you're out of time.
Thank you. Just a quick question. How are they involved financially in supporting the shelter? Does anybody know? Thank you.
Okay. And that's the last public speaker, Madam Mayor.
Thank you to all the speakers for speaking. I just want to mention that Ms. McLaughlin, Eileen, I could not open your document, so if you resend it, I would appreciate that. And I will hand it to Vice Mayor Stone to conduct the meeting now.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Burt.
Well, I'll go ahead and go first, but that was from back to the resolutions, but yeah. So a few questions, and I'm kind of concerned that we're just now entering the council discussion, and we're at what was the allotted time for this topic, and there's a lot of complexity to these issues. So I'm really questioning whether we're going to be able to give this topic ample real consideration as a council on just this study session basis and still be able to go through our other items tonight. So from a process standpoint, maybe we want to consider whether we merely go through a round of questions tonight, or try to go all the way through questions and full study session discussion. Any thoughts from Mayor and Vice Mayor or colleagues?
We can go ahead and take the questions, and depending on how much time, well, let's just take questions, and if we need to reschedule, we will. But for now,
Okay.
let's just go ahead and clarify some of the things that's in this report and get some answers. City Manager?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. I would just note for the council's, again, perhaps just consideration that as a study session, this is really simply to get your initial feedback, no decisions expected this evening. And staff would take any feedback you have in determining how best to take next steps.
Yeah, I appreciate that and understand what we do in study sessions, but my concerns remain.
I'd like to second the concern. There are 7 of us, and if each of us takes 5 minutes on questions, that's another 35 minutes. And just to the point of agenda management, I think we're setting ourselves up for a difficult night. I just want to register that concern.
Appreciate that. Shall we get started?
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. So first, I was taken back by the virtually doubling of the proposed city subsidy to the pets in need versus what we entered into a few years ago. And that's with a modest scaling back of certain of the services. We all know that we've experienced pressures on wages, and wages and staffing increases were both referred to as drivers of those costs, but there was no breakdown of what portion of that cost increase is attributable to each of those things. And to the extent that it is staffing level increases, what has changed from when we went into the contract in 2019 on the services that we are expecting, and why there would need to be significant staffing increases versus the contract we entered into?
Thank you for that. One of the things that I think might be a difference is in the original negotiations with Pets in Need, the compensation that we paid them wasn't equal to their operating costs. So the original budget that was submitted to us included a significant fundraising effort to help fund those costs. So I think there's a big difference there. 2, I believe, just like the city has recently done, is getting salaries up to market level. It's a difficult field to be recruiting in. Those are the 2 significant reasons. Pin may be able to ask more if you would like to ask them to weigh in.
Well, I'm going to, in order to be able to move toward any kind of a decision here, I'm going to want to be able to see a better breakdown of those different drivers.
Understood.
And to the extent that we entered an agreement under an understanding that Pets in Need was going to do a certain fundraising, and to what extent did that materialize, or was that only a short-term anticipation? I thought that at the time it was to be basically the staffing level that we were subsidizing and reimbursing was going to be essentially the ongoing structure of the relationship. And with certainly that would have to be addressed, but it's the other segment that I'm not understanding. And one other quick question, and I have several others, but I don't want to go over, but currently, where are the trapped cats being released that are being captured in our community?
I'm going to ask Cody McCartney to come up to the mic.
Hello, Council, Mayor, Vice Mayor. Currently, the cats that are being trapped right now, the city is not trapping cats without resident approval. So right now, the limited TNR is with resident approval. It's the same policy PIN currently handles. And if a city animal control officer were to trap a cat, we would get a permission from that resident to release. So actually, PIN is handling the facilitation of that. The city doesn't release cats at this time.
And do we have any understanding of the number of feral cats, not a quantitative, but a general sense of either in the Baylands or near the Baylands?
There are a few. I don't have a number for you. Rescue groups have worked throughout the years. And one of the issues in the Baylands is Mountain View's policies as well. Google had a large problem that obviously bled into Palo Alto. So I couldn't give you a number right now, but there's a handful of cats and colonies out there.
And lastly, on a follow-up there, can you provide us just an update on what Mountain View's policy is now?
Gosh, I think they have actually prohibited trapping and releasing, at least in that area on the east side of 101. I know Google itself had a rescue that's been shut down. So I don't have any current update, on that, but I know they've made some strides since Silicon Valley Animal Control Authority took over.
So if they're not trapping and releasing, what's happening to those feral cats? Are they just there?
They're just there, or rescue groups are moving them elsewhere to maybe colonies or gardens or other places that feral cats can reside.
Okay, well, I'll just say that because of the high sensitivity of this issue, I think when we have follow-up here, we'll need to better understand what's going on in our neighbor communities, because these cats aren't going to respect city boundaries.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Actually, my light had been on from when I was going to chime in on what we do procedurally, because I have a lot of questions. I could ask questions for 20 minutes or more. I agree, it's a very complex issue. I'll do my 5 minutes worth and we'll see where we end up collectively. And also, I also might note as a sort of a process and policy issue that I believe I heard Pets in Need say that they would work within the policy framework of the city with respect to TNR. So it seems that perhaps we don't need to focus too much on TNR tonight, or it need not be a dispositive factor in this decision. And so what I'm hoping is that we could make an independent decision about the contract, its renewal, how we do this how we shelter animals going forward, and then make a separate decision about TNR. And that could be a condition one way or another of a negotiation with PIN or an RFP if they don't like whatever we come up with. But I'm going to set aside my questions about TNR right now on that basis. So where to start? So let me just follow up on a point that Council Member Burt made or asked about. So I believe one of the things during the presentation from PIN on the financials there was a point about the number of dollars per capita in the region. I think the Peninsula Humane Society serves, and doing sort of a comparator to get to the numbers presented to us. And I guess my question is, why is per capita the relevant denominator as opposed to per visit, per animal? You know, are the fees the same as opposed to per human, which I assume per capita is, or do you mean per visit? So if it's all right, I guess I should ask the Vice Mayor. May I ask him the question?
Yeah.
Thank you.
We could do a similar analysis in terms of the number of animals processed or that type of thing, if that would be helpful. We just looked at per capita in terms of a useful measure of the number of citizens that we are responsible for, you know, helping all the animals that come in and so on. So.
And if I may, Vice Mayor, follow up with, since you're there, I'll skip to another topic that you were.
Councilmember Venker,
Yes.
if I could on that point, just provide one point of clarification. Staff has a concern, or at least a question, about the comparison between Peninsula Humane Society and PIN, in that the scope of services of those two organizations is different. Peninsula Humane Society provides holistic animal control services as well as a shelter service. So they're providing wildlife services as well as street level animal control, versus PIN does not. Those services are provided by our police department animal control staff. So it's unclear to us whether that dollar figure there that Peninsula Humane Society charges is inclusive of those other things that PIN is not providing.
Thank you, Officer. What is your name? Ralph Schneider. Thank you. And thank you in particular, because I now see my note where I said, are the care services identical? So thank you for asking the question. I should have. I don't know if you have a thought about that.
I think in studying the differences between our services and Peninsula Humane Society, I think there are some ways in which they provide additional services to compared to what we do, such as caring for wildlife, but there are other ways in which we provide additional services compared to what they do. So
Okay.
it's not exactly the same.
So maybe we should figure out some way to do apples to apples. Another question for PIN is, you know, the numbers that you mentioned about adoption rates, and it seems like there's a clear mission to do that, and that's commendable. I guess I should back up and say, you know, to our animal control officers, to the people at PIN, first of all, thank you all for doing this, because I'm an animal lover, and, you know, all of us want the best for the animals. I just want to acknowledge that. I hear that from all of you. But with respect to the mission to get pets adopted, I'm confused about the ones from outside of this area. Is that part of your mission, or is it the mission to take care of the animals already in the city? Because here the former is commendable and I love it and support it generally, but as a city and city services, I think we need to take care of the animals here. And so I'm unclear as to what your scope of services and mission is.
That's a great question. We are a larger nonprofit organization. We also have, in addition to running the Palo Alto shelter, we have a location in Redwood City. We partner with organizations throughout the state to bring animals in. However, we did not include any of those costs in the budget that we presented to the city staff. The budget that we presented to city staff was specifically for running the shelter. So we have not asked the city to pay for any of the costs of the other work that we do. You know, our mission is to help animals get adopted and find, you know, loving homes and so on. But the numbers that we were presenting were for in-jurisdiction people only.
Okay. And do you turn away unadoptable animals, or?
No, we do not. We have to take all the animals.
My time is up. I have a lot more, but I will stop now. Thank you.
Councilmember Lowing.
Yeah, I'll try to do some rapid fire questions, some of which will be questions that you can deal with later. But first of all, my first question was going to be, how many feral cats are we talking about? And what I heard was not many. Is that a fair assumption, or someone can change that?
I think further research would have to be done. I don't have an accurate count at this moment.
Okay.
There's problems throughout Los Altos Hills as well. So, you know, there are colonies that pop up in certain areas. And so, you know, it fluctuates year to year.
Okay, don't go away, because the next question was for you anyway.
Okay.
On packet page 10, you talk about animal control provided by the police department and animal control
For animal control?
Yeah.
Well, so me and three other officers serve as full animal control for 3 cities. We do everything from stray dogs to injured wildlife. Most of our calls are actually wild animals, but we do education outreach. We do, basically, if you have a dog running in the street in the middle of El Camino or injured hawk in your backyard. So
all
it's
that for
all the above.
For 3 cities.
For 3 cities.
And the other 2 are Los Altos and Los Hills?
Correct.
Okay. And how do they bill PIN separately, or do we get money from them and pass it on?
We send them an invoice.
We bill those other 2?
We bill Los Altos and Los Altos Hills.
Okay. Starting to look at kind of the revenue side of this. Are there other cities that we can contact? Stanford, Mountain View, people like that? And a coupled question was at the back, you talked about if the city did it, we could have up to 425,000 in revenue. But I wasn't clear as to why that was only if the city did it. Because if somebody else is doing it, getting the fees, we can just negotiate how that works. So they're kind of 2 different revenues, but I'm trying to jam a lot of questions in. 2 different revenue questions.
So the amount that we get from Los Altos and Los Altos Hills, let's see, Los Altos in fiscal year 22 was 145,000. Los Altos Hills was 50,000, and it's based on a percentage of our overall costs for the shelter. As far as, I don't think we've recently contacted any other municipalities to see if they'd be interested in using our services so we could generate additional revenue. Unless Captain, you have some additional information.
Well, I can just add that the only other city in the county that has its own true full service shelter is San Jose. Every other city in the county either participates in a joint power authority or has some other contractual entity like PIN that they deal with. So the answer would be there are plenty of other cities in the county that potentially could be partners for us in this, but I can't say that any of them are committed now.
Okay. And then if what about this 425,000 number on packet page 17 that talked about other revenue?
So to answer your question, under the proposed terms here, 130 to 180,000 of that would come to the city because under the proposed terms, were we to go forward with PIN, we would take on just the registration side and reap those fees. Versus if we were to take on the full operation of the shelter, then all of the other fees associated with adoptions, other medical procedures, et cetera, would be reaped by the city. Under the current model, those fees go to PIN.
Okay. So 1 minute. In the city model, looking at that, and if it was just a spreadsheet, you'd say, well, it's obvious the city should do this. But my original question, initial question is this fully loaded? And I respect the fact that Director O'Kane said we have a lot more work to do to get on that. This is not yet apples to apples. But are the labor costs fully loaded with benefits, retirement, things like that of the 10 persons that you put into the model?
So it's my understanding that in preparing the number for comparison, that pension liability is not baked into that number, but annual benefits compensation costs are built in. And we came up with that number by looking back at the last full year where we were providing full service and then building off of that number with an accelerated figure each year to try to bake in what's an accepted increase over time.
Yeah. And we all know that this isn't just a financial model, because if we were to go out and try to find the skill set that is already in there, that would just be a whole different ballgame. That's kind of outside of the scope of our questions, but I'll have a few more on those when we come back. Questions. I presume that, well, I guess I'll just ask the question instead of presume. I was very happy to see the new leadership group give a good description, because that starts to kind of give us confidence compared to where there's a statement in here that PIN can't even stay open for 40 hours a week right now. So I presume that you're addressing those management problems, and so I'm trying to put that into a question. That's why that happened. And to address those management problems, you have to have more labor and skilled labor to keep the doors open. So I presume that's part and parcel of your proposal and you're sort of have confidence in us, we got this ship turned around. Okay, just want to clarify that. And I think my time's up.
Thank you. And we will do a second round. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Ms. Toller-Gardner, congratulations on assuming this role. And congratulations to the organization on your leadership group reconstituting itself, it sounds like. I find it exciting that you are newly in place or stronger than you have been, sounds like, but I think it should make a potential partner nervous when considering entering into an agreement. So I'd like to talk to you about budget and revenue. To get a sense of the health of your organization as of now, I'd love to know what PIN's revenue has been per year for the last 5 years. I'd like to know if PIN serves other municipalities besides Palo Alto, Los Altos, and Los Altos Hills. And regardless of whether it's just those three or others, I'd like to know what percentage of your operating budget is devoted to serving animals from Palo Alto. And then if you're able to provide that information today or orders of rough estimates even, that would be helpful. Would you like to do that? Or? Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, our budget over the last 5 years has averaged between $5 and $6 million a year. We only have city contracts with Palo Alto, Los Altos, and Los Altos Hills. And in terms of the percentage, it's approximately 1/4 of our budget. Correct.
A quarter of Palo Alto? Okay.
A quarter for the contract of our total budget as an organization.
And when you say 5 to 6 million a year is the average, does that accurately, was there a wild fluctuation or roughly the same year over year?
It's been fairly steady. All of our financial statements are on our website, and we've had fairly steady revenues over the last several years.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
The other thing I'd like to ask, two more things. I feel that euthanasia is the elephant in the room, and we haven't really heard much about how that goes, the parameters, the situation. I'm not asking for that tonight because I'm not sure it's available, but to the extent we were to continue this conversation, I would want to put that very difficult conversation into the mix to understand to what extent we would be contemplating that and for how many animals and what's the science on that versus the trap and release. And finally, I'd love a staff colleague to let us know what kind of outreach we currently do. Am I over my minutes? I'm sorry. What kind of outreach we currently do with our residents regarding the imperative to not feed feral cats. And that's the limit of my questions. Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't realize that one was for me. Right now, your question is for outreach for education for feral cats. Right now, the animal control officers perform outreach in the city, but that's not really one of our main topics. Certainly can be going forward, but right now we're focused on supplying, low-income families with pet supplies and food and educational events throughout the cities and our contract cities.
Would you like a perspective on the euthanasia question? If that could be provided by Pets in Need, I think it'd be appropriate as a shelter operator. Or is that something we've come
Pets in
back
Need
to?
with a philosophy of no kill. I appreciate the philosophy. At the same time, I'm not sure that's the. I would like opinions on air quotes both sides, and I know I have a minute left. So if maybe perhaps a quick summary on the circumstance by whomever feels most qualified to give it.
Well, again, let me invite representatives from Pets in Need to comment on that. I do think it's worth noting that there are certainly practical situations in which euthanasia is required. And so perhaps speaking to PIN's policy in that area might be helpful.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor. You're asking about euthanasia more quantitatively or qualitatively?
I'm asking for both, I think. Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
Well, as you can see, our live release rate has been around 98%. So it's very, very high. We don't find it necessary to euthanize only very, very few animals that come to us. Medical cases, if there are animals who are just cannot be realistically treated, those animals are sometimes euthanized. Sometimes very, very young kittens that are just poor doers and really not thriving. That's another subset of the population. I would say that covers most of the medical euthanasia. Behavior euthanasia is also something that we've been really confronting in our new leadership team has really, really helped with that. We have had to make some difficult decisions, particularly with aggressive dogs. So dogs that are very aggressive to other dogs or dogs that are aggressive to people. Yes, we have the no-kill philosophy, but that doesn't mean that we are unrealistic or irresponsible. And we have an obligation to our communities to place only safe animals in the community. So there are some dogs that do not meet the criteria of being safe and do need to be euthanized. So we're realistic and as responsible as we possibly can be. And as I said, the new leadership team, particularly Laura, has provided a great deal of leadership in her short time so far with Pets in Need. You mentioned feral cats, and I know we don't want to, that's such a complicated issue. And there's a lot of talk about TNR versus what's the alternative. And the alternative would be, well, there's two other main alternatives. One is to trap cats and eliminate them, kill them. And that's a very difficult approach for, I think, almost anyone to swallow. It's not one that we advocate for, partly because you really can't get community support for that. You would have a great deal of outrage, really, if that was what the organization or what the agency was doing. Another alternative is trap and vasectomy or hysterectomy, which maintains sexual behaviors of feral cats. And that may be more effective in terms of controlling population, but it doesn't eliminate some nuisance behaviors that a lot of people have problems with. So it's got its own drawbacks. As you've heard, we haven't had a fully fleshed out TNR policy. We do offer spay and neuter services for community members that bring the animals to us. We don't tell them to set up feeding stations. And as Cody mentioned, I think most of those are in people's residential areas, their backyards, things like that, placed near their homes. So we haven't had to really face that idea of euthanizing feral cats. We do get some small numbers that can't be returned to a resident. And with those animals, we've been pretty successful through our networks with other organizations, other rescue groups, to be able to relocate those animals with people looking for barn cats, often outside of our community, or other organizations that may have some sort of a sanctuary or appropriate place for cats like that to go. Yeah. Does that answer your question? You're welcome.
And sorry, real quick, ma'am, can you just identify your name and your position as well?
I'm sorry. Yes,
That's okay.
I'm Dr. Barbie Lederman-Jones, and I'm the Director of Shelter Medicine at Pets in Need.
Wonderful.
Yes.
Thank you. That's always helpful.
Yeah.
A few questions here. So first question is it possible just to raise the fees so that it could cover the cost? Or are we kind of at the limit right now?
Councilmember Tanaka, are you referring to like adoption fees and
any and all fees involved, just so that we can make this thing pencil a lot better?
I think we haven't gone through that exercise, but my instinct would be that the costs would be pretty astronomical to our residents if we went that route.
Okay, so you're saying we're kind of near that point where it's already pretty high.
I didn't hear that.
Oh, my question is this, because it looks like this is costing us a lot more than we expected. And so the thing I was wondering is it possible just to increase the fees, all the fees, right? So that this pencils out better than it does today.
I did hear that. I didn't hear your second comment, but I don't know if Pin wants to possibly
Either
weigh in
side,
on
yeah.
that.
The fees that we charge for adoptions and veterinary services and so on are a relatively small part of our overall revenue. The fee to the city is much larger than that. So in order to make a significant dent in the annual fee, we would have to raise the adoption and veterinary fees quite significantly. And that would somewhat undercut the approach that we're trying to make of having a public shelter, provide low-cost services to people who need them.
Okay, I just was wondering because, we were told that's going to be a certain cost and it looks like it's going to be a lot more. And so it just seems like that's one other option we should think about is raising the cost, right? Or the fees. But since you're up there, I have a question for you, which is, so, I think in the past, was it Mountain View or was there some other city that we were partnered with that would also contribute, right? And they no longer do that, correct? Yeah, okay. So, so do non-Palo Alto people pay a lot more than Palo Alto people? Like, is a non-resident fee higher than the Palo Alto fee?
Our non-resident fees for certain services are higher than for in-jurisdiction people, yes.
Okay, because the other thing we should think about is maybe getting other cities on board. And if they don't want to come on board, maybe what we should do is jack up the fees for people that are non-residents even more to kind of make this thing pencil out. Okay, and one thing I'd like to see, because I looked at the report and the different charts, but one thing I didn't really see is kind of like a real side-by-side comparison between the Pits and Need proposal. I mean, there was a nice chart between the before and after for Pits and Need, but not one between Pits and Need and the city's proposal. And so that would be nice to kind of see side-by-side. But I think it has to be fully loaded, right? So it has to be the city has significant pension costs for every single employee. So we need to factor in like the total absolute cost. So we could see total cost, Pets and Need total costs for city. And I realize staff is still trying to work on that, but I think that's what we need to know. And I think the other thing is we should get other bids. That's what I think. The other thing I didn't quite understand here, and I'll try to read this again, but so why is there a capital cost increase for Pets and Need, but not for the city staff proposal? I didn't quite understand why there would be difference between the two. I don't know if someone here can answer that.
I can address the question as it relates to why the city model wouldn't include it, which is we believe based on the significant investment that the city's made in infrastructure out at the shelter over the last few years, that it's been brought to the point where it is a serviceable facility.
Okay.
And in consultation with our existing staff, we felt comfortable that moving forward, we would not need any additional facilities in order to continue to provide a full service shelter. I can't speak to why on the Pets and Needs side,
Okay.
There's a continuing need for additional investment.
So I have about 30 seconds left. I don't know if someone here from Pets and Needs could talk about that. Like why is there this gigantic capital difference between the city's idea and the Pets and Needs capital?
Well, for starters, we are very short on space. And so if we were to talk about bringing in Mountain View or any other municipalities, we would have to address the space shortage that we have. The shelter is rather small, and we do not even currently have the ability to take in all of the, especially during this time of year, the large number of kittens and small animals and so on that come through. It's definitely necessary to do some changes and enhancements to the shelter facility to make it possible for us to handle even the current animals in this jurisdiction that we have right now. And if we were to consider bringing on additional municipalities, that's definitely something that we would have to address, is ensuring that we have adequate space to care for the animals properly.
Okay, so what I would say is that if we were to compare this to the city's proposal in-house, I think we would have to also really understand and reconcile the capital requirement differences, because it sounds, things that Pits and Needs says seems like it could also be an issue with the city. But anyways, I'm out of time here. So, but if and when this comes back to us, that's something I'd like to see, just to kind of have a apples to apples comparison.
Mayor Koo.
Thank you. So I just wanted to find out, I know that the animal shelter has always been under the police department. Is that the right model to be, are most shelters functioning under a police department?
Mayor, I can tell you, as I said earlier, that the only other city in the county that operates a full service shelter under a police department oversight is San Jose. But there are a number of other cities that operate it in kind of they operate the shelter under the purview of the city, but they use a joint power authority to do so. So it wouldn't be inconsistent with the models operated by other cities.
Okay, I just wanted to.
I would add, Mayor, to your question, I think that should we want to look more closely at an in-house model? That is a fair question and one that we would need to look at. I can tell you that the operation in the city of San Jose is operated by its Parks, Recreation, Neighborhood Services Department.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Actually, I think they moved it. I'm sorry. I think they might have moved it to Public Works. So in any case, it is not a foregone conclusion.
Okay, and then how is the cruelty investigations handled now, and compare it to when the city was managing?
So we would, when the city was handling it, obviously it was handled by the city, by city veterinary staff and city animal control and city police officers. Under the proposed model that as I understand the terms, is that would come out of the city's budget, and it would be on top of what's being paid to PIN. It would no longer be under their purview. So we would have to allocate additional funding on an annual basis if we needed to employ a veterinarian to get involved in cruelty investigations.
So essentially, we would be employing, for example, PIN will be employing them to do the examination. So we'll have to pay them extra then.
I don't know that they would be doing the investigation. I know it wouldn't be included in the terms of their agreement, so there would be an extra cost associated.
Okay, thank you. And so how is the animal control officers, what are their role and involvement right now? Where do they, so I know that they do animal control, but they're also doing education to a certain extent, and providing low-cost services to certain residents. But what else are they doing that are involved with the animal shelter functions? Any involvement at all?
Hi, Mayor. I'm not quite sure to look when you're on screen here, but we work alongside Pets and Need staff to help facilitate shelter operations, but it's mostly the shelter operations are done by Pets and Need, and the field operations is the animal control.
And are you there? Is your offices at the shelter?
Yes, we cohabitate the shelter.
Okay. Or is there staff over there who are taking care of them or watching over them?
It's not a 24-hour staff, but they do have several shifts that usually go 12 hours or so.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Cody. Councilmember Tanaka brought up the fees, and I was wondering if when you return that perhaps we can get a comparison chart with the only other shelter, or isn't there a peninsula? I think Ms. Fiera had mentioned that there was peninsula shelter. Maybe if we can get some fees comparing what pins are to all of the other cities. I would like to explore the alternative operating model that was mentioned, returning it to the city manage and operate it, just to kind of have a comparison of what we can do. But I would like to know what is required, how much is a licensed veterinarian and their medical staff, the veterinarian technicians, what would the cost be? And then I think that another I would like for consideration is that we put a big effort into hiring local residents, in Palo Alto as well as East Palo Alto. I'm sure we have a lot of knowledgeable people here and experienced. The other thought was, reaching out to UC Davis and see if their veterinary school might be able to have input in, or if they would like to use the facilities. But I just kind of wanted to explore those as well. I do have the operating schedules on packet page 36 in the contract. It says that they're open, they have open hours, but I think that during the pandemic, I got a lot of complaints that the place was, there's no signage in terms of hours and so forth. So I would think that it's very important to have the hours posted there very clearly at the facility as well as on the website of PIN website as well as Palo Alto's website. The holidays, I think it needs to be posted as well when there will be holidays. And for the TNR, you know, I I can't see my time, so I apologize if I'm going over. But I just wanted to say that for the TNR, you know, it's it's keeping one species alive and then putting another species in danger. And so that's a very difficult matter to talk about or to take action on. There was 98% of release rate, and I'm just kind of wondering, where was it released to? I know you said some of them are released to barns and farms and so forth, but where are the rest released to? So I think that's something that we would want to know. But also with your statement that it's important that you have a release and trap and neuter in your program. I'm kind of wondering, how is the conversation going to be with regards to both parties will work together to implement it? Because there's always going to be, I will give it hope, and I would hope that you will have, both sides will have a listening ear and take everybody's comments into consideration and not just push one thing through. But it is a big concern. I'll tell a story. I come from Guam. Guam had a cargo that came in from the Philippines with snakes, and there's no birds on Guam. I mean, I don't know now, but when I was living there, there was actually no birds on Guam at all because the snakes had eaten all the eggs, any birds. So we would not want anything like this to happen. Not that it has happened, but you can see how one species just took over another. But anyways, so that was mostly my comments, and I would like to explore the other, the alternative operating model.
Thank you. So a few questions. This first one will be for Pets in Need, and I'm going to have a follow-up question that will likely be related to a point that the mayor just made. So if you have an answer to that, maybe you can incorporate that into your answer. So my understanding, when cats are impounded, they're spayed, neutered, and then released back into the area that they were found. Does Pets in Need have a policy for not releasing cats in sensitive areas like baylands, foothills, creeks, large parks, et cetera? Just so I can.
Thank you. Thank you for your question. Do you need to hear my name again?
Sure.
Dr. Barbie Lederman-Jones, Director of Shelter Medicine at Pets in Need. Your question was, what it was actually much more common for us to be providing doing TNR is basically that residents trap the cats, they bring them to us, we spay and neuter them, we give them back to those residents for those residents to manage them wherever the residents found them. We don't, so far, in the absence of any clear policy that, we haven't really developed one in cooperation with the city yet, we haven't really grilled people about where the cats are coming from. I think we're kind of working under an assumption that they're caring for cats at their own residence. Certainly we could be more proactive with asking, are these definitely not in sensitive areas. We haven't gone there, but we're not opposed to doing so. And that would be an excellent idea. Cats being brought to us by general members of the public, not specifically for surgery, but just being brought in as this is a free roaming cat. Those cats are brought to our shelter. They're held as strays. And then if the person who brought them in is willing to take them back to their location, then we can release them. Otherwise, we don't. And that's the small percentage of cats that we find other placements for.
When you say you find other placements for, what do you mean by that?
I mean, transferring to sanctuary, transferring to other organizations, transferring out of the area, possibly transferring to organizations that have adoption programs for barn cats, things like that. So those cats end up leaving our jurisdiction in the care of some other organization that we trust to find a responsible placement for them. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm really glad you clarified that because that was not my understanding. So I appreciate that. So really, if somebody brings a cat in, their responsibility to come back and pick that cat up, if they're going to re-release it back into the community, and if they don't, you release it back into another community based on those guidelines.
Yes, we try to find an alternative placement. And sometimes those cats are euthanized because sometimes it's a situation in which someone's been caring for a cat in an in a location, and then they notice there's something wrong with it. It's sick. Sometimes those cats are euthanized, but we're talking about very small numbers, really, overall. And I did want to take this opportunity to address something about, we talked about 98% live release rate. That is not specific to feral cats. That is all of the animals that come to our shelter, all of them, all the dogs, all the cats, owned, strays, everything. And that 98% simply means that 98% of the animals that come to us are leaving our shelter alive. And feral cats are only a very, very small proportion of that 98%. So I want to clarify that as well.
Thank you. And our animal control officer addressed the issue, but this question is still for you, address the issue of the educational component. Does Pets in Need educate at all when people come in to either if they're dropping a cat off and picking that cat back up or adopting a cat? Does Pets in Need do any education around the importance of keeping the cat inside the home?
Yes, we do definitely educate adopters that cats are best kept indoors. For caregivers, if we're talking about caregivers that are bringing outdoor cats to us for surgery, we're not advising that those cats be kept indoors because they're not socialized. So I guess it depends which type of population we're talking. Yes, and if we, when we come and are able to really flesh out a trap, neuter, return policy in cooperation with the city, education can absolutely be a big part of it. It's just that there hasn't really been an official policy so far. So a little bit, we've been sort of winging it a bit. Yeah.
I understood. Yeah, I think when this comes back, having that addressed, and also some policy that would preclude release in sensitive areas.
Absolutely, yes,
would be great.
and our organization would absolutely support that. We have never been opposed to that. It's just like I said, there's been a bit of a vacuum in terms of what's the actual policy.
Absolutely, great, thank you. See, I'm out of time, so we'll move to a second round, and if council members can be sure to during this round to be able to provide some sort of direction so staff can have some understanding moving forward. And city manager.
Yes. So to that point, I think based on the discussion to this point, we're assembling the questions and would expect that our next step will be to meet with Pets in Need and identify our best way to answer these questions and come back with additional information.
Great, thank you. So let's open up to a round two with just kind of a understanding we're closing in on an hour over time already. Great, Councilmember Burt.
You say me?
Yes.
Okay. So first, the staff tentative proposal with Pets in Need said that the capital plan would be agreed upon 60 days after the signing of the contract extension. And so I don't understand why we'd go into that agreement without understanding what the capital commitments would be. And if it could be, those issues could be resolved within 60 days of signing the operation agreement, why can't they be determined before the signing of that agreement so that we don't have really a disconnect between the city's views and pets and needs at that time after the agreement?
Sure. So in the original agreement, there were specific projects that were identified. Like I said, we did the design for the new kennel building. The budget ended up, not being enough to complete that. So then the previous executive director said, okay, let's put that on hold and we'll work on upgrading the new kennels. And then when we got the new leadership on board, sort of the plan shifted again, and then it shifted again. We ended up spending some funds on some additional design.
I'm going to run out of time.
Okay, sorry.
But it's still the focus of my question is why this sequence? Why would we go into a new contract and then work out the capital agreement part? And if we could work out the capital agreement part within 60 days to sign the contract, why can't we do it before signing the contract?
We can attempt to do that. We
Okay.
just risk it changing again. And
then I'll just note that one of the representatives from Pets in Need alluded to prospective capital needs should we go into a expanded service with Mountain View, for instance. Well, Mountain View walking away from our animal shelter is what triggered this whole thing almost 10 years ago. And I've heard nothing of Mountain View's interest in coming back in. Is there some indication that they are interested in doing so?
There is not.
Okay. So then that kind of goes into this disconnect here. We're hearing from Friends in Need. They've got anticipated capital projects that they might want to do based upon that possibility. And I don't even know why that's on the table.
Well, I think they were responding to the suggestion from the council. I don't think that was a proposal that Pets in
No,
Need
I
was
didn't say a
advancing.
proposal. I said that that's what they mentioned as one of the reasons why they would be looking at certain capital needs is contingency planning for that possibility. So let me not use up all my time on that. I've also got a concern. DPS asserting that basically rescue surgeries had been greatly reduced and that nonprofits like they are not having access to the increased surgical beds that we paid for. And it's a longer issue, but that's a concern. I do have a kind of a basic question that I was wondering is when we have stray dog, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Councilmember, we didn't follow what the source of that letter was.
It came in our packet from DPS, what do they call it? DPS Rescue. So you can follow it up after the meeting. Stray dogs. There clearly aren't as many, but do we have programs to neuter and release stray dogs? So why is it fundamentally so different that we release stray cats and we don't release stray dogs? Clearly there are fewer, there's different circumstances, but what's the basic premise behind that we will release stray cats back into the wild once they're neutered, but we wouldn't do such a thing on stray dogs?
Is that a question for Pin? I don't
Anybody
have
who
an
can
answer
answer
to
it.
that. I don't have an answer.
If it's a quick answer, it'd be great.
Hi, Laura Birdsall, Director of Shelter Operations. There's a number of reasons, and the biggest reason is public safety. Releasing dogs that are unowned into the community. In fact, that's one of the main
Okay.
reasons we have animal control is to make sure that those aren't out there. And then the second reason is we already have cats out in the community. And so the question here with TNR is, like, to your point, there's a lot of different questions. Feeding versus TNR versus bringing them in and euthanizing. The question is, what has the best effect in terms of decreasing the cat population?
Okay. So I guess then we're really facing, on the one hand, we would have public safety. On the other hand, we have wildlife safety. That's a comment from me.
Okay.
Okay. And then lastly, we have the Pets in Need, if, as I understand it, brings in rescue dogs from outside the area. And then we apparently, some of these neutered cats that people who bring them in are not willing to take them back. I'm surprised. I'm hearing that the people who bring in a feral cat then would want to be the receiver of that cat after neutering. But it does beg a question, and I'm not looking for answers at this moment, but the question of the whole policy of how much of our resources are devoted toward supporting rescue animals coming into the area. And we're owners of a rescue animal that we got from Pleasanton that came from the Central Valley. And so I know there's a real value in it versus some of the local services. And that's something I'd like to understand more when this comes back. Thank you.
Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Stone. Following your suggestion that we wrap in some comments with our questions, I'd first like to comment on, in the slide, I guess it was slide 10, where, we've been talking about pets in need, but then there's the alternative service delivery models. And the top two bullets, one was shelter services outside of Palo Alto, and the other was at the Palo Alto Animal Shelter. I would just like to register my opposition to considering shelter services outside of Palo Alto. I think that's something that our residents are accustomed to, deserve, and I would like to keep them here in whatever form we go forward. Following up on Councilmember Burt's questions about capital, I think I have a question both for Pets in Need and for the city. Maybe I'll just articulate them both and let you answer the one for you. So there was a slide that talked about if the city takes it in-house, there wouldn't be any additional capital investment needed. Is that because the kennels would not be built? Is that, or what, why not?
So as we consulted with staff to include the animal control staff that have been in place since prior to the PIN relationship, they felt confident that there is not a capacity issue. And I think it's worth pointing out that the current capacity is greater than it was when we did have Mountain View in the relationship. So we don't believe that there's a need for additional or any significant substantial building out there, either from a capacity standpoint or any other capacity. We feel like the work that's been done over the last few years has brought it up to where it's a workable shelter for our staff.
Thank you. And I think then for PIN, I did hear you mention, as Councilmember Burt mentioned, that if Mountain View were to come back, we needed additional capacity. But I guess my question is, I believe it was represented in the staff report that there was some degree of agreement that we didn't need the additional kennels to be built. And so I just wanted to know your opinion on that. Is that something that you agree with, or do you still think we should build the additional kennels that were originally contemplated?
I will do my best to answer that question.
Okay.
The kennels that we currently have in Palo Alto are falling apart to some extent. They're very old, but they are indoor-outdoor kennels, which for the last decade or so have been going out of kind of popularity. And now they're back in, recognizing the importance of allowing animals to have access to indoor-outdoor, especially when they're being housed longer term. So long answer is we would like to see indoor outdoor kennels, which are different than what was designed to some extent. We are leveraging our space both in Redwood City and in Palo Alto. So what we're really looking for in terms of a new design for Palo Alto would be something that takes into consideration the needs of the small animals and the cats in addition to the dogs. So we don't necessarily need more housing. We need different and bigger and better housing that allows us to better provide for the needs of the animals while they're in our care.
That was very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, and this is a question for city staff, I believe. I think, Director O'Kane, that you said that in 2015, the part of the reason for the RFP that we put out was because we're having trouble becoming revenue neutral. And maybe I got that wrong, but I think I heard that. And then I'm trying to square that with now paying, $1 million plus per year. That doesn't seem very revenue neutral. So can you help explain to me how those connect?
Sure. Thank you for that question. So that came directly out of the audit that was done as an overall finding that the auditor didn't feel like the shelter could ever be revenue neutral. I don't know if that was ever truly a goal of the city to have the shelter become revenue neutral. I think it's always had some level of subsidy. There were a lot more findings in the audit related to staff compensation, organization, the facility, and things like that.
Okay, thank you. I think I understand. And then quickly, because I'm running out of time, I'd like to ask Pets in Need, invite them to respond to, I've heard several resident comments about either not being able to find an appointment or not being able to get certain services. And so my question is, are we offering enough volume and scope of services to meet the needs? And I just wanted to give you a chance to address some of the comments we've heard tonight.
Hello again, and thank you for your question. Dr. Barbie Lederman-Jones, Director of Shelter Medicine at Pets in Need. We have made some changes fairly recently to address or ensure that residents of Palo Alto, Los Altos, and Los Altos Hills are prioritized for appointments for spay and neuter services. I think what happened is that during the pandemic, everything kind of shut down and spay and neuter became much more scarce, much more difficult to find. And I think what also happened is that over time, we kind of got we got a really large accumulation of people on our website, on our waiting list. And that sort of felt like, oh my gosh, what do we do about this? And then we finally, we gave it a lot of thought and said, we need to identify who's in jurisdiction that we have an obligation to provide the service for and who's out of our jurisdiction. So we did that, and we had to go through thousands or 1,000 people. And once we did that, we found that we were easily able to meet the demand within jurisdiction quickly without very much delay at all. And so that's what we're doing. And the wait time for people within jurisdiction is a few weeks at the most. And there still is more demand outside of jurisdiction than we can meet in a really timely manner, but we are also then taking all the people out of jurisdiction and screening them for income need. So that, again, trying to prioritize those who need our services the most. There's no income screening for in jurisdiction, but out of jurisdiction, there is that income screening. Our vaccine clinics are every week. There's no appointments for those. And we serve probably 50 clients every week. So I would be really surprised if someone couldn't get into an appointment. Or there's no appointments, but people can access that. I believe it's very readily available. Yeah.
Thank you, Doctor.
You're welcome.
I think I'm out of time.
Councilmember Lowing.
Restart that clock. First, I have another question. It ties into something that Councilmember Burt said, but we got a couple of letters talking about the numbers of surgeries that you're proposing here, which in packet page 16 is 60 spay neuter surgeries per month. And a couple of public commenters said that that's way low compared to what has been in the past, sometimes back even before PIN took over. So I don't know if you want to address that, if you feel like that's like the minimum, or you're definitely going to make that, or whatever. But in general, I'm wondering if there should be more sort of minimum number of events and maximum number of events or transactions to protect you on the maximum side. You know, if suddenly 200 dogs show up, cats show up and have to be neutered, that may be something you need to charge extra for. But and just according to public comment, and I'm ignorant on the issue of what happened before, a couple are saying that 60 is way too low. And one person said they used to do 30 per week. So that would be 120, I guess, so double. Don't really have to address it now, but I think there's some kind of min and max that you might want to have in there, and give us comfort that what we're paying for, we're really getting the volume that we need to handle the issues.
Councilmember Lowing, we do actually have a slide with some historical data of the procedures that were done by the city prior to PIN taking over.
Okay, good. And I think that I often look in business and in the city for opportunities to outsource. A couple times when I served on the Park Commission, we looked at ways to cut costs, and we actually went and outsourced maintenance for the golf course and a lot of city factors, which was much more effective. We saved like $250,000 a year. For obvious reasons, we did the same thing for the golf course before and after the renovation to get A, skill sets, B, people who knew where other people were that had those skill sets for hiring. And then, so those are the two main reasons. So when I start looking at a packet like this, I immediately go in with kind of a lens of outsourcing. I have to say, when I finished the first read, I said, wow. And when I got to the third read and kind of looked at it and then got some questions answered tonight, I'm right back where I always am, which is that we should always try to outsource if we can and get the expertise that we need. So in this case, I think that what you heard the new management say is that the old management failed, and they completely revamped their entire management team. They put together a realistic budget instead of an incorrect budget, and that's how the numbers came out. And they got it down to the details of down to 20.3 people compared to our 10 or 16.3, wherever it is. So I appreciate that level of detail. We can still do whatever we want, but I think we need to step up to the fact that if we're going to do it, or they're going to do it, or somebody else is going to do it, it's probably going to be in that range of staffing and that range of cost. And when you look at our own costs, and obviously, again, to Director O'Kane's fair statement, this would have to be done in a lot of detail. But if you just do the smell test to it, we added 240,000 of indirect costs. We don't have retirement costs in there. We have management stuff. We have probably allocations that we haven't put in there. Somebody's got to run this, and then somebody's got to ramp it up and go find those, in our case, 10 people that have this level of expertise, which is going to take some time, and who's going to manage that. And there's going to be sleepless nights, and some people aren't going to show up. And I think it'd be great if we could outsource that. So after all the analysis and hearing your comments to the questions and colleagues' questions, I'm actually quite supportive of pursuing this with changes that we've talked about, with more data back so we can analyze it. But I'm sort of betting going into it that it's going to look pretty good to do this kind of outsourcing. One of the things I would add to that is I would strongly like to see something less than a 5-year deal, so that we can frankly evaluate the new management team and evaluate the situation. So we're not committed to 5 years at some sort of number, and just kind of give us a chance to get to know each other. I think that's a real fair way that we should approach it. So I think that's the top. I just want to point out also that they were having trouble, which is why I asked the question, even doing 40 hours a week. Now they're proposing 40 hours a week. It used to be 27, and they're open partially on 7 days a week. So I definitely see clear efforts here. What we need to see is performance in the first year or two of the contract to kind of get comfortable with the new situation. 2, 1, done. Yeah.
Seeing no other lights, I'll ask a few more questions. I think some of my concerns remaining are in where we're losing some services here and just a concern of we're losing services and we're being asked to pay almost double. And so on the loss of the veterinary care for stray hold animals after hours, where would be the closest possible after hours veterinary care?
That would be Mountain View at MedVet on Showers Drive. So it's right across the Los Altos border.
Ah, okay. So that's not too far.
No, it's not too far. We use it regularly for wildlife now and after hours vet care, but currently PIN pays the bill for that.
Great, thank you. And I mean, just the way it was phrased, saying for stray hold animals. I mean, does that mean that after-hour veterinary care is being given for non-stray animals at Pets in Need?
Not through MedVet. That would just be animals on basically animals we haven't identified the owner yet too. So we have to, like if they're hit by a car, we have to provide medical treatment. And again, a lot of that is also wildlife.
Okay, thank you. Well, sorry, this might be one more other question for you. How frequent are veterinary services for cruelty investigations?
Luckily in this area, not very. However, in the past year or so, we've had our good share. So, that could be as much as an evaluation of a live animal or a necropsy on a deceased animal. So these kind of things, I think going forward would be a cost to the city. We'd have to outsource that to a specialized vet.
Okay, thanks. And another proposed contract mentions that it would be done with Pets in Need's discretion. I'm wondering if we can modify the agreement that essentially maybe if Pets in Need has the necessary staffing levels at the time that the vet services are required, that they will then provide those services. And I think the stated reason in the report was lack of staffing. And so maybe to have it clear in there that if the staffing exists at the time, that those services would be provided. So, another one with the corrective action plan in this proposed contract. How does the city intend to enforce service agreements if Pets in Need is not fulfilling their contractual agreements, since no monetary penalties are being assessed?
Right. So in the current agreement, there were no penalties imposed against PIN for not meeting requirements. There were towards the city. We honestly went back and forth on that a little bit, and we're hoping we can be more collaborative in problem solving and identifying areas that either party may not be meeting their contractual obligation. It is a very good question on enforcement, but I think we're getting to the point where we have, a strong enough relationship between the two organizations that we'll be able to resolve those issues.
Okay, well, that's comforting to hear you say that. I am concerned because we have had service issues in the past, and agree with many of my colleagues kind of citing concerns that we've heard from residents as well. I agree with Council Member Lowing as far as maybe looking at reducing the time from 5 years to really be able to test this. And then on the in-house model, I'm interested if staff has any thoughts on that. I mean, is this something that the city wants to take on? I thought Councilmember Lowing's points were good, but just given that at least the estimated in-house approach is both cheaper and it looks like we get more services as well, and all the revenue building that we can get into there too, also reducing costs. Seems like something worthy of pursuing, but doesn't seem like staff has really been promoting this.
Well, I think our priority is to ensure the service is provided. And so we'll bring to you our best work as far as what it would cost to bring it in-house and the service implications, and as well as the continuation of the model we have today. As is always the case with the City Council's discussion, you need to consider long-term liabilities, as was discussed around pensions, which is often where the decision point will lie. And we'll give you the information to make that decision. At this point, I don't think we have enough specificity in the work we've done to give you a solid recommendation that on balance, it should go back to the prior model. We will take the feedback we got from the council tonight and see what we can do to ensure that the current model meets those needs.
Great, thank you. My understanding is in that past audit that Director O'Kane mentioned, there was kind of a warning about the city's ability to be able to really have the infrastructure to be able to do this. So I think it's a big question mark, but maybe worthy pursuing. And I'm going to second as well what Councilmember Vinker said. I don't think it's a question about keeping this service within Palo Alto. It's just a matter of, for me at this point, in-house or pets in need. And presentation tonight has been very helpful, and hearing that the trust is being rebuilt, and I've been impressed by the representatives from Pets in Need. And so great, thank you. See no other lights. There we go. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
I just want to say that I'm not going to ask any further questions. I'm trying to respect the agenda and the amount of time set aside in the agenda to get all the work done tonight. So while I do have things I'd like to say, my colleagues have said a lot, and I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay. Then seeing no other lights, we will close this study session. Thank you, everyone.
We have no changes, Mayor.
Okay, would the switch from number 11, the two spaces, number 11 and 10, are those, do you need to mention that?
That's a good point, Mayor. Thank you for raising that. In the amended agenda that is printed in pink, for those who actually have hard copies, the order of action items should read 9, 11, 10. And let's see. That would be the order taken up. Although, as always, it's subject to council redirection as you see fit.
Okay, so be. Thank you. We'll go to public comments, and let's go with 2 minutes for public comments on items not on the agenda.
Okay, our first speaker is Sinya Shen. You can speak for up to 2 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor Koo. Thank you, City Council. I would like to comment on item 5, to expand the Human Relations Commission from 5 to 7 members. While I currently serve as the Public Art Commission Chair, I'm speaking as an individual and not on behalf of the PAC, because the PAC has not had a chance to meet regarding this item. But I want to raise concerns about this item so as to not miss a possible opportunity to correct what appears to be an oversight. Proposed item 5 partially revises the City Council's June 2020 action to adopt an ordinance to reduce the number of HRC and PAC members from 7 to 5, and restores the number of HRC member from 5 to 7. Since the City Council's June 2020 action impacted both the HRC and the PAC, I respectfully request that the City Council expands item 5 to equally increase the membership of both the city's HRC and PAC from 5 to 7 members. We're proud of Palo Alto's diversity and talents. Reducing the PAC size in 2020 has inevitably reduced the diversity of views on the PAC. PAC historically has had no problems recruiting members. Members volunteer their time, and a reduction from 7 to 5 members in the past few years has not reduced the number of meetings, meeting time, or staff time to support the commission, which were the goals of the City Council's June 2020 action. In fact, the reduced commission size has resulted in loss of institutional knowledge and threatened balance oversight. I urge the council to expand item 5 of tonight's agenda to increase the membership of both the city's Human Relations Commission, and Public Art Commission from 5 to 7 members. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Aram James, followed by Talia Shub.
And can we please make sure this is public comments on items not on the agenda? We'll make sure Ms. Shen's comment on item 5 gets to the consent agenda later. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to want to talk on 5, but the last speaker was out of order since it was on 5. I don't know why each of you got to speak 5 and sometimes 7 minutes, and now tonight, oral communications, the mayor just all of a sudden reduced it to 2. But in any event, I'm prepared for that because the subject that I'm going to discuss will go over several oral communications. And normally, you know, I try to give conclusions at the end of my arguments. Tonight, I'll give you the conclusion at the beginning, and then I'll talk about this over other sessions. But in any event, I was up in Sacramento. It was a great experience on Tuesday, the 21st of March, to hear arguments around AB 742. It's one of the first step, the Public Safety Committee. 8 members of the Public Safety Committee voted 6-2 in favor of AB 742. AB 742, as maybe you already know, I've talked about it for a very long time, would prohibit police canines from biting human beings. Obviously, that's not the end of the route. It still would have to go to some other committees, apparently appropriations, and then it would have to go to the 80-member Assembly and the 40 members of the Senate. However, we're moving forward. If this bill passes, it would be the first in the country. First in the country. I was able to go up there with my good friend, Sergeant Sean Allen from the Sheriff's Department. He drove. It was a very rainy both ways. But in any event, he was one of the two witnesses in favor of the bill. It was a very hostile environment. I'll get into that more next week. I will, because I already have Sergeant Allen's permission, send to you maybe tomorrow his rough draft of the prepared comments he made, and then he answered questions, and he did it brilliantly, fielded questions from some, if not all, of the 8 members of the Public Safety Committee. Really extraordinary experience. They did have metal detectors that people had to go through, and I thought it was great. It was not a whole lot of problem. I did it as a defense attorney for years. We need to have metal detectors and not limit gun permits. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Talia Shub, followed by Lauren Shub.
Good evening, council members. My name is Talia Shuby, and I'm a sophomore at Dunn High School and a member of the Palo Alto Student Climate Coalition, or Pacc. I first wanted to express my support for the city's carbon neutrality by 2030 goal and the progress we have made regarding climate change and sustainability. However, we must keep this progress going and invest more into this issue. As you all know, the Biden administration recently approved the Willow Project, one of the largest oil developments on federal land. My generation is both furious and scared for our future. This is just as relevant to Palo Alto as it is to the rest of the world. It is imperative that we invest more in transforming Palo Alto into a sustainable electric city. I would also like to bring up the recent IPCC report. It states that it is unequivocal that human influence has warmed the atmosphere, ocean, and land. It also says that we are almost guaranteed to hit 1.5 degrees of warming. Without a doubt, we can prevent this level from increasing further, but we must take effective, efficient, and actionable steps. One crucial step listed in the IPCC report is creating an electrified global energy system that is powered by clean, renewable energies. Palo Alto has already done great work in providing carbon neutral electricity, but we must do more. Another important note in the report is that climate finance is cheaper than paying for climate damages. Palo Alto is seen as a trailblazer for sustainability, but we do not even have a department for it. While I admire the SCAP and the ambitious goals the city has set, it is past time for us to take meaningful and fast action to make tangible progress. In order to show our dedication to sustainability and climate justice, we urge the City Council to invest more into the Office of Sustainability and provide more support to the hardworking staff tasked with transforming our city. We are students, we are not experts, but it's clear that we must invest more in sustainability within the city. We know what needs to be done, we just need more support and people championing this issue. Pacc is here to support the city's efforts to achieve climate justice. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our final speaker is Lauren Gordon.
Hi, thank you so much for allowing me to speak today. Talia, thank you for your talk. Mayor Ku and Council, please consider restoring the Public Art Commission to a 7-member commission. I do serve on the Palo Alto Public Art Commission, but I also am a 20+ year citizen in Palo Alto. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. We're doing public comments on items not on the agenda. Would you hold it until we get to the consent calendar?
Yes, I can.
Thank you so much. Apologies.
No problem.
Okay, when we close, is there any more speakers, Madam Clerk?
That's the last public comment.
Okay, so so now we can go to the consent calendar, and Ms. Gordon can speak.
All right, Ms. Gordon, if you'd like to speak now, you can. Oops, here we are. Make your comments.
Thank you. Please consider restoring the Public Art Commission to a 7-member commission. The City of Palo Alto has a robust public art program of which all of you are well acquainted. There are over 330 pieces in the collection to maintain and share with our wonderful, diverse community and visitors, and this collection continues to grow. We are hosting our 3rd Code Art in October. We're welcoming artist Kirky Bassendine as our 2nd King Artist in Residency and launching a Murals Festival on California Avenue, in addition to supporting artists creating a new project at Boulware Park. Palo Alto deserves diverse representation for public art. Reducing the number of commissioners to 5 has not created any less work for the staff. The number of meetings are the same. The time spent in meetings is the same. Our artist selection panels still benefit from the current commissioner, and having more representatives for these panels benefits the program. I understand that you will address the expansion of the Human Relations Commission from 5 to 7 members this evening. Please consider doing the same increase for the Public Art Commission. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. And our next and final speaker is Aram James.
Okay, so now is this 2 minutes or 3 minutes? Okay, I see. All right, so I go to most HRC meetings and I've seen a real drop off in public participation in the last few years. I don't know how much of that we owe to the fact that we went from 7 to 5, but I remember that it was, in my view, and I think Stephen Lee did a great op-ed, that they went from 7 to 5 to target Stephen Lee because he had political views that were often left of the mainstream of the city council. And apparently that offended members of the city council. They want a uniformity of opinions, which of course I disagree with. I think we need to have a Human Relations Commission and city council members that reflects not only a diversity of race and gender and sexual preference and on, but also where you all don't try to gag and have the HRC members simply reflect the points of view that the city council members do. Why not have people with totally independent perspectives on the wide spectrum of political views that people actually hold in this city, rather than generally the very narrow perspective of most city councils I've observed over the many years that I've been a city council observer and also participated as a citizen. So that would be my request. Expand it to 7. I support, even though I can't say I've ever been to an art commission meeting. Ms. Gordon's perspective that we need that same kind of expansion of diversity on the Arts Commission. Maybe I'm going to have to start to drop it in occasionally because I know that art is a critical part of the community and it certainly deserves a diverse voice as well. So yeah, let's go back to 7 on that commission as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And that's our last request to speak.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Council, we'll come back to council. do we have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Second.
Are there any lights?
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes, register no vote on 7 and 8.
And that was the only light, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And with that, Madam Clerk, will you take the vote?
Sorry, just a point of clarification. Councilmember Tanaka, did you say it was no on 7?
7 and 8.
7 and 8. Okay, thank you. Okay. Councilmember Tanaka?
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone?
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker?
Yes.
Mayor Ku?
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing?
Yes.
And Councilmember Burke.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously on 4, 5, and 6, and 6-1 on items 7 and 8.
Thank you. Councilmember Tanaka, would you like to speak to your no vote on 7 and 8?
Yeah, thank you. So on 7, it's printed catalogs. And I know some in the community really use them, but I also know a lot of people in the community don't use them. And they just rely on what's online. And so I was curious to know, like, well, what's the split among people? So I asked 5 friends, 5 random people in the city, who uses it, at least in my crowd, and maybe I'm not the right crowd, but everyone says they chuck them. So I was a little bit concerned when I got that response. It looks like, and it's a little bit hard to tell because there's so many different prices in there, but it looks like it's a 25% increase in cost for over the last contract. And we just think about all the environmental waste that these catalogs generate. So what I think we should be doing here is, and it's very common, it's what a lot of marketing companies do, is you have a unique code. So like a different URL on the catalog versus maybe what people get online. And that way, you know how many people actually are using the catalog versus just guessing right now, which is what I think is happening. So moving on to item 8. So item 8, it's about the payment of money to a private company running the Rinconada Pool for maintenance. And so when I thought about this, we only got about $15,000 in revenue, even though, for these 45 days when it's shut down and when we're not getting any payment or revenue from this, we actually are paying their employees money. And for all fiscal year 2022 is only 15,000, but it's for 45 days, it's going to cost us 85,000. So it's hard to see the return on investment on that. But the second thing that kind of got me was issue of fairness. So I think there's often times when our property is under maintenance or whatnot, and people don't pay us rent. But I think this is taking a step that's beyond, I think, what I would expect, which is that we start paying for people's employees. And to me, for a private company, the private company should take care of their own employees, because I think some might view this as favoritism or create expectation that other organizations that are impacted by city maintenance also gets their employees to be paid. And then the third thing that kind of got me was the timing of this proposal. So this is a 45-day closure period, but this is coming, and the closure started early March. And so we're about halfway through this closure period. And I realized that, well, anyways, the main thing is it's kind of odd, because if you're really trying to do this for closure, and you're trying to do this to retain staff, it's kind of, how effective is that? Now, I understand that they are sponsoring the employees themselves, whether we approve this or not, but this seems like with a few weeks that are left, whether we're going to be able to retain people or not, it's not going to be that impacted. And the other thing is, we have an incredibly wet winter this year, as we all know, flooding and whatnot. And so I really wonder how many people are swimming in this kind of weather when it's raining and it's super cold outside. So anyways, it just kind of made me wonder. And then This is focused on a single private company. So I think about the opportunity cost. Could this money be used for other things? Like, for instance, it sounds like from yesterday's town hall that the link service is really popular. Maybe this money could have been used for the link service, and so more people could have benefited. But overall, maybe would have helped me, and I wasn't able to do another round of questions, unfortunately, is what is the usage, right? If I saw that there's incredible usage during winter for an outdoor pool, maybe this might have made sense. But otherwise, I couldn't justify it. Thank you.
Thank you, and this closes consent calendar items. And if it's possible, I think we should take a 10-minute break and then come back to city manager comments. It's 7:56, so return at 8:06. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Could I get the city clerk's assistance with a few slides? Just as we're making the transition, I don't have a slide on this, but just want to note our preparation for the storm expected overnight this evening and into the morning tomorrow. Staff is continuing to monitor conditions. I primarily led through our Office of Emergency Services. At this point, the forecast does not indicate rain levels that would raise concerns of flooding with the San Francisco Creek. At the same time, our experience has shown it's important to stay diligent and keep an eye on conditions. So we will continue to do that through the evening or through the night. Also noting that we are expecting periods of heavy rain and wind. So that could certainly create impacts with trees and power outages around town. So we do have Public Works and utility staff on standby to respond to issues as needed. Also would note that our open space preserves will be closed tomorrow, recognizing that conditions are likely to warrant that. Next slide, please. Okay, to note, again, I think at this point, somewhat widely known that we did receive comments from the California Department of Housing Community Development on the city's draft housing element. And as such, we are, as staff, going through and reviewing, and we'll be making recommendations to the Planning and Transportation Commission as well as the City Council for revisions to the draft housing element. That follow-up discussion or meeting is scheduled for May 8th. It is tentative and subject to change, though at this point, that's our target. Next slide, please. Would just note, I think there were some comments made already this evening's meeting about the latest, or actually the second of our neighborhood town halls using the current format was really well attended. My guesstimate is about 150 people in attendance at Mitchell Park Community Center. So really strong, it's just 160. So we compare our notes and our estimates, but again, a good attendance no matter what number you use, and covered a variety of topics and heard from many residents issues of concern as well. We are now moving into the next quarter. This is on a quarterly cadence, and we'll begin work on the next quarterly neighborhood town hall. In addition, I would note that the City Council will have a discussion of community engagement more broadly, planned for, I believe it is April 10th. And so we'll have an opportunity to talk about how these town halls are working and any adjustment to the framework that might be of interest to council. Next slide, please. Also upcoming this week, we have a community meeting, a virtual community meeting on the topic of the rental registry. So certainly anyone interested in that topic, obviously great community interest around affordable housing and availability of rental housing. This rental registry being a direction to staff and policy services committee involvement. This community meeting will be this Thursday, March 30th from 5:30 to 6:30 p.m. Again, this is a virtual meeting, and details available at cityofpaloalto.org/renter protection policy, also shown on our city's homepage calendar. Next slide, please. Oh, and seeking comments on city manager comments. So the this report out I do each week. We do want to provide opportunities for both the council and members of the community to provide feedback on both the content and approach to these report outs. So if you go to this page, cityofpaloalto.org/city manager updates, you'll see a survey form, a way to provide me and our team updates on things you find useful, not so useful, want to hear more of, less of, as the case may be. And we'll provide more opportunities for that in subsequent reports. Next slide, please. Then looking forward to upcoming council meetings. Next week, we have for your discussion a few items. Automated license plate recognition technology applications for the police department. Discussion of the recommendation from the Parks and Recreation Commission on the Measure E site adjacent to the regional water quality control plant. And then finally, state and federal legislation, opportunity to discuss and provide direction to staff and our legislative advocates. Then the week after next, on April 10th, the community engagement study session I mentioned a moment ago, along with the follow-up discussion, and hopefully be able to tie a bow around council priority objectives, as well as council committee work plans. So we do hope that you'll be able to conclude your discussion, at least for the time being, on those two topics. Then on April 17th, report outs or recommendations from the Finance Committee on gas and electric rates for next year, really the year beginning July 1st, 2023 through 2024. Then the following week on May 1st, we'll have your first presentation on the proposed budget that will lead then to Finance Committee hearings, as well as your annual Community Development Block Grant annual action plan. And with that, Mayor, I will conclude my comments and turn it back to you.
Thank you. I do have one question about the housing element. Would you be able to provide deadlines to the entire council and to the Planning and Transportation Commission so that we know when is the exact deadline for adopting the housing element?
Let's see, we'll provide perhaps as much information as we can. As I know, Mayor, you're aware, and council members are as well. We are in this, well, we are beyond the date in which we are now susceptible to what's known as the builder's remedy. And as such, really trying to turn around the revised housing element as quickly as possible. So we'll provide dates and as much specificity as we can within that context.
Thank you. And now we move to our action items. In an amount not to exceed $297,244 for the purchase of two 2023 International CV chipper body trucks, utilizing a cooperative purchase agreement funded by Capital Improvement Program Project VR 23,000. You have a report?
Sorry, and Mayor Koo, before we continue, Councilmember Lithcott-Hames had her light up for a city manager comment.
Oh, excuse me.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. City Manager Shikata, thank you so much for your presentation. I couldn't help but think of where we are with our tree ordinance evaluation in light of the fact that a number of residents are letting us know that trees have been downed in recent storms. And I think that we are at some point due for an evaluation of that new ordinance. And I'd just like to ask for if we have a date yet on that. And if we don't, I'd like to ask that we get one.
Very good. We will follow up.
Okay. Back to action item 9.
Yes, and good evening, Mayor Koo and City Council. Brad Eggleston, Director of Public Works. Also with me right here is our Fleet Manager, Denitra Ballman. And back in the audience, in case we have questions for him, as well, Assistant Director of Public Works, Mike Wong. So this item tonight is about the purchase of two of the total of 4 chipper body trucks that are part of the city's fleet used by urban forestry field crews. These vehicles were included in the current fiscal year 2023 vehicle and equipment replacement capital project. One of the trucks would replace a unit that was totaled in an accident in early last year, 2022. So we've actually only had 3 of these trucks to use for about a year. And the other would replace a unit that's still in use currently and is currently about 22 years old. So this was originally a consent item on Council's February 13th agenda. It was pulled from consent due to concerns about purchasing new diesel trucks, given our city goals to electrify the fleet. And the report was republished for tonight's meeting as an action item with some brief supplemental information that had to do with timing for the recommended purchase order, as well as about other medium and heavy duty truck replacements that are coming up over the next several years. So just to really briefly summarize, staff expects if the purchase order is approved, it would take about 12 to 24 months to place new trucks in service. And on the other replacements that we had mentioned, our current vehicle replacement plans over the next 3 fiscal years envision currently 21 more medium and heavy duty truck replacements over those 3 years. Just wanted to note, while electric vehicle options for most of these vehicles are not available yet on the market, this is quite an area of active focus for our fleet team. We'll be watching for opportunities to bring electric trucks into the fleet, in addition to what's now a more routine practice for the passenger sedan vehicle class, where there are generally EV options available. So we'll be watching for those opportunities to bring trucks into the fleet, as well as looking for opportunities for pilot projects and engaging in other innovation out there. I think I noted as a staff team, we do talk frequently about the status of fleet electrification. And just to note, in future staff reports where we're making these vehicle replacement recommendations, we're now planning to specifically include discussion of the availability of electric options for the equipment and how that information has been considered in the staff recommendation in the reports. So at this time, staff does recommend approval of the purchase order, and we will turn it back over to the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eggleston. Do you see any lights for any?
I'll clear the lights, and if there are clarifying questions, perfect. Councilmember Vinger.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Stone, and thank you, Director Eggleston. So why did I move to pull this item about chipper trucks from the agenda? It was much of what you said. I did represent a Detroit axle and drive shaft manufacturer in a patent case about a decade ago, and I do like talking about trucks, but that was not it. It was the electric vehicle availability option. Because that is a serious part of our sustainability and climate action plan. So thank you for your comments about watching for opportunities to bring EVs into the fleet on a regular basis. I do certainly appreciate that. Yeah, I just hadn't seen any mention in the staff report specifically about having made inquiries about these particular purchases. And it wasn't clear to me that there'd been specific investigations about the availability of those options. But in the last few days, we've gone back and forth and about medium duty trucks versus light duty trucks, about suitability for purpose and all of that. So I do appreciate that. And I learned that you've made those inquiries now and don't believe that suitable EV versions of these trucks are available. So that left me with 3 things. First, I will, based on that, withdraw my concern about this particular purchase of an EV version of these trucks. Second, I was going to suggest what you just offered, which is in future staff reports, when there are vehicle purchases, just address whether or not there's availability and when it's expected. So thank you for offering that up before I asked. The third, one of my concerns, as you know, about buying these trucks was their 20-year lifespan. And are we committing to diesel vehicles for 20 more years on these, on every purchase where we can't find an EV available? And one of the pieces of information I got back was that sometimes there are conversions available and that we can watch for those, and maybe it's not a 20-year investment. So what I would also propose is that we add to our sustainability and climate action plan that we have an effort to evaluate whether or not some of our current fleet can be replaced with EVs at appropriate times during their lifespan when it makes sense, because I don't know how many we've bought in the last 5 years, for example. So those are my three thoughts on that. And thank you for coming back with this information.
So let's keep it to questions, clarifying questions for now.
No other lights.
No other lights. In that case, let's go to the public. This is an item that was continued from March the. No, I'm sorry. This is an item that was continued February 13th. So if there's any public comments, please raise your hand. And we'll stop taking comments after Mr. James speaks.
Okay. Mr. James, you can unmute and speak on this item.
I apologize. I wanted to speak on the issue of the utilities distribution of funds and not this topic.
Okay, I'll add your name to that list, sir. Okay, there are no other requests to speak, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. We'll come back to council.
Councilmember Burt.
Yes, so in addition to the directions that staff has stated and the comments by Councilmember Vinker, one other issue that I'd like us to actually specifically address in these major vehicle purchases is we know that there's a trade-off between extending the life of an older vehicle and replacing it. And the older it gets, the more money you have to put into major repairs. But if we're looking at zero emission vehicles on the horizon, and whether they're electric, what building into our analysis the trade-off of extending that life versus not what's available today, but what is on the horizon in anticipated timeframes. And so I think we're going to have those decisions. Say, ordinarily, on this vehicle at 20 years, we'd replace it. But if we see that we think in 3 to 5 years, we're going to have a zero emission alternative, then maybe we make a decision to stretch it and we bear that additional cost as a result. And I don't know what the outcome of that analysis is, but I think that should be part of the process. Thanks.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, actually, I was going to make a similar comment to that, but can you tell me a little bit more about the truck that crashed and when did it crash and why did it crash?
Good evening, Mayor Koo, Vice Mayor Stone, council members. My name is Denitra Ballman, Fleet Manager, Public Works Division. Yes, the truck that was involved in an accident, it was an internal at-fault accident. One of our operators was traveling, I believe, southbound on West Bayshore and had momentarily looked down and ended up hitting two parked cars. And it did some severe damage to both of the parked cars and to our unit, shifting the box, the entire chipper box sideways on the frame. And it also incurred some suspension damage.
Okay, and I guess when did that happen again? I think it was in the report, but I can't find the date right now. Like, how long has that truck been out of commission?
I believe we said March 2022.
Okay.
Maybe it was.
So it's been about a year, right? And so that's, so I'm kind of into also trying to extend, if it's possible to extend it, because that's also less ecological waste in terms of scrapping something. But, it just struck me as like, it's been a year, right, since it's been out of commission. And how's that affected operations?
It's been one less crew that we could have in the field, but frankly, we're still dealing with a situation of having many, many vacancies in public works. And so until recently, vacancies we've had meant that it didn't really have an impact. Now this group, I think, is fully staffed. So it actually does mean it's one less crew that we can fill.
I see. Okay. So before it didn't really affect us, but now you're thinking it actually would, because we've had probably the worst storm we've had in years. And so this is kind of a test of your guys' capability, but it just seemed like if you guys were able to function without it for a year with one of the worst storms we've ever had, do we really need it? Or can we do as the other council member said, and maybe wait a little bit longer until those electrical ones out that might be more eco-friendly?
Well, I mean, we would like to be able to utilize our full staffing and have the equipment for that staff.
But what about just getting one more truck instead of trying to replace the other ones, and just maybe phase it in versus trying to trying to do it all right now?
Denitra, maybe I could ask you and Mike to speak a little bit to some of the factors of the other truck. I think that the suggestion is we could purchase one truck so that we have 4, but not replace the 22-year-old truck. So we can speak to some of those aspects.
Yeah, sure. The 2 other trucks that we have in service are also 20 plus years old. Actually, all 4 trucks are the same vintage, so 2001 Ford F-550s. With these trucks, we do experience, they share one common issue in that we have a problem with the transmissions overheating when they're fully loaded, towing a chipper trailer, especially going up and responding to the foothills. We've tried to combat that with larger transmission coolers. But the idea of just replacing one truck now and thinking that, in the next year or 2, we may have an EV option is probably unlikely in that we don't really have anything rumored to be in the works as of yet from mainstream manufacturers. So it's something that we certainly could do, but I think that again, with the other 2 trucks that we have also aging out.
So I guess what I'm curious about is, and I don't have, unfortunately, my report that I had is no longer here, but the mileage, can you remind me the mileage again of the older trucks that are still functional?
The 2 other trucks that we have that will remain in service.
I think you have to be on mic. You're not on mic right now.
51,000 miles and then 75,000.
Okay, so I think you said 70,000 miles. And what's a typical mileage that trucks can last typically? Because these are diesel trucks, right? Diesel trucks usually go 100,000+ miles, right? I mean, at least that's on the consumer level. I don't know if that's true for utility.
Yeah, I suspect well, go ahead, Mike, that mileage is not the best indicator of wear on these pieces of equipment. Go ahead, please, Mike.
Thanks, Ed. That's exactly what I was going to say. The mileage is a good indicator. The mileage, the trucks actually just get us to the job site. The work is when we get to the job site, the truck's actually stationary and we're using the truck, to chip debris into it. What Brad said was accurate. We were able to do without and manage one truck without one truck, that total truck for almost a year because we didn't have full staffing during this storm season. It impacted us severely not having all our trucks available because if you can imagine especially when you're responding somewhere far, like up in the foothills at Page Mill, when the chipper trucks get full, we have nowhere to put the debris. So we have to wait for the truck to actually go back down the hill, drop off the debris at the embassy and drive back. So that's dead time. If we had additional trucks ready to load up, we keep working. But now, oftentimes during the night, in the middle of the night emergencies, I saw that these guys were waiting because we had to wait for someone to take the debris back to the yard to bring back an empty truck.
Yeah, so I think it makes sense definitely to get another truck. I just don't know whether it makes sense to replace all the trucks. And actually, I didn't quite get the question answered. I realized maybe mileage is not the best one, but how much mileage do trucks typically last?
Our replacement guideline is 10 years. Generally, I think a lot of vehicles, we're replacing them with these types of trucks.
Actually, mileage-wise, how much mileage?
20 years and 15, 70,000 miles, right? It's 20 years of use and age, so they're pretty worn. I mean, like Demetra said, there's a lot. To give you an example, some of the tailgates, they're actually held together with a gate latch to keep them closed now. Some of the some of the back gates are actually held together with a chain, keep it closed because it's all 20 years of use.
To add a little more to that, the official criterion and the replacement policy is 10 years or 100,000 miles, whichever comes first. The reality is for this kind of equipment, a lot of wear, as Mike described, doesn't necessarily involve the miles. As we're saying here, this vehicle is 22 years old. I think it has about 75,000 miles. I mean, really, a lot of the concern we have is that this might take 2 years to put into place. We still have 2 more of these 22-year-old trucks. So, I mean, as a staff recommendation, we're not comfortable saying, even though we're very much looking for opportunities to electrify the fleet for these particular reasons, we don't recommend putting that off.
Out of time, but thank you.
Councilmember Vinker.
Just one other quick question. So if we were to buy one, is there any opportunity to lease or commitment or something and buying ourselves some time? Are these available by lease?
I don't know of any specialized equipment like this that is available for lease. Again, it's not just the truck, but it's the body that's on there as well.
Thank you.
Hey, Mayor Koo.
I wanted to find out, so I know that there was a hold by the vendor on the price. Due to the delay, has the price remained the same?
The hold that the vendor had given us was verbal, kind of through the previous council date. What we had said in our memo was that if council approves the purchase order, we'll need to reach back out to them. We envision that the price is likely to go up, but included in our recommendation is a small amount of contingency that we hope would be enough to cover the increases. This is kind of a new thing, even on lots of things that we have stayed on our schedule. In the current market, we're finding that pricing is not always honored. And that's why you may have noticed that these types of purchases that we bring to you often come including contingencies now that we didn't used to include.
So potentially it could be costing us a little bit more. Do you have any idea how much an electric truck would cost? Approximate?
There aren't currently electric trucks of these types.
Okay.
Some of the information that Denitra has been tracking for some other electric truck chassis in the current market, they're sometimes double the price or more of the internal combustion models at this point in time.
Thank you. The last one is, it says here utilizing a cooperative purchase agreement. What does cooperative in this sense mean?
Sure. A cooperative, this is a co-op of various contracts that have already been vetted for government agencies to take advantage of, as opposed to going out to bid.
I see. Thank you. That's all.
Councilmember Burt.
Yes, I would like to move the staff recommendation, including the contingency.
Second.
And I have no further comments.
Okay. Councilmember Lithcott Hames.
None from me.
Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? Seeing no lights, the clerk can take the roll.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Mayor Koo,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
No.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1.
Thank you. We'll move to item number 11. Provide direction on permanent parklet program regulations and propose ordinance and approval of budget amendments in the general fund. This is an item that is continued from March 13, 2023. And because we took public comments last time, we will take public comments 2 minutes after the presentation by staff. if any, and from members of the public that did not speak to public comments on March 13, 2023. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, City Council. Jonathan Late, Director for Planning and Development Services. I'm joined by Holly Boyd, Assistant Director for Public Works, and online we have Hannah Chan Smythe, our contractor who has been a consultant who's been working with us in the development of these standards. And in chambers and on Zoom, we have a number of staff from different departments to assist with any technical questions that the council may have. As the heard a presentation from Ms. Chan Smythe, asked a round of technical questions, heard from the public, and had one round of deliberation. And we heard some various comments about parklet size and music, safety, the letter of consent, fees, and parking, as well as some other issues. If we can go to the next slide, please. Some of the areas that I want to focus this brief presentation this evening, just to orient ourselves, are some issues that the council brought up about safety, and in particular, a question about the planter, the 500-pound planter barriers around the parklet design, and the effectiveness of those planters to minimize vehicle intrusion into the parklet area. And after some further conversation with staff and engineers, we have found that if it's the, if that is the standard that we're looking to aim for to substantially minimize vehicle intrusions into the parklet area, then K-Rail is the most effective way to achieve that goal. We've thought about K-Rail at various times throughout this process, and as the council knows, there's an experience and an ambiance that we're trying to create with the parklet standards downtown and at Cal Ave, our second downtown, and trying to balance customer safety with this urban setting has been one of the features of this program. And I'll note, just for context, and this is included in council, of course, well aware of this, where the parklets are proposed, the speed limit, the maximum speed limit is 25 miles an hour. Each of these parklet areas are in pedestrian-oriented streets or areas, which tend to, on balance, have slower traffic. Our parklet standards also have setbacks from alleys and streets and driveways of 15 feet to help provide more visibility. The planters that are proposed add a visual barrier as well to distinguish the travel lanes from the parklet areas. And not that this is determinative, but just more information for the council's consideration is that our parklet design standards really do not vary that significantly from other standards on the peninsula or in the South Bay of the cities that we've studied. That said, this is clearly in the realm of policy guidance from council, and we can continue to explore this issue based on your direction to staff this evening. Another related safety issue is on the use of propane tanks and hazardous materials. So the council seems to be heading toward a permissive use of propane in the parklets, which is fine. That's a sort of a value or policy guidance from the council. There are some technical considerations relative to the use of propane and the storage of propane. And so the standards set forth some of those requirements that propane tanks or heaters shall not be used in a closure with a roof enclosure. They cannot be stored in the parklet or frankly in the public right of way. They cannot be stored inside the restaurant. It has to be outside and meet other, setback requirements from flammable materials and so forth. And we have our fire marshal available to answer any more questions that we may have about the storage and use of hazmat or of propane heaters. And we have had we have seen some incidences of improper use of propane tanks being used and storage. So these are areas that are safety considerations that we want to make sure that we address in the standards. The third item is regarding drainage. And obviously we've had a very wet winter, and after each one of these storms or during each of these storms, we see a lot of localized ponding near these parklets. There's insufficient drainage with the existing parklet designs that we have now. Part of the new standards is to make sure that we have an efficient flow of water through underneath the parklets to the city's drains, so that we don't have this water pooling and in some instances making it difficult for pedestrians to use the ramped pedestrian curbs at our intersections. So on balance, again, this whole process since we started the parklet program in the beginning to quickly get it established and develop quick standards is about balancing our process and interest for an aesthetic, design standard to the speed and efficiency of trying to process these things, even through today in the development of these standards. And so we welcome the council's further refinement of these program parklet goals to achieve your interests and advance our parklet program. May I have the next slide, please? So, minimally, staff is looking for the council to provide guidance on 3 issues, and you've already talked a little bit about this at your last meeting. I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, if we can get the next slide. One of them has to do with the size and scale of parklets, and from the staff recommendation that we're recommending 2 parallel parking spaces or 3 angled parking spaces. I won't get into the details, but we've listed in our staff report a number of reasons why we think that is appropriate. But again, clearly a policy consideration for the council, and we would welcome your guidance on how you would like us to advance that. We've talked about heaters. And then on the third item here is with the license fee. This is an area where we need council direction on, how do you want to charge for the use of the public right of way? And we've shown some other related fees. On the cleaning fee, this has been discussed by some council members in your deliberation on the 13th. And since then, staff has talked also a little bit more about that. This is actually an area that we would like to recommend that there is no fee to be charged for cleaning. In consultation with Public Works, we believe that through the permit process, we can have the permittee be responsible for maintaining their parklet area and their storefront, and just reinforce that obligation through the permit process. Let's see, just a couple of things, a couple of reminders. When Ms. Chan Smythe made her presentation a couple of weeks ago, she noted, just as part of the staff recommendation, that on packet page 94 from that meeting, parklet setbacks, item 1C, there is a typo. It should, we want to replace the 2-foot setback with a 15-foot setback. And on packet page 91, we talked about deleting part of a sentence after the up to 3 parking spaces. So just want to remind the council that that's part of our motion. And then lastly, we've had, there's been a new parklet either established or modified that has glass window panes as part of its enclosure. And this is an area that staff hadn't anticipated as part of the parklet standards. And in our initial conversations, there doesn't seem to be a lot of support for glass to be in the public right of way. So this is something that staff would like to adjust the parking standards to remove any required or to prohibit glass to be part of an enclosure of a parklet. And we can talk more about that if that's an area of council interest or further inquiry. So I believe that's the last slide. And Madam Mayor, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Late. Do we have any public comments from people who have not spoken yet?
Yes, we do, Madam Mayor. Online, if you'd like to sign up and you haven't spoken on this item at the previous meeting, please put your name in before the second speaker is completed. Our first speaker, and I apologize if I mispronounce your name, is Brad. Actually, I'll let you say it if that's okay. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Brad Hickin. I am a partner with Premier Properties. And when it comes to parklets, I'm a little torn. On one hand, I do want to applaud the city on its efforts to provide the much needed support and lifeline to our restaurants for the use of the temporary outdoor seating during the pandemic. We all recognize that this was an emergency effort and a quick fix and was the right decision at the time. Unfortunately, this temporary fix is now creating real issues for our city. As our staff mentioned, cleanliness, safety, and visual appearances have all been a point of concern, and I'm not going to go into those. I do think a permanent program is necessary. I think it's important that we get this program right. And don't get me wrong, I love outdoor seating. I would love for that to be in the plan for the future. But I want this done through a well thought through design. It's important for everyone to realize that University Avenue, and I think as many of you know, is our #2 sales tax revenue generator, second to Stanford Shopping Center. While Simons is out there investing millions of dollars into the center, University Avenue is continuing to spiral downwards. It's looking tired, looking worn, and it's being neglected. And it's not just our parklets. Our streets are filthy and they're deteriorating. Our sidewalks are literally falling apart. There's not a block that I walk down where I don't see a major liability. It's a bad look and a poor representation of our town. Now, city, I think you have a real opportunity on your hands to design the next evolution of our downtowns, to think through a new vision, a new design that incorporates outdoor seating into the design and keeps our downtowns competitive and creates a desirable place to live, work, dine, and shop. I encourage the city to put a pause on the permanent parklet program and focus on the good work that staff and Street Sense is conducting. Let's not waste our retailers' time and money on more temporary programs that require annual renewals, which is what this is. Rather, let's develop a comprehensive plan for the future and design our downtown in a way that makes us all proud and a place where we all want to be, work, and shop. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker, I apologize again for your name, Guillaume Bienami.
Yep, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, council members. How much time do you have?
3 minutes.
Okay. It's going to be a little bit jumbled. We'll jump around a little because I read the report with the financial aspect of the parklets just sitting down, so I had to add that at the end. Let me start by saying how important parklets or outdoor dining is for us. In this brutal business environment, with people still sensitive to outdoor dining, they are imperative to our success. In addition, it is important to understand that we are now competing with the Stanford Shopping Center, neighboring cities, and new developments such as the ones in Menlo Park, all of which provide beautiful, thoughtful outdoor dining. Of course, having thoughtful and well-built parklets is important, but at this point, we keep moving the yardstick, not giving us enough time to properly prepare for this July 4th deadline. Why not wait for the master plan and do this only once? Expecting me to throw away $14,000 of redwood seems both wasteful and unnecessary at this point. Well, I'll say it again. Why not wait for the master plan to be finished so we can all have the time to prepare and plan for our new space? We're already doing this twice. I would hate to do it 3 times.
Speaking specifically to Ramona Street as the new tenant of the Old Pro, what an opportunity we have to turn an already historically appreciated space into a landmark outdoor space for the peninsula. My interest in the Old Pro stemmed from a desire to honor the history of the city and create a space that would bring energy to a city that is at risk of decline. I would hope that it would be the shared vision for this council, being presented a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to create something truly special. Turning Ramona into a one-way street with parking, extended sidewalks, for example, would create a unique space comparable to the thoughtfully created outdoor spaces all in our neighboring cities. That's the end of that part. I'd like to address the licensing fees that I read in this report that were pretty shocking to me. Let me now speak to the license fees this report is suggesting. The base rent of $6.82 per square foot is $2 more than what I pay across the street on Bryant Street. I would hope that I don't have to explain the difference between a parklet and an interior space. I reference the city of Los Gatos's fiscal policy towards their local businesses. Phrases like streamlined processes, reduced fees, adjustments are made frequently to accommodate business requests. This is what we see on their website. This is what they've chosen to do in collaboration with businesses on this parklet journey. Not to mention a $40,000 grant given to the parklet applicants.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry, your time is up.
Can I just one more sentence? The reality is that this all comes down to money. And I'm not sure where you're expecting this money to come from.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Roxy Rapp.
Thank you, Brad and Guillaume. Now you see why I'm happy to have Guillaume take over the Old Pro. He's very enthusiastic. He's going to do a fantastic job there. And besides bringing great food and entertainment. I want to go back to 1957, the year I graduated Palo Alto High School. That year, Stanford Shopping Center opened up. And after that, downtown became a ghost town. I can remember walking along and seeing all the vacancies, and especially big stores like Roos Brothers and Atkins and J.C. Penney's and Joseph Magnon's all left to go to Stanford. Plus small independents, a lot of jewelry stores, and they mostly took national tenants in those days because they can finance them in that time. And the good thing that came out of that was, I would say, I think it was about 3 or 4 years later, all the landlords got together and they formed an organization called Downtown Inc. And from that, they decided that, Stanford's killing us with their parking. The meters aren't doing it. So we took out the parking meters, but it still wasn't helping. So we developed a self-assessment district. So it's called, all the property owners set up this downtown parking district. And hired a planner, and the planner found the right locations, what parking lots we should triple deck and double deck and go underground and go above ground and how high and where it should be. And we made a master plan from that. And as property owners, we all supported it 100%. And I think that was the start of the turning around. But one other thing that happened that really made downtown successful, an attorney named Frank Chris, had a big law firm, and his favorite restaurant was the Shutters, but he couldn't close up. And he says, wait, don't close up. Let me go and fight the the ordinance that, because in all our deeds in properties downtown, there's a whole strip. It says no alcohol will be consumed or sold, or the property reverts back to Stanford. So we're sort of a dry town. And he fought it and won, and so therefore we can get in more good restaurants. And once we was able to serve a good drink down, that sort of got things going besides the parking lots and having the restaurants. So I'm definitely not anti-restaurants, and I'm not anti-outdoor seating. But what I am for is that we do a sensible plan, that we hire a great landscape architect. And I mean great. We need a fabulous architect that can do the right landscaping, that can do the right design of street furniture, streetscapes, and even, it breaks my heart. I'm one of the major property owners on Ramona Street. This is a national historical street to see what's happening there. All right, let me just have a few minutes with the barrels and everything. And I would love to see us spend the right money and make that street beautifully and show off the buildings. And right now it's not doing it. We're destroying it. And actually, I think it's probably against the law what we're doing there right now. Because it is on the Historical Association. So anyway, I'm just trying to tell you, you're putting the cart before the horse. And I think it's real important that you rethink this. And it's really important that, I know you're talking to a lot of different architects and looking at a lot of different plans, that you really plan this out.
Sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Aram James.
And again, I just want to, excuse me, Mr. James, just want to say that for those who had spoken at the March 13th meeting, we won't be taking a repeat, only those who have not spoken. Please go ahead, Mr. James.
I hope I haven't spoken before. Listen, I don't have a problem with people being allowed to go overtime. I really, though, resent the fact that tonight you took the oral communication down to 2, and then these other issues were now at 3 minutes, which is great. And then some people got close to 5. If people aren't going to follow the rules.
I don't have them signed up. I don't even.
What's that?
I apologize, sir.
That's okay. It's problematic with me. I mean, I was trained in the courtroom. You get held in contempt. You get all sorts of stuff. So I really do make an effort to stick to the time. But I would like the mayor to rethink why she went from 3 minutes to 2 minutes. In oral communication, I think there was 3 speakers, when some of us prepare, for a lot of time to try to think out the issues that we're going to have on oral communication. I will say on this, I really enjoyed it when University Avenue was closed. I thought it was wonderful. You don't have to dodge cars. As you get older, it becomes more of a risk. And so I think the goal is to have as many of these beautiful parklets as possible while being cognizant of the business owners' interests. We can't overcharge them. We can't license them to death. Otherwise, we're going to have nobody here. So how we find that particular spot, that compromise spot where we can beautify these streets, make them safe to pedestrians, including the young children and seniors. And then let's look at keeping the licensing fees down to a minimum. Maybe we can look at if the businesses are being honest with us and they're making exceedingly great profits, maybe they will contribute back to the city. That's all I have to say, but I just want to again ask the mayor to hold everybody, including yourselves, to your 5 minutes time and give oral communications the same on the calendar. Thanks a lot.
And Madam Mayor, I had Stina Berglund listed earlier, and I took them off thinking they were not in the meeting, but they actually are here. Do you mind if I allow them to speak?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. Yes, I did. Go ahead.
Hi. Major Ku and Council, thank you for having us here tonight. My name is Stina Berglund, and this is my colleague,
Cecilia Gilderan. We are so happy to be here and very excited.
She's more fun than I am.
No, this is the first time we are here in the City Hall. It's very interesting to see how it works here, the routine.
Thank you. We work at Nordic Innovation House, which is a Scandinavian platform for Scandinavian startups that wants to come to America with their businesses. But we're also a meeting place. Can you see our presentation here? This is outside our office space on Ramona Street. And it's interesting that you all talk about this, the parklets tonight, because that's what we come to talk about. We would like to create a creative spot outside the office where we can, that's not commercial. So we can create something that's beautiful instead of just the bike rack that's out there.
So street move is a process, and this is a form of a building kit. So it consists of an expandable wooden platform with modular parts that can be placed on the top to offer functions such as electric charging station for cars, parking for electric scooters, outdoor gyms, and gardens with beautiful flowers. So the idea behind the kit is to give cities like Palo Alto the possibility to use more of their public space for people rather than cars and vehicle traffic. So the kit is inspired by the way cities like San Francisco have turned unused areas in the city into small parks. So we want people to test, feel, and experiment with the building kit to discover what they want to do on this street, Ramona. So it's only when we actually change the street that we can really improve the quality of the life for the residents and also reduce the climate impact in our increasingly dense cities. And this is free for all Palo Alto residents.
So you can change one more slide. So what we are here today to ask for is your permit to actually allow us to do this outside of the building for, say, a year. So we can try to create this meeting place that we all can take part of. It's not commercial, so you don't have to pay for anything. You don't have to eat there, or you can just, hang out. And it's for everyone. It's for kids, and it's for, all the citizens.
And we would like to do it with the residents to develop it together.
As a method.
Yeah.
Thank
you. If you want to enjoy with us, please come forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes public comments. So bring it back to council for discussion.
Just a point of order. How are we going to do this? Are we going to do it by section, or do you want us to just, each of us to speak on all the issues again, or just follow Director Late's first slide?
Please follow Director Late's first slide. I think we gave him comments from last time, and tonight, let's stick to the specifics that he provided. Vice Mayor Stone, please take comments from the colleagues.
Great. Waiting on lights, and City Clerk, you plan on putting the slides on the screen?
Maybe if we could point to a particular slide, would that be helpful?
Yeah.
I'm thinking about slide 6 on the presentation for this evening. 3? Oh, sorry. Maybe I've got the wrong numbering system.
They're both right. Everybody's correct.
No, I'm talking about a different one.
That's rare. That's very rare.
To slide 6, Madam Clerk, it's essentially the same thing, but it's in the format that we presented the first go around.
Okay. Yeah. We're open for discussion if anyone wants to put the light on. Councilmember Lowing.
Okay, so starting with parklet size. Fully understand why you like the 2 parallel or 3 angle. And then there's also sort of the issue of store frontage, if it's larger or smaller than that. So somehow it feels like the ordinance should probably take that into account. The other thing that I actually referenced last time that we might want to take into account is that there are certain areas that are not facing other stores, and going down the street, such as Taverna, would not affect anything. So some sort of liberalism on that is something that you might want to take a look at, because it's not doing anything to interfere with anything. It seems to me that the visibility issue on these parklets is not so much where the parking spaces stop, but the height. And so the visibility of being able to see stores next to the store that has the parklet, to me, is a critical factor, and we certainly should not be blocking other retail stores. But that kind of takes us to the, it's not on here, but it's implied here, Director Light, the letter of approval from the landlord or the retailer. It seems to me that if you have visibility on the storefronts from the street and the sidewalk, that you might not need to have the letter at all of approval. I do want to address, not interact with, but address the issue of, should we just stop this and design a whole downtown area plan? We have not put up any funding for any downtown plan for the last couple of years, although it's been discussed. It's a lot of money, but perhaps even worse, it's a lot of time. Just off the cuff, 5 to 7 to 10 years before we could have something like that. And if the planning department and the council decided that that's worth waiting for, then we would have a lot of temporary parklets for the next 7 to 10 years. I'm doubting that would get much support. And because of the issues of safety with the temporary parklets, the interest of other people wanting to do new parklets, and to improve the visuals on the current set of parklets, because they were kind of put up pretty quickly and under temporary regulations, and some of them don't look too good. That said, the jammed Ramona Street, jammed in terms of customers sitting at tables, is a good sign that people like what's there in terms of just being out. So I basically, my point on the parklets is I understand why you're doing that, but it seems like that there's some exceptions that probably should be looked at given bigger storefronts. There's also kind of the obvious one that's back in the ordinance, which is if somebody's facing the street and they rent the building next door, it seems like they should be able to expand their space contiguously, and that's not actually covered in the details of the ordinance. So that's something else that I would suggest. In terms of the heaters, I don't quite understand the economics of why the staff report came back sort of favoring the gas, because if you look at it as a one-time purchase, you get the electrical heaters and you're kind of done. And we could also reduce the fees on charging for that. So I would find ways to incent getting electric in those spaces instead of gas, even if it's substantially reducing the in terms of the application requirements, I understand why there needs to be one initially. I'm not as keen on the one that's a renewal. Don't understand that. If it has to be there at all to file some paperwork, I'd get down into the 500 or below area. I'm glad to see the cleaning fee has been put to rest, because that was going to be my recommendation as well. We're basically the leaseor and they're the tenant, so I think they should do their own cleaning. But we can also sort of take a look at that and sort of audit it for cleanliness. In terms of leasing space, I understand the arguments about keeping it low, but there's two issues here, which is one, these days in good weather, those parklets are the best seats in the house and the most valuable to the retailer. Now, in terms of calculating what I consider to be a lease rent, not a fee, I think we should be reasonable, because it's not permanent space and it's not they can't use it 365 days a year. And so all that should be taken into account. Plus, they already have their expenses for their regular stores. But I think something reasonable and definitely greater than zero is absolutely justified. And the retailers I've talked with have agreed because, it's city space and we have to make some money off of that to both potentially replace parking spaces and also to do things like parking technology, like we're going to talk about next week. I'm at 5 minutes. Shall I stop?
If you have a few more comments, go ahead and continue. I think the hope is maybe one round of comments, then we can get into motions.
Okay, I think the rest, the items under number 2, I'm supportive of those anyway. So relative to this slide, I've covered my comments. Thanks.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, thank you. So, for me, I said it several times, but I think the problem with kind of these half measures, these temporary things, is that it takes us a long time just to even do these temporary things, and we're leaving a lot of people in limbo. And it seems to me it'd make a lot more sense if we go for the permanent plan and accelerate that and put everything behind it. Because if you think about all the time we spend just talking about the temporary plan, and we'll probably be here late time just trying to get through this. It just seems like we should really focus on trying to get the most amazing design for downtown possible. Because I have to agree, right? There's issues with the grime, and it's very haphazard. It's been 2 years since the pandemic, but our downtown is very haphazard, right? It doesn't look what you would think Palo Alto would look like. And so I think it's important that I'd rather see us focus on that versus this kind of half-assed type of thing, right, that we're doing right now. But anyways, with that said, I think we need to think about people providing sufficient bathroom space, making sure that things are truly safe. So if it can't be done safely, maybe we have to really reconsider. And I said it last time, but I think it may be more economical if the city does the cleaning. That way we can make sure that there's a certain standard of cleaning that's done. It might actually be more economical too, because we're doing it in mass. And we have to also be sure that people aren't, throwing trash around or leaving it on the sidewalks or places that doesn't look good. Because I think the comment that one of the members of the public said, which is it looks tired and worn, is true, right? And I think we need to do better than that. I think we also have to be careful about the licenses and fees, because if it's more expensive than indoor space, how's that going to work, right? So I think there's a lot of things that make me worry here. And like I said many times, I think we need to focus on really the permanent plan and try to make that clear so people have clarity as to where the investment should go versus something that's temporary now, then maybe next year will change or whenever the master plan comes out. So anyways, that's my thoughts. Thanks.
So first, I think we skipped over just kind of a re-encapsulating of what really are our objectives. And for me, all cities right now are in the process of kind of reinvigorating their downtowns and how do they transform them to make them attractive places, especially during a period where we still have a lot of office vacancies. And so cities are competing for a quality sense of place. And this goes into not only these measures, but additional investments that I think we have to take on. So I got a couple quick questions. Well, my questions, what I'd like to ask is quick answers. So one is, there were reference to whether these are temporary or not. So how long-term are we thinking of for these designs and these investments?
Thank you. Permanent parklet standards is probably not a great title. It's just that we are in this hodgepodge space now, and we want to add, and that's a technical planning term. And then what we want to do is add some, uniformity. That's all. It could change and adapt over time as the council feels
But
fit.
we aren't thinking of these as temporary structures. Are we thinking of them as at least several years in all likelihood before we might modify things a little bit? But basically, this investment that they're going to make, they're probably going to have until we move forward on a more permanent streetscape design. Is that reasonable?
I'll just speak to the permit period.
Sure. Holly Boyd, Assistant Director of Public Works. So the temporary program is almost 3 years old. When we talk about this, I'm just going to start calling it the Parklet program. I think we're looking anywhere from, a few years to 5 to 7 years.
Got it. Okay.
We have that streetscape project in the works, which I agree with Councilmember Lowing is a good 5-7 years out.
Okay. And then, John, you mentioned on the safety K-rail, did you say? But I'm not sure what that is. I don't know what anybody else does. I tried to find online.
Also known as Jersey barriers, or
Yes.
basically the concrete barriers that are wide on the bottom, narrow at the top.
Yeah, their cross section
Thank
looks
you.
like a K.
And then did you say you, on the glass, that you were suggesting we would or would not allow it?
That we would not allow glass.
And what's the reasoning?
There's concern from staff about if these parklets are hit, the glass, even if it's safety glass, tempered glass, will still cause injury to people that
Okay. What about plexiglass?
plexiglass is fine.
Okay, got it. All right. So let me move into a few comments. What was it, a day after our last meeting, we had a big windstorm, and some of the very things that staff warned us about became realities. And it made me that much more appreciating the necessity of us having adequate safety measures. On the other hand, we have had propane outdoors at different places. I know at Town and Country does, and in warm weather, they have them going outdoors. And it didn't sound like we've had hazmat permits for those. We've been requiring them. So that begs the question of how onerous we should be if we're going to want folks to move as soon as possible from propane to what are the radiant heaters. And I was concerned that the staff estimate of a panel upgrade of $3,000 to $5,000 sounds really low to me. I'm aware of anecdotally some folks who have done that upgrade, and it was a lot of time and a lot of money. We're driving people to move toward the electrification, but we recognize that it's going to take time for them to have panel upgrades and go through that process, and we provide a bridge to do that. And so that's my concern on that. On the parklet size, I really concur with Councilmember Lowing. I looked through the various reasons to restrict the sizes, and frankly, most of them I don't think are very valid. If we are looking at the square footage for a sprinkler system, we can require that they only have one structure that goes up to 350 square feet, and they can have an adjacent one that's separated with a passageway in between, like at Taverna or even on the same street. So I think we overcome that. The maximum parklet size allows to estimate occupancy increases. I don't get it. We can estimate that no matter what size it is. The additional bathrooms was maybe the most legitimate one. But frankly, we started off requiring a minimum of 2 parking spaces, and now we have a maximum of 2. I think we want to have parklets be available to the extent that there's a demand for them and that they don't infringe on neighboring businesses. And that's where also I agree with Councilmember Lowing that this permission of the neighboring either business or property owner, that would apply only if it was going to be a structured space. But if it's just tables, I think that's not a problem. We still want to have the safety measures, but if they don't have an awning that's blocking anyone, I'd be fine with that. We need to give priority if there's an adjacent food and beverage business that business has priority for in front of their own business. But if there's somebody next door and they want to have tables in front, if the restaurant wants to have tables in front, and that's, or at least grandfathering that, we've had businesses have set that up. I'm very receptive to that. No harm, no foul. And then the whole fee structure. Once again, I don't want to have a structure that's going to discourage parklets where there's a demand for them, where the community values them, where they bring vitality. And I do want to go back to kind of this overriding point, which is vitality breeds vitality in the downtown. And so we want to create a virtuous cycle, not a downward cycle. So I see I'm over my time.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Councilmember Burt. I was holding my fist out for vitality breeds vitality, so let me get a fist bump there. I really appreciate the public comments on the imperative that we do something bigger and more intentional and more visionary, a real shift, and that process needs to be had, but that is not this conversation. I do agree, hence the fist bump with Councilmember Burt, and the fact that vitality breeds vitality, that we're competing with other downtowns for a sense of place, and the parklets are working. I'm so excited to anticipate the end of rain, the beginning of summer months, when we're going to see our parklets filled with people and noise and the enjoyment of humans having a good time. And that's a vibe that makes people want to stay and come again. So to the present concern, I want to raise the issue that I think maybe hasn't been discussed enough tonight, which is that letter of consent. I want to add to what has already been said. I am concerned about a set of landlords getting to dictate what we do on our public sidewalks and into the street, as sometimes the case may be. I like the right of first refusal idea if the adjacent tenant, not landlord, I like the idea of being able to expand an adjacent business that is a restaurant or similar type of provider into that space. Bigger picture, what I want to say is I'm concerned about the extent to which a small number of landlords who may own a lot of properties in our city, who've owned these properties for a long time, whose mortgages are long since paid, effectively making the decisions for our city. I just don't like that. It doesn't sit well within me. In fact, the fact that they're keeping their businesses empty and kind of just riding this out, trying to keep their rents high and hoping that opportunity returns. I just want to take this opportunity to say, I would like to see us consider a vacancy tax on commercial properties that have been vacant for X period of time. I know it's a little off topic for this, but I do feel it is related. So I just want to ask staff if there is the possibility of that conversation coming to us. And if it's not something on the horizon, I would love to see it put on an agenda somewhere. I guess my concern here around parklets is I know we have some folks who have got an adjacent property that's empty next to somebody who wants to make use of a bigger parklet. And they think that their property is empty because of the parklet. And yet an economist would say, lower the price you're offering or you're charging and the businesses will come. We need more small, vital businesses in our amazing city. And I don't think a concern about vacant businesses is a result of parklets. I think it's a concern about too high rent. And I'll end it there. Thank you.
Seeing no more lights, I'll jump in. I'm glad to see it looks like we're getting a lot of I think we're coalescing around a lot of the same concepts here. Glad to hear support for this, the idea of the right of first refusal from neighboring businesses. That was something I was pushing with the last council. Unfortunately, I didn't move through, but glad to see. I think we'll have a majority on that. Completely agree with Councilmember Lithcott-Hames on that one. I don't think we should be allowing property owners to be able to dictate what we're doing with public space, and don't really see why. Yeah, I think the way I would like to see this, kind of going back to the size, the issue of the parklet size, I understand from the maybe an ease of administration why staff is interested in the 2 parallel or 3 angled spots. I don't understand why we would want to limit it that much. I think at the most restrictive I could see would be maybe including language that it would be 2 parallel or 3 angled spots, or the length of the storefront. And then if we are going beyond the storefront, would then require the right of first refusal for a neighboring store owner, not the property owner. I think that's a critical distinction there. So I'd like to see us modify that. I think, and I spoke with some property owners and restaurant owners who were kind of interested in, kind of made some points as well around a distinction between kind of permanent structures in front of their properties, and then if in neighboring properties it's beginning to move into the front of a neighboring business, to then not have it, and we've kind of discussed that already, not having tents or not having other types of, maybe rooftops. I mean, the concern that I often hear from the neighboring business owners is lack of visibility of their storefront. I think if we're removing those impediments, so whether it's permanent structures, rooftops, or umbrellas, I think that can address that main concern I've been hearing, and agreed on I know we haven't kind of settled on numbers, but kind of agree with sort of the spirit of the conversation that we've been having so far, as far as, yeah, we should be charging a fee. I agree with Councilmember Lowing. Every business owner I've talked to is comfortable paying a fee. They actually tend to think that is the fair and right thing to do, but also agree with Councilmember, don't want to do this in a way that's going to reduce really the kind of vitality of these areas, because it really is a whole different energy in the downtowns. And when you are experiencing that energy, I think that makes you want to go out there, and especially still coming out of this pandemic, I think so much of us are really kind of thirsting for that type of vibrancy and energy. I don't really want to see us do anything tonight that is going to in any way kind of impede that recovery effort. So those are really my major concerns. I think on heaters, I think anything that can really promote, and I don't know whether that could be through subsidies or what, but to promote the adoption of the electric heaters. I agree, long run, that's going to be able to save costs. And so I don't know if there's a possibility, if the city's kind of done things that maybe we could pay for the electric heater, then have these business owners who decide to do that pay a monthly payment for that until they're able to pay it off. But something that can move us forward a little quicker in that. And glad to see coming back, because I think that was one of my issues last time this was addressed, the cleaning fees. I like how staff has proposed that here. I guess maybe just a follow-up to that, because I think we had a little bit of discussion here. What happens if we are having issues of uncleanliness around a parklet?
Well, part of the halftime FTE task would be to monitor and do enforcement. We'd have to look into the permit language on what we can add and what, if any, fines could be assessed if they aren't keeping up with the cleaning. That's something I'd have to work with the attorney's office on. Okay,
and I think that's something that we should be doing. And then finally, I think one point was brought up about kind of maybe questioning the renewal process of these. I'm in favor of maybe reducing the fees associated with the renewal, but I think if we're going to have this idea of the right of first refusal, there needs to be some sort of process where every year, if that neighboring business who did decide to give their consent to have the parklet extend, to then be able to have the opportunity again, maybe a year later, to be able to object if they want to then build something.
Okay, that makes sense. On the permit renewal, I can certainly go back and look at the hours that were included in the renewal time. This includes an assessment and of all the parklets that would be there every year, because people like to add things during the year that we normally don't pick up on that don't meet the program requirements. So I expect that to happen quite a bit, which is why there's some additional time maybe than other communities would have.
Great, and I appreciate that extra reasoning for why we should have that renewal process. Okay, thank you. Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Stone. I've been mulling this over a bit. So I honestly think that one of the best silver linings of the pandemic was more outdoor dining. I mean, I'm somebody who, eats outside, works outside, does everything I can do outside. So now that I can do that publicly with friends and neighbors is fabulous. So I love the vitality piece. I'm conflicted though about how best we live into this. Because I think when we think about the storefront businesses and the businesses across the way in the parklets, that oftentimes they'll enhance, as we've seen. Sometimes they'll be neutral and sometimes they'll be negative. And, getting into those between businesses makes me nervous because let's say there's a consent one year and we just talked about renewals. Somebody invests a lot of money and then somebody pulls the consent the next year, or the tenant changes over, or the place is vacant and a new tenant comes in, or they say they can't rent to restaurants because there's a restaurant across the way. There's just lots of I look at just about every other jurisdiction. If you look at packet pages 78 to 79 of the staff report of March 13th, when we first talked about this, almost every other city limits the parklets to the store's frontage. And that just seems to make sense to me and to avoid a lot of this and provide predictability. And I wonder whether we could do more of what, and this may or may not solve it, but there are some areas where restaurants share tables in other cities. I struggle with letting the parklets go beyond the storefronts. I do, though. I love the idea of the larger downtown plan that we've been talking about. It's a shame it would take 5 to 7 years. I was hoping you were going to tell Councilmember Allowing that was a little too long, because I do think that not past the frontage, but I do think that ultimately that's where we should put our efforts, and then we can have more permanent space, shared space, do all kinds of creative and beautiful things. But the parklets as is, going beyond the store's frontage, I think are an invitation to constantly end up between landlords and tenants. And I think when there is a vacant storefront, it's hard to tell the landlord you don't get to have a voice on that. So it's just a lot of tricky things, I think, here. But moving on to the fees, I pretty much rest on my comments from last time when I said that I didn't think we needed a cleaning fee. Thank you, Director Late. I appreciate you being there. I think a lot of us are. And I'll hold on the specific fees until we get to some motions and specific proposals. Thank you.
Mayor Koo.
Thank you. And for the most part, I concur with Councilmember Vinker on the parklet size. I think keeping it at specified number of spaces, then this way there is less confusion and it's just more uniform also. But But if it goes as many space as they want, I think the main part of it is that the charge for it, the fee or the lease, whichever one it is, that it should be levied now as we put this into as we adopt it. I wanted to ask about if the parklet is there and should there be an accident, how is the liability handled? Is that would the city actually be a party or pulled in, or is it between the tenant and whomever?
Thank you, Mayor Koo. City Attorney Molly Stump. So depends on the facts and the claims that how the situation developed and claims that anybody who's participating in the accident might want to make. It is certainly possible, and it has occurred in the history of our city that the city has been sued for a vehicle that jumped the curb and impacted quite tragically. There was some loss of life and some serious injury on University Avenue. And we were able to defeat that allegation of a dangerous condition with no cost to the city. But that's going to depend on all of the facts as they develop and the claims that folks might bring. So it is possible that the city would be called on to defend itself. And in general, I can't tell you exactly what the outcome will be. It will depend on the facts.
And if I could add to that, Mayor, just to perhaps state the obvious here, but that the criteria and the standards that staff have recommended are intended to really manage the risk is perhaps the best way to describe it. I'm happy to elaborate on that if that's helpful, but I'll just leave it at that for the time being.
Right. I mean, the thing is, I kind of think that we do our best to manage, but because we have this parklet ability for people to have their parklets, then I'm just kind of wondering what the liability is. And then in addition to that, if propane is allowed over there and there is an accident, there could be potentially more. So with the propane, I just would have a concern about that. But with regards to the parklet size, I would prefer the uniform way that staff has recommended. But if it's going to be more, then I think that either way, with the uniform way or however many they want, basically as long as there's a lease involved. And I know Councilmember Vinker said she'll bring it up when we get to the motions. The other thing is on the consent letter, I really don't think that staff should be mediating any of the arguments that come up between tenant and the next door tenant or with the landlord. I think this is their discussion, which is why it was just a lot cleaner if we had a consent letter that required the owner and the tenant to property owners and tenant, as well as next door tenant, to discuss and to come up with one. I don't think the parklets should be expected to be permanent. I think, like Mr. Hickian said, that was a way that the city allowed for a way to help businesses operate during the pandemic, and it was supposed to be temporary. And we don't know what kind of businesses are going to be returning and how much we are going to need our public spaces again. So what Councilmember Lowing mentioned about, having it, give it its stability, but it should be looked at it as a whole when we have a design plan for downtown. And I'm fine with number 2. And this one here is just a discussion about University Avenue, not so much California Avenue, right?
No, the parklet area does include California Avenue area, but not the closed portion. So we do have a couple parklets that are existing on Birch.
Okay. So it will apply there as well. That's it. Thank you.
All right, see if we can get into motions. Councilmember Lowering.
I just want to add two quick things that weren't on Director Late's slide. One was just brought up because I asked it last time, was the geography of this, because it says in here University Avenue, and then the non-car part of, but it's really the university area, right? So Taverna and Peninsula Creamery and all that. So we got that cleared up. That's good. And then, secondly, we're talking about leases, but I'm talking about leases, and it's not a fee, I don't think. I mean, I think we're talking about leases, and so we should have normal terms in that kind of agreement, termination clauses and a term of the lease, 2 years or something, and then we can renew it or not, things like that. And then, since it wasn't on your first slide, even though it was my first idea here, my first thought, we've got 35 parklets now on University Avenue. And there's some dates still floating around out there about when they have to have their consent letter in and stuff like that. And we just need to adjust that, because the current situation is people are not going to be able to respond by March 14th or March 31st. I mean, here we are, we're in April already. So I think we need to kind of nullify those dates and figure out the dates later. And then related to that, I think for those existing parklets, if they have to reduce their size or whatever, we need to give them some time to do that. So I understand it's a difference between when you need to have the LOC in, if there is one, which we can debate that. But then for those people that have to redesign their parklets, I think we have to be, accommodating to that relative to their ROI and just materials and contractors and so on. So just as part of the process. Thanks.
I would like to note, so there's 3 outstanding parklet owners right now that have not been able to obtain letters of consent. We have extended before this meeting, I extended it until April 14th. So if you guys have any, recommendations on time, or we can look at it to see how much time we need to give people to adjust or make any modifications, we can do that.
Very good.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, would like to just make a couple of comments first before you get into motions. I know that there are a variety of comments and issues that were raised by council members. So I think in the interest of providing as much background as might be helpful for the staff recommendation, let me just recap a couple of things. The topic of administrative burden has come up. So let me acknowledge that that was definitely a consideration in the staff recommendation that's before you. And to a certain extent, you could consider it staff has spent a lot of time on parklets. Really a disproportionate amount of time on parklets. And, I don't say that as something that it should be considered a problem, but as we go forward with respect or relative to the council's overall interest in an economic development strategy specific to retail, or perhaps in contrast to the time we'd like to spend in supporting retail or districts as a whole, the time that has been spent on parklets has definitely, to a certain extent, come at the expense of those other areas. And going forward, if there's a construct or a program going forward that requires customized solutions on a parklet by parklet basis, whether it be 2+ spaces and the like, I do believe that from a staff perspective, that would be very burdensome, which is one of the rationales for the 2 parking space criteria. On that point, I would also note that recommendation really cuts across multiple issues. It isn't simply traffic safety, or it isn't simply building code, or it isn't simply any of the other variety of issues. In the discussion that staff has had, it is really the combination of those issues that has led to this recommendation. In particular, as was just discussed, really a risk management perspective as well, and not having such a concentration of members of the public in a public space, in a street space, that would increase that exposure to significant incident. And then finally, just on this topic of temporary versus permanent, I do think it's really important for us to be explicit about the fact that these are streets, and there's a lot of things under streets that can require a parklet to be removed or modified, in some cases in a moment's notice, as we have seen. So that should be an expectation going forward, that even though it's a longstanding program that we hope to have in place, that any given parklet could be subject to removal if necessary due to emergency conditions or even planned infrastructure under the street.
Thank you, City Manager. Waiting on more. Any other lights? Anyone wants to make a motion? Councilmember Burke.
Well, I'll take a stab at it. There's a lot of different issues. So first, before diving into it, I did want to respond to just one of the comments by the city manager. I don't understand how, if we have, for instance, a restaurant, two parklets on one side of the building and two parklets on the other side of the building. I don't think of that as customized. I don't get what the real additional burden is there. Can you explain why that's a significant burden?
Happy to. Well, without, I'll say, trying to single out any particular business, I think as we have many issues with individual business parklets, and it could be, in this case, the question of restroom capacity and whether that has been met, the having heaters under enclosed tents effectively using propane.
I'm sorry, but that applies whether you have one, two, or three parklets.
True.
It
Again,
doesn't change by having three.
My earlier comment about exposure to the public in a street space, you increase the number of people that are subject to, again, the scenario you had raised at the last meeting was an errant vehicle. Now we have many more people that would be in the trajectory of an errant vehicle.
All right.
And then the other issues of building code, the 350 feet in order to require additional, whether it be plumbing, electrical, heating, ventilation requirements.
I just take those one at a time.
Sure, happy to.
That last one, whatever utilities are required, it's not any difference in kind whether you go from 2 to 3.
Well, again, we have been using the presumption here that the size of the structure that's being permitted is de minimis, basically incidental to the permitted use, that is the restaurant itself. By increasing the size of the structure outside of the basic permit, we are increasing effectively our exposure as well as the public's exposure to what can happen at the structure.
Okay, those are really things that are just questions of a degree. There's nothing, you talk about the safety issues. Those are defined based upon a structure that is up to a maximum of 350 square feet. So if we're talking about 2 of those on either sides of a building, those are still separate structures.
To be clear, that's not the staff recommendation. The staff recommendation is to limit it to 2 spaces.
Well, but the basis for it was that, and it's right in the staff report.
Again, it's
in detail.
Again, it's a combination of factors. The building
but just a second.
Size being one of them.
That is what's in the staff report. Let's not go around on that. It says right here, per the Palo Alto Municipal Code, any new structure over 350 square feet requires an automatic sprinkler system. It goes into that. That is a basis in the staff report. So let's not be switching this around here.
Again, let me just be clear. That is one basis for the two-space recommendation, as well as the other considerations I mentioned,
That was
including
a
exposure of the
basis that I
public to
just
the
cited,
risk.
and you said it wasn't.
I said it was not alone.
Okay. I would just say that a number of those arguments I do not find to be valid.
Understand and appreciate your prerogative.
Okay.
I'm simply trying to be very clear on the basis for the staff recommendation.
Yeah, but I want to make sure that we're not having a discussion that you start with a premise that we don't want over to, and you're rationalizing that as opposed to really an objective basis. For instance, when you talk about public safety things, whether it's that Taverna example or others, they've had those structures there for almost the entire 3-year period. There's been no problem. For around those aspects that you cited, there's not a concentrated crowd or additional public safety of having, if there were 2 different restaurants on 2 corners of that same building, and they each were allowed to have the same 2 spaces, it's no different. So we're talking about degrees here, and let's look at whether these are actually substantive issues, as opposed to staff has said, we want to come up with a justification for 2, and we're going to throw everything in there to justify that. And that's what it feels like in some of these arguments. Back to the issues. So first on the, I'll start first with the heaters. And this is guidance that we're being asked to do tonight and not final standards. So in that regard, what I would propose is that staff return with standards that will encourage the use of electric heating and provide for some form of a adequate safety during a transitional period from propane use to predominantly electric. And that if restaurants choose or by circumstance to retain propane long-term, then they must abide by full safety standards. So we need to have some way that we go from where we are now to a future where we want to be. That's not part of the motion. That's right. Okay. Second, that staff return with proposals on greater vehicular safety from vehicles, prospectively K-rail protections on the leading corners of parklets. And just a side comment, as I think about that, we don't necessarily, we could require them all to wrap around there, but really it's a leading edge. You have a corner, a vehicle is going to come, they're either going to hit it the side or right there. That may be it. And I'll leave that open to staff recommendations there, but that's one area that I remain really concerned about is a car smashing into these. And I think cities in general have been too lax on this one concern. And I regret that it's going to have some cost associated, but I think that's a real concern. On the issue of, I don't know how to categorize it, permission for adjacent parklets in front of adjacent properties, that parklets with structures not be allowed beyond the edge of the the establishment that is leasing the parklet, but that non-structures, meaning tables and chairs, be allowed. And that if a new tenant wishes to lay claim to that space, then within some period of time, 90 days or something, after they have applied for that space, that they would be able to obtain the rights to that space. And then as far as on the fee structure, I don't know that we're ready to make specific recommendations tonight. In the motion to come back with fee recommendations on the low end of the staff range of recommendations. And then lastly, we had this one presentation by the speakers tonight from the Nordic Center, and it made me realize that we've set up standards for food and beverage parklets, and just to ask staff to come back with some form of, I'll call it an exception process for non-food and beverage public parklets space, and allow staff to, maybe the current standards adequately apply to it, but I got a feeling that it would be something slightly different. And maybe it's something akin to what we would have on in front of an adjacent establishment. And let's see, any categories I left out there? Pardon me? Size. Size. Oh, so that that the size of the parklets be limited to 350 square feet, but that the number of those can an establishment, if they have street frontage for their establishment, then they could have up to 2 of those if the space allows. So so a covered, that's a side comment again, so that a covered parklet could only occur in front of the tenant, but they could have as many as their space allows, provided that no one exceeds 350 square feet. So they have to have separation between them. And let's see. Oh, and lastly on cleaning, that there be a system for allowing responsibility for cleaning to be by the establishment, but that the staff establish a protocol for warnings and fines if cleaning is not meeting standards. So I think that's all I can think of right now.
I'll second.
Okay.
Councilmember Burr?
Yes.
Can I clarify for number 3, for permission for parklets on adjacent property, is it permission from the tenant only on the neighboring property?
I don't think you need that at all.
Not at all.
Councilmember Burt.
No. Okay. And then the second part is the parklets with structures.
Well, I'm sorry. So just before we proceed on Councilmember allowing statements, maybe we don't need that first clause.
We don't need that for permission because parklets.
We then
Sorry, my mic wasn't on. Parklets can't infringe on that, so you don't have to reference the permission at all, I don't think.
Okay. So then no letter of consent would be needed.
I believe that's what's intended in the motion.
Yeah.
No LOC
No
is
letter of
required.
consent would be needed.
Correct. For tables and chairs, no letter of consent.
Okay. So then I have a question on the second part, parklets with structure. So when you talk about the structure, are you just talking about the upper portion, the roof? Because they'll have a platform and a railing and potentially K-rails as well.
Yes.
So that's okay, but not the roof.
Not covering, nothing that would block
Okay.
the signage or the windows of an establishment.
Okay.
So would you like to speak to your motion?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor. If I had one more clarification question on number 5, if I may proceed.
Please do.
Thank you. So I just wanted to distinguish the 350 is for a covered structure, and understanding the desire to limit that. Are you also seeking to limit the overall size of a parklet to 350 square feet?
No, it's really the covered structure that is referenced in the staff report.
Okay, so then is there a size restriction that you're thinking about to put a cap on the size of a parklet? How far could it extend? Uncovered.
Uncovered. Oh, it's a good question. As a placeholder, I'll just say an additional 350 square feet and see how that what flushes out there. It's probably more than's needed.
Okay.
I don't know. Do we have any circumstances where anybody is seeking that much?
What's the biggest one that we have?
So the biggest parklet we have right now, I would say, is in front of Taverna. And
Yeah,
they're
I
about
meant
like,
where anybody is seeking beyond
I
their
haven't
boundary.
heard anyone ask for more space.
Well, we have a few places where they have had parklets that protrude beyond their spot, their space, their frontage, I should say.
Correct.
And my question is, how much beyond that do they protrude? And I can't think of any that are even up to 350, but did Steve have something to add?
Good evening, Councilmember Burt. Steve Guagliardo, Assistant to the City Manager, help coordinate the city's economic development function. To your question about the size and who goes beyond that currently, part of it is because we have the letter of consent requirement in place at the moment. So people are only going a little bit beyond their frontage, getting that letter of consent. 9 businesses have been able to get that letter of consent just fine and have been able to do so. So when you're looking at the footprints that are extended beyond the frontage of a store now, you're seeing that in those cases. To go another 350 square feet beyond a store's frontage in an uncovered structure would be another 2 parking spaces down. And so to your point, we haven't seen those applications come in yet because of the way the standards as discussed in October with the council were developed.
Okay.
Holly can correct me if any of
but
that's
we have
wrong.
a few places where they do extend beyond their frontage. And my recollection is that none are more than 350 and they may very well be less than that. Is that correct?
Correct, because at the moment, they're only allowed to take up a parking spot if they get that letter of consent. And if not, they're not allowed to go beyond it. So we do have those 3
Well, I
outstanding
thought
ones.
there have been some that have been grandfathered that don't have that letter of consent.
So there are 3 outstanding businesses that have not been able to obtain the letter of consent. And there have been 9 that have been able to get that letter of consent from the neighboring business.
And what I'm trying to capture is, even in those circumstances, I don't think they're over 350 square feet.
Correct. And again, it's part of how we structured it in the current standards where to access the parking space of the neighboring frontage, you need that letter of consent. And then you're basically capped at that parking space.
That's the current essentially proposal, but we keep saying that we're grandfathered. We have some existing parklets that don't have that letter of consent, but are still occupying that space, correct?
Yeah, that's the 3 outstanding that we're still working through.
That's what I'm referring to. So anyway, let me just leave that open in terms of the exact square footage beyond. But I think that it's 350 or less is my supposition. And I think that's all I can think of at this time.
You have a second, so it's a motion by Councilmember Burt, seconded by Councilmember Lowing. Do you want to speak to your first? I mean, your
No,
motion.
I think we've had a lot of discussion. I'm good.
Councilmember Lowing?
Good.
Okay. Vice Mayor Stone, I'm going to hand it back to you.
Thank you, Mayor Koob. Anyone else like to speak to the motion? Councilmember Vinker.
If I don't do it exactly. All right, I like the transition to electric with the propane bridge, so to speak. On item 3, I just want to clarify. So in front of the establishment, it could be a structure that goes up, but beyond that, it could be a floor, an umbrella.
No, I said tables and chairs only, not even umbrellas, which I think could obstruct.
Okay, that's what I was trying. I thought you first said tables and chairs when I thought the clarification from staff said floors. No?
Yeah,
Floors,
there'll be a
so yes,
platform
Yeah.
and then railing.
Okay,
So what I just,
yeah, that's
said-
what I'm trying to make sure. So, okay, floors, yes. Umbrellas, no. Tables and chairs on the floors. Railings,
yep.
safety railings and floors and tables and chairs.
It's basically allowing what will not obstruct the view of the adjacent business from the street, which was the objection that some of these businesses had.
Okay, so the plexiglass is irrelevant for this piece, unless it were down below the rail.
Yeah.
Okay, just wanted to understand.
And just to clarify, we're giving guidance
Yeah.
rather than prescription.
I'm just trying to figure out if I want to pull item 3 out of here. So thank you. For the low end of fees, I think I agree with that. I think last time I spoke to the 70 or 80% discounts with respect to the table on page 84. So that's, what I would consider low end. And I think one moment. That's all I have at the moment. Thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, thank you. So I've been listening to the discussion, and so it sounds like, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like it's gonna be 5 to 7 years before something new replaces. So this is actually going to be essentially permanent for the next 5 to 7 years. Is that correct, or what is staff or my colleagues thinking here?
So that might be the period of time before the big redesign.
Yeah, that's right.
But at any time, council can amend its ordinances.
Of course, but this would be the current course for the next 5 to 7 years.
Unless council amends.
Sure. Okay. Okay. So if that's the case, I think one thing that we may want to consider adding to this is some design element, because if it's going to be around for that long, I think, and some of the members of the public who spoke earlier talked about that. And so I'm thinking that what we want to do here is have some sort of, rather than things being kind of haphazard, because you look at some of these downtowns where they have outdoor dining, they've actually done a pretty nice job. And right now, this is a very functional thing, but there's not much of a design element. And so I don't know whether the maker or second be willing to consider some sort of design for staff to do some sort of design on this, because K-rails, I'm not sure if you guys seen K-rails, but they're kind of like, it's kind of like super Spartan, it looks really, really, I mean, you've seen some other cities, it's much nicer. And we actually have design consultants who are actually trying to work on this, but it just seems like just some design element should be incorporated in this.
Okay. So it's a valid concern is how we integrate design into these more physical standards. So has staff kind of looked at any design standards? Some cities have done that. Any thoughts on that?
Relative to the K-rail component? Just in,
sorry, in general, just the aesthetic and a kind of a aesthetic themes or design standards. I mean, we have more kind of
invite Ms. Hannah Chan Smythe to comment on the design related components that are included in the standards this evening.
Hello, council members. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good. Yes, the permanent parklet standards do include design considerations, including materials, heights, and we also went through a number of meetings with the Architectural Review Board, who also reviewed the standards and provided multiple rounds of feedback that were incorporated into the standards that you're looking at today. So it's definitely been considered, but welcome additional feedback as well.
Well, I don't think we're ready to provide any specifics on that. What I'm trying to get at is a better sense. Is there going to be some consistency in the aesthetics, not just the physical standards? And I don't recall exactly what the ARB had put in there on that aspect, but you mentioned materials. So, we have things like, for instance, in Los Altos, they had these wine barrel motif, and something that gives some aesthetic continuity, even if it's not a single design that's used for different parklets. That's what I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, I think I understand. I'm not sure if the standards are designed at this stage to prescribe specifically the design. I think there is some room for creativity that the businesses can take. The design standards are focused mostly on avoiding particular materials, considering colors and using high quality materials, and consider, some distances for periodic barriers and railings and those types of things. But they are not overly prescriptive in setting a really specific design, but are more so focused on having the designs be that of a higher quality and consider the aesthetics as well.
Thanks. And I see Steve wants to.
Yep, just for reference, they are on packet page 101 of the meeting from March 13th. If you want to see that specific reference to the design standards, Hannah encapsulated it very well. They're not very prescriptive. It's not as though everyone can only pick from 3 template parklets, but there are some design standards in there.
So what I did here is, rather than trying to have kind of a several different models of styles, we've instead focused on not only the physical standards, but high quality, and leaving the style open-ended. And those are 2 alternative approaches. So I think, given that it's gone through the ARB on that, and a lot of thought was given, and we could go either of those 2 routes, I'm willing to accept the direction that staff and the ARB have taken.
Okay, I have a few more things here, but I don't know how we're going to do this, whether there's another round or whether I should keep on going.
Yeah, we're in the motions process, so keep going.
Okay. Since these are going to be around for a long time, and staff has already talked about some incidents that have happened in terms of safety. To me, it seems like we have to make sure, whether it's a propane tank or whether it's a car, hitting a diner or whatever it might be, or ADA codes, that everything is compliant. Because this is not going to be just a year, right? This is going to be around for 5 to 7 years potentially. So, I guess I'm looking maybe to staff on this one here. Does this motion cover that? I mean, I just want to make sure that we're not going to, because I think we have to follow state standards. We have to make sure that that, there aren't safety issues or fire, ADA, building codes, all this. I think since it's there for so long, it's got to comply. So I think the part that kind of, in particular, I'm looking at here is the transition period, right? Because there's some stuff right now where, there's propane under tents and whatnot, right? And so I don't know if staff could maybe respond to that concern. Because maybe it's already addressed here, but because this seems like it's gonna be there for a long time. So I think safety is gonna be important and liability.
So council members, Councilmember Burt's comments were correct. There is risk inherent in this activity. There is risk being on the street before there were parklets, but there is additional risk from this activity. We cannot assure you that it is perfectly safe or that the city won't be held responsible in some way if there's a problem.
Okay, well, in that case, I think that maybe we should do some sort of hopefully friendly amendment to this motion here. That I think it's important that we have we're meeting the building codes, ADA codes, safety codes, whatever codes there might be, to make sure that we've done our job. I don't know if that's contemplated. It sounds like it's not. If not, maybe there should be a seventh item that because if this is the 5 to 7 year plan, then I think it has to be in here. So I don't know whether the maker or seconder would support a hopefully a friendly amendment for us to go in that direction, because it just seems like this is going to be around for a long time.
Well, first, I can't really respond to an amendment that would go in a direction, but let me ask staff, in the prospective standards, we already address a number of those issues. Do you feel like they're pretty strongly addressed?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember. So with respect to ADA, the accessibility requirement, that is incorporated into the design standards and something that would be looked for in the review. A lot of the fire code related areas of interest have been embedded into the standards, and your appropriate comment, we might want to, if it's not in here already, make some suggestion that there's this underlying compliance requirement with fire related, because codes change over time, and we'll want to make sure that new parklets are meeting those relevant standards. If an electrical permit is required, that will be evaluated to the electrical code. There isn't contemplated any plumbing associated with parklets, so we wouldn't be involved in that. And as we've talked about before, the building code itself, staff has presented its perspective that it doesn't apply in this particular instance. And so I believe that we are addressed in that area. City Manager, would you have more?
I think we need a little sidebar.
Okay, well, maybe as they do a sidebar. The last thing I want to talk about, so we talked about design, safety. I think the last thing is parking. Right now downtown's kind of dead, so parking is probably not as big of a deal. But hopefully it comes back, and our downtowns become vibrant and as full of people as we all hope. And we at one point we're promising to build a parking structure, and I know that's kind of off the table at this point. But I wonder whether we should do that again, because otherwise we'll get residents from downtown north and so maybe we should also, as part of this, because this is going to take away parking, we should have staff revisit a potential parking structure in downtown to make up for lost parking. So I don't know whether staff, it's not staff, the maker and seconder would be supportive of us looking at that, because I think.
Well, you asked a question.
Yeah.
So I think that's beyond the scope of this action tonight. But We have given guidance to staff as they're evaluating the use of surface parking lots. We have up until now, until we just had a court ruling, funds in a in lieu fund. And I think that we will be having discussions on the adequacy of downtown parking. And I think we really have two different points in time. One is what we look at now, and the second is as we go into this longer term downtown plan, I think that'll be more appropriately the point in time at which we're going to need to make sure that we have adequate parking.
Sorry, does staff finish the sidebar? Do you guys have a response to the safety ADA building code stuff?
Sure. I think we need all of us in on this conversation. So back on the safety issue, I think that quite frankly, to address the issue raised in a manner that's consistent with industry standards would be to apply the building code. And we have provided a number of tactics that can be used to address a number of the issues. But again, if the question is, how do we ensure safety? Quite frankly, the standard is the building code. And to not have it apply here does represent a level of risk.
Okay. So I think then, and I know we're jumping around a little bit, so I apologize to Leslie on this one, but so I think, we should have this comply to a building code. So maybe that's the seventh. So I think Councilmember Burr is probably right about the downtown structure. Downtown parking stuff. So we could talk about that later, unless staff wants to respond to that. But maybe before we jump around on too many threads, we could first talk about the building code. So maybe 7 should be simply, what'd you say? Apply the building code, essentially. Yeah. Yeah, exactly what Molly said. So apply the building code standards. I don't know if the maker and seconder would be open to that.
Well, we have some aspects of the building code that are already incorporated here, including this one on limiting the size of a given structure. So below 350 square feet is exempted from certain aspects, correct?
So the 350 again is a fire code requirement for fire suppression. So just to clarify an earlier statement I made about the building code, we had previously communicated to the council that it's unclear the extent to which the building code applies to this particular situation. And one of the reasons that supported our wanting to keep parklet sizes to 2 parking, stalls spaces is because we believed at that level it was de minimis, as the city manager had said. The evolution of the conversation and the direction that we're getting tonight shows a much more expanded parklet than we had envisioned when we had come up with the totality of the standards that are before you. And the larger the parklets get, it's reasonable to look at the building code to see to apply the building code as it gets larger. As we apply the building code, please understand that also triggers occupancy and therefore restroom water closet requirements.
Yeah, and that's where if we're looking at a single structure that is larger, that's one issue. If we have 2 separated structures that are both small, that is a different issue from whether we have a single structure. Now, we're in a gray area on this.
No, I don't believe we have to ask the fire marshal, but I believe what she reported before was the 2 structures would be considered if they were smaller and not separated by a certain distance. And we should actually invite Ms. Jasso to come back and clarify that. But for the building code purpose, we would be also looking at the totality of the space and not whether it's separated by, a walkway. We're looking at the entire occupancy area.
For restroom purposes, as an example.
So I think what we've had has been working pretty well. Even on a restroom standpoint, I understand that we could move into an area of mandating additional restroom capacity, but I'm yet to see any problems in these establishments, even in that time of year when they're having folks both outdoor and indoor in their spaces. So I'm inclined to stay with the direction we're going.
Okay, so is there anyone that would support this as a unfriendly?
Oh, may I ask a question about it to staff? If we were to apply the building code standards for item 3 here, the non-structure I was asking about earlier, would a building code apply to a non-structure? Right, I mean.
So if
we were to apply the building code, would it apply to the non-structure part?
Yes, it would apply to the totality of the parklet.
So in which case it would become a structure?
Well, the platform, we would look at the platform, we would look at the railings, we would look at the occupancy. Occupancy would trigger possibly the need for upgrading restrooms and, on down the line.
But all of that space would also be?
Yes, subject to that review. And again, I just want to underscore, this is why we wanted to keep the parklet sizes small. It's not just, we identified a bunch of items in our staff report to sort of, support that perspective. But when it comes down to it, the larger these get, the more problematic they become from a, regulatory standpoint, from an administration standpoint, and from a risk tolerance perspective. That's why we really wanted to focus in on keeping these at a de minimis size. So I'll leave it at that.
Right. And so just from the city attorney, this is one of many factors that would be in the totality of the circumstances about the size of the risk that would result from our entering into these parklet regulations.
Yes, that's correct.
I'm going to decline to second this at this point.
Okay, well, I think that's all I had. I think the last thing, just I think if you guys work on design, I think you guys want to get the property owners, get the business owners kind of knowledgeable about the design, get their feedback, get the community feedback. I think it looks like this stuff is going to be around for a while, so I think that's going to be important so that people accept it.
Mayor Koo. Mayor Koo, you're on mute.
I was just talking away. On the fees that was on the packet page 35, I believe, 85. I wanted to ask, with the Redwood City fees, how their parklets are there quite a lot of them, or is that hindering Redwood City from getting those parklets, from businesses wanting to have parklets?
Thank you, Mayor. I don't believe we've done that level of analysis to understand how the fees may have deterred prospective restaurant owner parklets in another jurisdiction. We just collected fee information for comparison.
And if I may ask Council Member Venker what she meant by the low end of fees, which one were you looking at? Page 84 or 85?
So Councilmember Burt had mentioned the low end of fees in item 4. And so I was looking at packet page, oops, I just slipped away from it, 84. Yes, so on page 84, there's a schedule of discounted fees, and I was suggesting it be at least 70%.
Okay, at least 78%. So thank you. I just wanted to understand that. I also want to say the fees that are going to be charged on these parklet spaces, lease fees, those are strictly for the city. It's not going to be going to be appropriated for work on events or other decorations like twinkle lights on the trees and on the light poles and so forth, right?
Correct. The fees would be limited to the Parklight program.
Okay. Okay. That's what. I would prefer higher than the low end fees. There's a lot to recoup, so it's an interesting discussion tonight. But I think I would prefer the mid level fees. But anyways, thank you.
I just have one question for staff. So based on this motion, what would happen to those, was it the 9 parklets that have received letters of consent and do have more robust parklets in that standing? Would they then have to be removed based on this motion?
Well, so the motion just is asking us to do more work. So I guess the question is, while we figure this out, would they have to be removed in the interim?
Well, no, I mean, I don't expect they would. So
Right.
okay, good.
Okay,
So, but it's more
But
permanent.
your point's good. And I realize that this motion should probably be changed to that effect.
Perfect. So if you have language, then that would,
Yeah.
ends my question.
So let's see. Where are we? Which number are we? On 3, should it be we can frame it either way. So it could be at the end that says if an adjacent tenant, no, I'm sorry, I meant really at the add on to the very end, I think. Struggling with the language, but let's try this. If an adjacent tenant, I mean, if a food and beverage establishment has the permission, or what do we call it? The waiver,
letter of consent
of the adjacent tenant and landlord, then a covered parklet would be permissible. I don't know if that's close enough for guidance, but that captures the intent. And so that basically we're saying those places that do have parklets next door that the adjacent landlord and tenant are good with it, they get to stay.
So,
yes.
So I want to distinguish between where we are now and in our enforcement efforts versus where we want to be with our standards going forward. And if we're saying that you can get a letter of consent to construct a roof structure in front of an adjacent tenant, and then somewhere else in here we have the 90 days, if you're able to get the rights to be in front of that other tenant, somebody's now constructed a roof structure, that seems like an investment that we'd want to allow to be protected in some way, if that's where you're going. If you're just talking about the temporary situation, we can modify our enforcement efforts without modifying that motion.
So we have both the grandfathered in and, pardon me?
So when you say grandfathered in, we've heard that mentioned a few times.
Circumstances where maybe people have already put in a parklet, and do we want to allow them to keep it there if the landlord and the adjacent landlord and the adjacent tenant are okay with them keeping it?
Even if it conflicts with our parklet design standards that we're proposing?
No.
Okay, so many of these are not going to comply with the parklet design
Okay,
standards.
that's important clarification.
Drainage is one example. There's, you can probably identify some others.
Yeah, almost all the parklets that are out there now need to fix their drainage. And there's a lot of them that need a stamped plan from an engineer for the roof. And the other one is, none of them have these safety barriers that we were talking about. Those are the top three I can think of.
So either way, they would have to do an upgrade. And then the question is, do we want to allow them to take that risk that if at a future time there was a notice that, so say that next door a restaurant moved in and wanted that space for themselves, and they understand that risk, do we allow them to go forward and invest in it with that clear understanding that they might lose it if somebody else wants it in front of their restaurant?
Let's let Ms. Jasso speak, please. You're muted.
Sorry. Thank you, Vice Mayor, Mayor, and Council. I just had a question. I just wanted to clarify number 1, where it states direct staff to return with standards that will encourage the use of electric heating and provide for some form of an adequate safety during a transition period from propane to predominantly electric. And I'm just wondering, are you saying that they will not have to follow the code for a period of time, or will they be required to conform to the fire code as far as storage and use of propane?
The intention here with it being just general guidance to staff is that we currently allow propane and we have very little enforcement or other standards. And that what we're looking for is staff to come back with interim requirements that may not be a hazmat permit, but tightens up where we are right now. Now, I'm open to any feedback on that as to whether that's a good approach or not. But that's the concept.
Okay, so the issue is possibly you're saying maybe not make them pay for a permit, but we can still provide for the fire code standards as far as no propane under tents, under structures, and the storage requirements. Is this what you're asking us to look at?
You know, we've had pretty loose requirements for the last 3 years on this. And we tightened them up a year ago. So I just don't know if there's some in-between ground that's appropriate while we move from where we've been to where we want to get.
So if I can interject, thank you, council member, for that. I think, for our staff that, I just want to underscore what city manager had said. We have spent an inordinate, I can't say the word, a ton of time on this. I mean, we have dissected parklets from every different angle, from every different department, and we meet weekly, and we're trying to bring forward something that is viable, that isn't going to get us, twisted in too many different ways. It's not going to be possible for us to not enforce the fire code. I understand that the enforcement has been somewhat lax. There's been some reasons for that. We've got staffing challenges. We've had COVID. We've tried to be a little bit flexible on those issues, but I would say across the board in the meetings that I've been in, there's a tension with staff about the existence of these parklets and conformance with regulations. And the fact that we haven't had more problems is a blessing, but it is something that we're concerned about.
Well, and the other thing that occurs to me is, once again, we're entering 7 months of milder weather where the need for heating is not so important. And does that allow us to move forward, and we wouldn't have a hardship if we, in the near term, imposed stricter standards on propane because they don't need it so bad in the next 7 months? And does that give them ample time to move forward with either choosing to meet fire code on propane or move to electric?
And that might be the incentive, really, that I've heard a couple of times. The actual compliance with the fire code might be the incentive that is in place without having to do anything new, no new process, no new buying electric heaters. And it just may be that that's the way that we get folks to transition that need to transition.
So in that case, should number 1 be changed? So we simply
Follow the fire code.
Yeah. I don't know that you need one, frankly. Because
I was going to try to get the word incentive in there to begin with, because that's kind of what we're doing. We want to give them an incentive to use electricity. That was the emphasis from my perspective, not anything else. And that can be just, lower the price or help them buy the electrical things or something.
Yeah, I do think there is a value to and an intent here that we want to help them transition to electric, and we're interested in staff coming back with ways to streamline that and make that easier. So if we omitted the
omit standards and just make incentives.
Yeah, and
Do you want to just put a period after electric heating?
Pardon me?
Do you want to just put a period after electric heating and just leave propane to?
I would still prefer incentives as opposed to standards. That's what we're trying to do.
Yeah, okay. So let's just change language to direct staff to return with incentives
that will encourage the use of electric heating.
Well, that will transition. Well, yeah, I guess encourage. And then we omit after the electric heating, omit and provide for some form of adequate safety.
Just period after heating works for the whole thing. I think that's good.
Okay, good enough. We'll simplify it there. Omit everything beyond that. Got it. Yep.
Okay, we should be wrapping this up. It's 10:45, and I think the next item that we have is beneficial to the residents. And I'm hoping that council will move forward and address it also. I can't
Just one thing, Madam Clerk, there's a typo in the sentence under number 6. We have bust staff, and I don't think we need any busted staff. So there we go.
And Mayor and Council, I still think we need some clarity, clear council direction on the size of parklets. We understand the structure conversation, but the size of the parklets really dictates a lot on what happens. And so if we can get some more clarity to the size of the tenant space and some extra space beyond that, if that's what your interest is. But again, hearkening back to that other conversation about trying to keep things at a certain level, and again, relatively consistent with what other parklet standards are throughout the peninsula and the South Bay.
Would it be of any help that, since we've already indicated that we don't intend to allow structured parklets beyond the boundary of that tenant's property, that limits, we're not talking about, well, we had this, I guess, the issue that Vice Mayor Stone raised, and So then if we basically clarify that structured covered parklets can only be on the street face of the tenant's location. That doesn't limit it to 350 square feet, but it clarifies that the structured parklets won't be in front of adjacent businesses.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
I mean, we've got some businesses that have had invested in structured parklets that are more than the 350. It's been working for 2.5 years for them. It's not creating any problems to my knowledge. And when I go through the 6 bullet points that are the arguments for limiting them, nothing seems overwhelming, other than this broader argument: at what point in time does the building code apply? And we don't have any clear answer on that.
okay. So I just want to note, I appreciate that not all the issues have been daylighted to the council, but what staff deals with are these issues that we've talked about with drainage, with the propane tanks, some of the roof structures. If you saw the winds recently, some of our parklets were, not well secured.
Oh, but I'm good with those things applying to a 350 square foot or more than a 350. So,
but okay. So I guess what I'm seeking clarification on then is, because I see this the last sentence in number 3 is opening up the opportunity for covered parklets. So are we striking that last sentence in 3?
Yes, I'm good with striking that. Councilmember Lowing?
Yeah, I think it's better if we strike it, because that's going to create some of these problems between tenants, landlords, neighbors, and so on. It's just very complicated to
So we'll
adjudicate.
strike the final sentence on 3. On 5, can have up to 2, provided that they are limited in location to the tenant's street frontage.
And then just to continue with that thought, for the ones that are in place today that extend over to an adjacent neighbor that are unable to get the consent letter, we would proceed with enforcement.
So you're talking about on whether they're covered or not then? No, let's see, uncovered, it's the covered.
The covered
Well,
ones.
they would still have to comply to the code, and they would have to have the consent of the landlord and the tenant if they were going to have a covered one meeting the new requirements.
Well, we just eliminated the covered requirement in front of an adjacent tenant space. So
but if they have, so we're saying that if they're not covered, they can place tables in front, provided that some food or beverage establishment, if they move in, they have first rights.
That's the yes for the permanent, or I'll say permanent for this standard that we're doing, yes, and for the temporary ones, yes, but you need a letter of consent.
Yeah, the temporary, I thought, is going away here.
It is, but we're in the temporary space now, and we need to.
So I'm still enforcing the letter of consent that you guys passed in October.
I see.
So I have 3 parklet owners that have to do something unless you tell me to change it.
All right. So I think I'm more inclined to allow them to stay until you implement the permanent standards. That seem right? Yeah. So the intent is that they can keep those up until we implement these next standards.
That's the question we have for you.
Yeah. So that's what we intend. Do we need to put that in the motion?
right now, they have to submit a revised parklet permit application that meets the letter of consent. So they'd have to scale back into their frontage only by April 14th.
Okay, so I guess we can put a 7 that says that for parklets in front of adjacent buildings, existing parklets, I should say, or remove the word for, sorry. Existing parklets in front of adjacent buildings can retain their structures until these new regulations kick in, apply. Does that seem to cover it? So we're basically saying that they'll only be able to keep them there until these become operable. Does that create any problems?
No, I think we're good.
I'm good with that.
Great.
So just to clarify the motion now. So then for existing parklets that do have the letter of consent currently, those 9, when the permanent regulations apply, they go away. Okay. Councilmember Tanaka, your light is on.
Yeah, it is. I just have a few quick questions. So for 2, it has K-rails in there, but I can imagine most people here on council, if you guys know what K-rails are, they're like the big concrete blocks and it looks kind of unsightly. I mean, do you really want that?
So, John, is there a more general description of having adequate safety from vehicular curb jumping?
Concrete barrier. So I guess what I would like to know is, what is the council's intent? What are you wanting to achieve?
I want to make sure that we have at least better protection from a car ramming these than some little railing.
Okay, so what I understand, speaking with our engineers, is that it will be some kind of a K-rail structure, or potentially some bollard, removable bollard system.
So we could say K-rail or some
or
other
equivalent,
pardon me?
or some other equivalent standard.
Or equivalent, and that's going to be up to staff to come back with whatever is the recommendation.
I think that's a lot better, because I think we want something a little bit more designed, especially if it's going to be there for a while. Okay, thank you. And then the second thing is on 3, I just want to understand the length of consent. So there's a lot of turnover in retail, right, or restaurants and whatnot. And so what happens as there's turnover? Like, how does this consent work? I don't know. Maybe staff could talk a little bit about how does this, because there's a lot of churn in retail. So what happens with this current motion? I don't know if can staff answer that.
Go ahead.
I was wondering the same thing. So if everyone has if each business has the first right of refusal,
yeah,
and the neighboring business wants to take over part of their frontage, it's fine. They have a license agreement for a year. A new business comes in sometime within that year. Do they have to wait for the entire year to be up?
Yeah,
to
it just seems
give another
right
right of refusal? Or at some portion, do they get a chance to say, no, I want this space? So, I mean, that's the clarity I need on the right of refusal.
With this 90 days, which is if there was a new tenant, so this would be somebody's only got tables and chairs there. We get a new tenant in and they say, I actually want to use that space for my restaurant. Once they apply, the existing tenant will have to remove it within 90 days. That's the intent.
It's only for the non-structured space. It's only for the table and chairs.
So what happens when there's turnover? So
So, and when you have a new tenant coming in, they sign a lease, they're not going to occupy right away.
We don't know that.
And an existing tenant can't change their mind? Or at renewal periods, can they? Or not, just new tenants?
So previously, in another meeting that we had like this, we had this annual sort of, they had to re-up their commitment. And if things changed, it wouldn't have changed until the end of that period, as opposed to a set 90-day period. That's how it was.
So this is a shorter trigger that would require.
That's right. Yeah, potentially. Yeah.
So someone's been there 2 years, like they've given consent. Is consent forever?
You got it, Mike.
Sorry.
It's what preempts this is if a restaurant comes in next door, food and beverage.
I get the new tenant. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, my concern is this, like, so if, let's say the tenant got the consent, but the tenant now is turning over. I think what should happen is that a whole new consent process has to start again with the landlord and neighboring tenants, right? I mean, it shouldn't just last forever. It has to end with the tenant's lease, right? Or the tenant's closing down. Otherwise, it just doesn't make sense, right?
So first, the concept is these are city-owned streets.
Yeah.
And proper safety protections, or on a closed street like Ramona with probably lower standards. If someone wants to pay to have tables out there and the no existing tenant wants to use that space, then that adjacent one can use it for that purpose. But if someone comes in and says, no, I'm going to occupy that space, and now I want to use it for my food or beverage purpose, that new tenant has first right.
What if there's already a parklet there? What happens?
That's what we've said, that if there's already a parklet there, the new tenant applies, and within 90 days, the old tenant has to move out.
Okay. And if the tenant goes bust or leaves, then basically the consent dies with it, right?
What?
If the tenant who got the consent closes down or whatever, that consent goes away with that tenant.
If the tenant's out of business, I would assume they were not going to keep paying to be in front of the adjacent business, correct?
Well, no, I was going to say, should it be able to continue on, or should it die with the tenant?
Okay, I think we're splitting hairs here. Let's not look for every conceivable scenario. If a tenant moves out, they're going to take their table and chairs, presumably, and a new tenant could come in and they could have the same right to put it there if they want to pay for it. But if there's a food or beverage establishment, they have first rights in front of their own windows. So it would apply either way. Okay. I think we're ready to vote.
Yes, not to distract you from your vote, but just a point of just two comments. One, this is going to take us some time. We're going to go back and we're going to work on these things, and it's going to take us some time to revise the standards and bring them back to you. Months. It'll take us months just to get, I mean, we're already planning things out on your calendar months out for your agendas. And that's not even our lead time to get reports to you. So that's one thing. Two, as a result of that, we're going to need to extend the temporary parklet standards again. So we will work on that, and we will submit that to the council on consent so that the temporary standards can be extended. Just so that you have, so when you see that on consent and something else that.
I just have one more item. There was a motion to approve some funding for consultant support. Can we have that too?
That's part of, yes. So if we can add that part to the motion. It was. Okay, with that understanding, should we?
We have Councilmember Vinker.
Okay, just, this is slightly different than what Councilmember Tanaka asked, and I just want to make sure I get it. So I think the word new got dropped, and I wanted that second sentence of, I'm trying to get the item 3. You say if a new tenant wishes to permit the space, I think that was your intent, right?
Let's see, where now?
Item 3.
Yep.
Second sentence.
If a.
You used to say if a new tenant, I think that just in all the revising got lost. But my question is, which tenant are we talking about? Are we talking about the tenant with the parklet or the tenant next door to them?
No, it's the next door
neighbor,
tenant.
right.
So if we say, all right,
Okay, got it.
let's add the word new after if a in 3.
My question is about that exactly. Do we want to? So, and that's what I was trying to say. So let's say that, Bob's Burgers moves in and just can't deal with a parklet as a new tenant.
I see.
And they give consent for a year. Whoops, I want my parklet. That's my question. And maybe you don't want to do that, but I think there should be some definition to staff that it's either after 90 days, you're out of luck. And our current tenants right now who aren't new can't do it either. Or that every so often you get a chance to say, hey, I want my parklet. So that's one question.
I like the idea that if there's a next door tenant, whether they're existing or new, and they've decided they'd like to use the space, they're giving 90 days notice to the person that's currently extending their tables and chairs in front of their property.
Yeah, I would encourage the maker and seconder to consider that as well.
Okay, so that's just drop the word new then after all. And we take it literally then?
Sure.
Okay.
And I think staff knows what we mean, maybe if that's definite enough. And then since it appears we're about to vote, I would still like to separate out item 3 because I'm still struggling with it. I want to support the parklets.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and separate it then.
And I would like to say why, if I could for my moment. It's also because, there's a fortuity to this. Like a restaurant might happen to be between 2 other restaurants and they can't expand. And then another one can. And so we're sort of increasing and decreasing the value of certain spaces by doing this in ways that don't necessarily strike me as fair. So adding that to some of the additional risk we've discussed, I just struggle with it. I respect those of you who support it, but I just don't. So thank you.
Yeah, Mayor, sorry, you can't see my light, but I was also going to ask to split, besides 3, I was also going to ask for 5 because I'm concerned about the building code implication and our liability as a city if we're not complying, especially when structures get bigger and staff is concerned. So I want to separate that out as well. Thank you.
Separate what?
5.
Okay.
Mayor Coop.
Thank you. I'd like to ask to separate out 8.
The consulting? Or
Yeah,
did that get changed?
no, it's the consulting.
Okay.
Yeah, I am not going to be able to support 1 through 6, 1 through 7.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I agree with most of what Councilmember Vinker said. And I think that at this point, we need to give clearer direction to staff rather than have more difficulties and more motions and directions for a whole almost new thing.
Okay. So Vice Mayor, which we want to vote on first?
Just waiting for the clerk to organize. All right, seeing no other lights or hands, City Clerk, whenever you're ready.
Sure. Just a point of clarification for the city attorney. What order do we vote on this? The main motion or does chronologically, does it matter?
The rule doesn't say. So we're just going to be a little practical here. So if I was going to really get nerdy on procedure, I would be pointing out that if you take some of these things out, then there's a silence as to what the rule actually is. But I think we can tell from the lengthy conversation that these are to record some no votes that will not actually carry the day. So let's just do it and it'll be fine. Okay. So I think the order that you've put it is fine, Leslie.
Okay, thank you for clarification. Okay, for number 3, for voting on number 3, that's highlighted on the screen.
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
No.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
No.
Councilmember Tanaka,
No.
Councilmember Lowy.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-3. Okay, and then voting on number 5. Let me just make sure I record this. Okay, for number 5, voting on number 5, Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
No.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
No.
Councilmember Lowy,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-2. Okay, voting on number 8. Councilmember Lowy,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames,
Yes.
and Vice Mayor Stone.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Okay, and then the residual motion. Here we are. Let's put this on the screen. Okay, so this is items 1, 2, 4, 6, and 7. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowy,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
and Mayor Ku.
No.
Motion carries 6-1. Thank you.
All right. We close item number 11 and we move on to item number 10. Approval of and direction on a residential natural gas rebate program funded by the city's general fund at a total cost of up to $1,771,586 to mitigate extraordinary high January 2023 natural gas costs. Approval of a budget amendment in the general fund and an update on Green versus City of Palo Alto. Staff?
Good evening, Mayor Ku, council members, Dean Batchelor, Utility Director. I have with me Dave Yen, Utilities Business Strategic Manager. Tonight, we are asking and seeking your approval and direction on this residential natural gas program. And with that, I'm just going to turn it over to Dave to run through the slides, and then we'll be able to open and ask any questions at that point. So with that.
Good evening, council, or almost good morning soon. Just kidding. Tonight, we bring forth to you a couple residential natural gas rebate options for your consideration. On February 13th, council requested staff to return to council with a residential gas rebate program of up to 20% of the highest gas bill month to provide residents some financial assistance of their extremely high gas bills. Next slide. Okay, there it is. This is good. Perfect. So under option A, it's a consumption-based rebate, which is equivalent to 20% of the customer's gas bill. If a customer's gas bill was $100 that month, they would receive a $20 rebate. If a customer's gas bill was $500 that month, they would receive a $100 rebate. So under option B, it's a flat rebate of $80.78. And that's based on a January average gas bill of $404. So under this proposal, every customer would receive the same rebate amount of $80.78, regardless of how much their gas bill was that month. And the funding for this, for both programs, is about $1.8 million. This will be come out of the general fund budget stabilization reserves, and it will be transferred to the gas fund, which will disperse the money to the residential customers through the gas fund. Next slide, please. So in January of 2023, the natural gas commodity price spiked from $1 to almost $4 per therm per customer. This was streamed to high gas demand due to the cold weather, low regional gas storage, and transmission pipeline constraints. This market phenomenon also impacted most gas utilities throughout the Pacific and Rocky Mountains in the United States. On the far right, you can see the gas prices for January 2022 through March of 23. It was pretty steady between 50 cents to $1 all the way through December. Then it rose slightly to about $1.45. And then in January is when the price spiked up to $4 per therm for the residents. The actual price for the commodity actually is $5 that month. So the gas utility had to absorb that $1 difference because there was a cap of $4 for the residents, and the utility had to cover the difference, which resulted in a drawdown of $2.5 million from the gas reserves. But the residents' bills were 2 to 3 times higher than the previous month. Now, on the bottom half of the chart, you can see a high-level breakdown of the different gas bills. So there's about 5,300 customers who have about a gas bill of less than $150, which is about 25%. There's another 9,500 customers who had gas bills between $150 to $150. And then another 6,000 customers with gas bills between $500 to $1,000. And there's about 1,000 customers with greater than $1,000 for 1 month of gas bill. Next slide, please. So this is the table I can try to walk you through real quick. On the left side is basically a breakdown of the different customer gas bill ranges, starting from less than $20 all the way down to over $2,000. The column to the next one, the number of accounts. So these are the number of accounts that are impacted when those bill ranges. So there is about 996 accounts with bills less than $20 and then so forth. So greater than 2,000, there was about 77 accounts. And the column after that is a percentage of total. And then the next two columns, the column total gas retail bill charges is how much was charged to those customers for those specific gas bill ranges. So the total gas bill for the month of January was about almost $9 million. Whereas the month before in December, I think it was like almost only $4.4 million or a little bit less, so about doubled. So in the column after that, the average January 2023 gas bill, that is the average for each of those gas bill ranges. So for the less than 20, if I added them all together and divided by the total spent, it was about $11.93 per customer. And then if I go to the next level, $20 to $49.99, the average bill, let's say, was $36. So under option A, under the 20% consumption-based rebate, each customer will get a 20% rebate of what they paid in their January bill. So it would range anywhere from, now I'm jumping all the way to the yellow columns, from second to the right. Option 1, average customer bill at 20% level. So it ranges from $2.39 for the lowest bills, all the way up to $609 for the highest bills. Whereas in option 2, under the flat rebate amount, everyone would get the $80.78. The cost of both options is about the same, $1.8 million. Next slide, please. So we did receive some feedback from the Finance Committee when we brought the electric rebate discussion on March 21st. We presented them a similar rebate and cost chart for the electric. 20% of the electric rebate program was about 720,000, and the consumption-based rebate ranged from $2 to $775, and the flat rebate amount was $27. The Finance Committee felt that neither program achieved what they had in mind, which is to provide a meaningful rebate to all residential customers. So in this, we're talking about 22,000 customers. They also asked us to see if we can provide additional assistance to low income and other residents with hardships. And they want to know what those additional costs may be and how we would identify those customers. And so we do have a few options down listed. One is the rate assistance program. We currently have 462 customers who are enrolled in that program. So it is income qualified, and they do receive a 25% discount currently. But we could also offer an additional incentive, or class would be customers with utility bill arrearages with greater than 180 days. There are currently 747 gas customers in this category. And most of this was during the COVID pandemic. And then finally, there is a customizable one. We have something called Project Pledge, where the customer will apply for a rebate. And this was usually because they don't fall underneath the rate assistance program, or they don't have any arrearages greater than 180 days. But there could be other reasons why they would apply for this, such as reduction of employment, loss of wage earner, or high unexpected medical bills. And then next slide, please. So these are some of the customer assistance programs we already have in place. I mentioned the rate assistance earlier. So Project Pledge is the hardship one. We also received about 800,000 from the California Arrearage Payment Program during the pandemic. So that's been dispersed to the customers already. I have those numbers if you want them. But then we received $753,000. Actually. And then also we are offering the home efficiency genie for home improvements. So in case they get a free audit, a virtual audit, and then the consultant will make recommendations on how to save energy and water. And one last thing I want to comment is that in addition to these programs, Mayor Koo has sent letters to the governor's office, the federal Congress, state legislators to investigate the extremely high gas bills by the Federal Energy Regulation Commission, or FERC, and the California Public Utilities Commission, the CPUC, to identify the cause and also come up with some mitigation strategies to prevent this in the future. However, these federal and state investigations can take years to complete, just for your information. And we're also coordinating with the Northern California Power Agency, NCPA, and the California Municipal Utilities Association, CMUA, to try to figure out what happened during that month. And that concludes our presentation.
So Madam Mayor and Vice Mayor, just if I could add one comment. The staff report includes a brief update on the Green versus City of Palo Alto case that has to do with the gas transfer. And we reported in the staff report that the city has reached an agreement with the plaintiffs to settle that case and get rebates to customers. We have, and we have set aside all the funds sufficient to do that. We submitted all of the documentation to support that action to the Court of Appeal. And as of the writing of the staff report, we were waiting to hear from the court. I'm pleased to report that just before tonight's council meeting, we did receive the court's order. And so the Court of Appeal has endorsed what the parties have proposed. The matter will now there are still a number of steps, but we are moving. It now will go back to the trial court. The trial court will need to hold a hearing and also approve it. And then that will put us in position to begin to pay those rebates to customers as well.
Thank you. Do we have any members of the public who wish to speak?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Okay, our first and only speaker is John Kelly. Mr. Kelly, you can unmute and speak for up to 3 minutes.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Mayor Koo, Vice Mayor Stone, I was present for most of the meeting at the Finance Committee, and I just want to make two basic points. The first is, in presenting this information, we sometimes are, I think, misled by the way the information is presented. And we can see that certain people in the community have very high gas bills. For example, in the staff report or in the presentation that's just made. But that's not really telling us all that much about the income of the people who have those high bills. In general, we might think that there's a correlation between a high gas bill and high income, but it's a little bit misleading. I very much agree with what I understand to have been the recommendation of the Finance Committee, that the relief being talked about here be focused on the people who are most in need. And if I understand what the staff is proposing tonight, I don't think either one of those alternatives, whether it's a flat rate or a flat percentage, really meets that need. So I would encourage the council to means test this relief as much as possible. And to put a metric on that, I would say that at least 50% of the money that you're going to effectively appropriate for this purpose be directed to the people who need it the most. And I would characterize that as families or individuals that are at or below, say, 120% of AMI here in the community. I think the staff had some very interesting ideas about how to identify those people, but I don't think that's enough. I think we should trust people in the community to basically indicate to the staff in one way or another. And I can imagine several different ways in which this is possible, but especially at this time of year when many people are working on their taxes, we have a very convenient set of metrics that are provided by the thresholds for different levels in the California income tax. So you can do this calculation however you want, but I would say concentrate the relief where it's needed most. I think it should be done voluntarily by people stating essentially which tax bracket they're in. And if I recall correctly, there's one that for families is around, roughly speaking, that same 120% AMI figure that I mentioned. But you can consult the tax rates that are in the California codes. In any event, I don't think either option A or option B gets you where we should really be. And again, I think that you should concentrate at least 50% of this expenditure on the people who need it the most. Thank you.
Thank you. And that ends public comment, Madam Mayor.
Thank you so much. Return to council. Councilmember Burt, would you, as finance chair, would you like to say anything about what transpired at finance?
I think staff captured it well. We were struggling with how to try to have a meaningful rebate and one that would provide the greatest support for members of our community who are most in need. And we basically determined there was no perfect solution, and we're left with a couple of choices. Pardon me? These two were the ones that we identified, and so that's where we stand.
Vice Mayor Stone, I'm going to hand the comments with colleagues to you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Koo. Councilmember Lifcott-Hames.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I think it's a little bit more complicated than, well, we had asked for staff to come to council with the recommendation on gas, and staff came to the Finance Committee with a recommendation on electric. And we got some nimble options presented in the electric context that we think might be suitable for gas, which are not reflected in these two, Councilmember Lowing. So the notion of having a mechanism for identifying who does have the greatest financial need That isn't reflected here. And that's simply because this work was done before the finance committee asked staff to present that in the electric context. There were two different pathways, one straight to council, that's this, another that went through finance, but it was really about electric. Okay, they were both high bills in January. So I personally am, first of all, thank the staff for doing all this work and putting together these charts and trying to help us figure this out. As Councilmember Burt said, there is no perfect path. I do worry about somehow punishing those who are naturally conserving gas. We want people to use less gas, and we don't want to penalize those people. We don't want to give money to people who don't really need it, and we're not 100% clear on how to identify who does have need. I'm intrigued by what the member of the public, John Kelly, just mentioned, which is the notion that we might be able to trust if we put the word out to the public that we have a pool of money designed to provide some relief for the January bills and invite people to let us know if they need the relief, coupled with information we already have about who's in the arrears pool and who's already getting the 25% off. That might be the most thoughtful and impactful way to approach this. I do worry about staff time. I mean, it's easier to do a mathematical calculation and put it on the bill. All right, what is going on over there?
We're just pondering the prospect of reviewing 25,000 applications. So that's, I think, the order of magnitude of what we have to deal with.
Well, I appreciate that. And that's what I certainly do not want that to eventuate. So for that reason, I'm probably most inclined to support, and I'm not even sure what page it's on at this point, but it was the mentioning of the set of people who are already getting 25% reduction, the arrears people, and this notion of Project Pledge, which we could inform people about perhaps through the utility bill, might enable us to direct the majority or some meaningful fraction of this pool to those whom we have the data to allow us to fairly accurately presume that they're going to need the relief. So I guess I'm in favor of that, of figuring, I don't have a motion yet, but I'm very interested in the people who we already know to have financial need getting more than the average share of help.
Thank you for considering staff time. Yes, we definitely have the data for the customers on rate assistance and the rearage, so that is no problem. It's just the Project Pledge and the winter repay where you do a self-application that is a little more difficult and taxing for staff. Even with the Project Pledge we currently have, I did ask staff how many we have received in the last 5 years even. It's been only like 65. So a lot of people either don't know about the program or they don't qualify for the paperwork they submit. So it is a little bit difficult.
And well, this may be helpful from a scaling perspective, but really a decision for the council is, given that you've got, again, this gas rebate topic here at council and the electric rebate question still at finance, whether you'd like to consider them together or to continue handling them on parallel paths. Staff has started to do some analysis of the two, and at the appropriate time, perhaps elaborate on that.
Well, frankly, this is a comment I made at finance. Just wanting us to be coherent in whatever rule is ultimately arrived at, it feels imperative that we be consistent regardless of whether it's the gas or the electric.
And administratively, we would like to combine them together to save us half the amount of work instead of doing them separate.
Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you for that summary about the Finance Committee. I didn't realize this was going to the Finance Committee, so I had a lot of fun with numbers and math on Sunday. But what's interesting is, well, I see this additional slide that wasn't presented, and I don't know if it was intentionally in our packet or not here at the desk, but the Finance Committee feedback alternative gas rebate slide 1 in the backup slides is it's kind of similar to what was occurring to me. And let me just go back to the two options. So problem with the 20% up and down is that, you use a lot of gas, you get, there's no deterrent to somebody who's a high gas user. And these days we want to deter that. The flat rate is a windfall for some and it doesn't help with the hardship of others. And as Mr. Kelly pointed out, it isn't necessarily those who use the most gas that have the highest income. So I was going to propose a hybrid, that there be the flat fee rebate for everybody who who has a bill of up to $400, which is the average, right? And then above that, you get 10% of the delta. So whatever your thing is over 400, you get 10% back of that, because for the higher end users, they get less of an advantage. It's not the full 20%, and up to a cap of, and I had picked 1,500 just because there's only 187 users above that, and that seems pretty extreme. So you don't get anything for that. So the concept was to kind of reward lower users, but give everybody something significant. However, you added on at the Finance Committee, which I love, trying to be more careful about low income people or people in need. And so I was intrigued when I saw this slide, because I thought that that's perhaps what came out of it. So in this slide, there's this flat amount, 3 different flat amounts. If your bill is less than 400, it's 80. If it's 400 to 800, it's 120. If it's greater than $800, you get 150, which is kind of the same idea I had, because it's in essence capped at 150, and it's a prorated scale. And then down below, it shows $50 for the rate assistance program and a couple of other things. So if there were a way to do a hybrid and also help our lower income residents without giving staff 25,000 applications to review, I would love to see something like that. I'm probably making people's head hurt with the math at this hour, but to me, it's a fairness thing.
And this slide we are showing was as a result of the Finance Committee based on their feedback. And there was also a request that how much more would it cost? Well, how much more would the add to make it more meaningful to everybody? So this is kind of, we took a pass at it. But this program here in front of you is about $500,000 more than that 20% we had set aside earlier.
Yes, thank you for pointing that out. So I actually spent and did the math, and with what I had proposed, it's not quite that much more. It comes out to almost a flat 2 million. So it's more, but when we look at the surplus we had last year, the additional 300 grand, basically, not even 250 or something, is what I would be the cost of my proposal.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, okay. Well, thank you guys for your work on this. It's pretty late right now, so I'm going to try to be quick here. I think that we should just keep it simple. I think, and be quick about it. So I know that there's a lot of complicated things we could do, but I think that just to keep it simple, keep our staff costs low on this, because that would also eat up any things we have. If we have staff do something really, really complicated, we might have 4 or 5 more meetings on this if we make it too hard. So I think we should just simply go with option B for gas. And the reason why is because it provides that incentive for people who've made the conversion from gas to electric. So they get a little bit of a bonus there. If someone has a gas bill that's that astronomical, I mean, they probably have a pretty massive house. So while not necessarily a perfect measurement of wealth, it's a proxy, right? So and so that's also why I think a flat rate for gas makes sense, because I think a lot of things we're contemplating kind of gets baked in already, without a lot of complexity for staff. They don't have to do really tough stuff, process 25,000 applications. It's fairly straightforward, and it also kind of goes towards our environmental goals of greenhouse gas. On the flip side, on electricity, I actually feel like we should go the other way. I think we should just go a flat 20% rate, rather than a dollar amount. So on gas, I think it's a dollar amount just because I think it helps with incentive to go to electrify. And on electricity, I think we just keep it at the 20%. And I know there's a lot of other complicated
This is
things we
only
could
on
do.
natural gas, right?
I know, and I'm just kind of giving my comments out. But so, anyways, I feel that we should. I would actually like to see if we could decide today. So, in fact, I'm going to propose a motion because it's 11:36 now. So I propose a motion that we do approve a residential natural gas rebate program to mitigate extraordinarily high January 2023 natural gas bills. And B, so a flat rate of $80.78 on average January gas bill of $403.90. And then on the second part here, I'm not that particular actually, but let's do B too as well. But if I could be persuaded, I really don't have a strong preference.
Is there a second? All right. Hearing no second, motion fails for lack of a second. Councilmember Tanaka, do you have any more comments?
No, I just keep in mind, guys, it's 11:40. So,
Councilmember Lowing.
I had to step out for like 3 minutes, but did anyone, did we discuss when I was out the residents that have left? That's 243,000 that, and is there, I presume that as former residents, we don't have any obligation to them. So my question is, could we take that 243,000 and just, divide it up amongst the others?
Yeah, we could reallocate it to however
Yeah,
you'd like.
just reallocate it.
But I think that 243 might be a little higher than what I think we misestimated. I think we had said 600 customers that moved out. Actually, 500 of those are revert to owner accounts, so only really 100
I
customers.
can't quite hear you, but.
Oh, sorry. I think in the report, we said 600 customers that moved out.
Yeah.
But it's really 100 customers that moved out, so that number should go down quite significantly. So it's
Okay.
more like 50,000.
Okay, that's on 102, but yeah, we should give that back to residents that are still here. And then as finance or anybody else did this, well, our ask was to look at 20% and these are the numbers, but did finance take a look at, going a little bit higher, for example? I mean,
We didn't, although in asking for ways to be creative about those who needed more, I think we were considering the possibility, some of us at least, that maybe we'd go higher for them. And that's what I kind of feel like this slide is. Finance Committee feedback, alternative gas rebate seems to address a flat rate of 150 for a certain set, 120 for another set, 80 for another set, but then an additional 50 if you're in the arrears group, and an additional $50 if you're in the rate. Am I reading that right? That would be?
Those are additional 50, but they are a subset of the full 22,000. So you can't be in both programs.
You cannot be in both
Right.
programs.
At
Okay.
least we should be fair to everyone. If you're in the rate assistance, you can't be in the rearage. You wouldn't get two rebates. You only get one or the other. We excluded them out when we did the analysis. So they
You
would get,
excluded the people from the analysis in the top part of the chart?
no. They're the rate
They're-
assistance and the rearage is a subset of the top customers, of all the customers. But we just want to make sure that the rearage and the rate assistance don't get double rebates, I guess. So you either get one or the other is what we did it, how we did it.
Okay,
If that makes
I guess
sense.
I was getting excited about them getting double assistance. I was thinking that was how we were gonna have our cake and eat it too. And that the additional money that we save by not going after the 600 people who've left the city gives us some couple 100,000 to divert toward this pool of people who have the greatest financial need.
I could probably run those numbers pretty quick if you give me a couple minutes.
Well, so what I did the math, and just to add, to get it up to 25%, that adds 442,000. But that's only net of about 200,000. If you look at the 243 is canceling that out. So in my way of thinking, we could go up to 25% and only cost the city another 200,000. And that could be spread off in this hybrid model as well.
So council members, Mayor, if I might interject, just something to remember on the funding for this. So when the lights just went out. It's fine. It's just the timer. Okay. So the funding for this is the funding that has been identified as funding that's above council's target level for your general fund reserves. And at mid-year, we identified that we are about 6 million above where council targets their reserve levels at. So yes, we showed optimism at mid-year. Yes, we ended the year in FY 2022, as we've already discussed, with those funds. Every dollar you choose to allocate as part of this process, you should realize is a dollar you don't have to allocate as part of your 2024 budget. So all of these are policy calls, they're one-time funds, and it's appropriate for the council to be making them. Just want to acknowledge that I think in totality, the electric and gas were currently proposed at about a $2.5 million program. And with these changes, you may see an upwards of a $3.5 million program. So just wanted to put that in the context of where you are at in terms of your general fund reserve levels and your targets.
I was just looking at it because it was only a net 200,000 is how I was doing the sort of marginal math there.
Yeah, and as Mr. Yan said, Dave said that 600, it sounds like might have been overstated, and that only about 100 of those 600 are actually separated customers. The other ones were rolling back to the owner. So if you were to truly exclude customers that have departed from the system, it would only be 100. So I suspect that $200,000 number that you're converting, which rightfully so the math you're doing is correct, would be a smaller number. I would need Dave to help me with that calculation.
Yeah, I think that's like 50,000 instead of the 200 something thousand.
That's fine. I just wanted to point out that was a relatively low priced option if we wanted to move up to 25, but I'm okay at 20. And I like these hybrid approaches, whichever one we can pick is pretty appealing.
And to answer Council Lefcotte-Haynes' question, there is about 20 customers that overlap in both programs. So that wouldn't make a big difference. 20 customers.
Could you please clarify for me? You're saying that 20 overlap between the rate assistance and the arrears?
Correct.
Okay, so they're only, but so they are eligible, they are contained in the top chart, and they would get $50 once in addition to that.
Right. But you could ask for them to get both times if you want.
Right.
It'll be
Okay.
like a
And the
$1,000
total
impact.
cost on that is the 2.3 million, right?
Based on the current proposal, yes.
Yes. And we had allocated, what is the 20% figure, 1.8? Yeah.
1.9.
Yeah.
1.8.
Okay. I'm very pleased with that option. It feels like a nice hybrid solution, giving everybody something in accordance with what they've found their bill to be, but then acknowledging some people have extra need and this is the right time to provide that assistance. So if there's an appetite for that, I would be interested in moving that chart basically as our solution to the gas situation.
Mayor Koo.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. How is the 20% rebate going to be dispersed? Is it through application process? Somebody has to come in and say, I'd like the 20% rebate, or is it just going out automatically? Oh, I see. Okay. And it's to everyone that is.
Yes.
Okay. And then, so tonight we had also already taken funding out from the rate stabilization account, right? For, I think there was a 85,000 and from the previous item. And was there another one?
I would have to check your consent calendar, but you are correct. You did use $85,000 from your budget stabilization reserve in the general fund as part of the parklets item.
And so does that make us fall close to the our 18.3?
No, you to have the council's target for your stabilization reserve is 18.5. And right now the council is about $6 million above that.
Oh, it's that money. Okay.
Yep. And so, that is the allocation of funds that the council uses for ad hoc things that come up during the year, like the parklet support. And then these rebate programs would come out of that same funding source. And those are also the funds that the council would be looking at allocating as part of the 2024 proposed budget process.
Okay. So I would be cautious about, going above the proposed 1.771 and small numbers. And I think that this rebate that we came up with should be focused on the January gas rate spike and giving the rebate on that purpose. Yeah. So that's all I have to say. And I don't know if there's any other comments, Vice Mayor Stone?
We got one more hand raised.
Okay.
Two more. Councilmember Burt.
I was just going to say that I think there's a merit in the round numbers in this proposal that Councilmember Lithcott Ames was just describing, that 150, 120, 80, 50. I think actually just kind of intuitively that ratepayers find that more concrete than some number with dollars and cents that are not rounded. So that's just an additional reason that I'm inclined to go that way.
Councilmember Lithcott.
So I'd like to move that we adopt the alternative gas rebate presented by staff. Do I need to describe it further?
Also, I'll make another proposal. If council wants to give us a dollar amount that we could work within, we could change some of these figures to make sure they fit within that total amount. Like if you told us like $2 million right now, I could run some numbers. It would be like 125 for the top, 100 for the middle, and $80 for the lower end. So that would come out to 2,084,000. If there was a dollar threshold you want to set.
Well, we originally said, thank you for that offer. Sure. We originally said that we wanted it to be 20% of a 20% rebate. So if we hold that cap at 1.77 or whatever it was and have you finagle the numbers so that they line up with that, I'm fine with that.
I'll second it.
It feels
Plus
fiscally
you're going to roll in
responsible
that
and
extra
fair.
100,000 or whatever it is.
Yep. And
Plus the extra from the people who moved.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can the minimum drop to 75 instead of 80?
Yes.
Okay.
In my view. What the heck?
All right.
I don't know if it's seconded, but if it hasn't, I'll second it.
No, I second it.
Yeah.
Oh, you did?
I need some clarification.
Yeah, it says it right there.
Okay. Councilmember Tanaka already did.
Yes.
Great. Did Councilmember Lithcott Ames want to speak to it anymore?
No, thank you. I think I've said enough.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Actually, Maker, do you want to pick on B, which one you want? On the how we fund it?
Councilmember Lithcott Haynes, if you perhaps identify, amend the motion on A, approve of whatever program natural gas bills with a tiered structure in alignment with the alternative presented by staff, with additional contributions for, Dave, help me out, members in the rate assistance program and customers in arrears. Would that be sufficient?
Not to exceed 20% of the entire January receipts or whatever we call it.
So you're basically just trying to do what's on slide 1, right?
Yeah, it's called slide one, but if you look at your packet, they're all called slide one. So in
Well,
the
you're-
hard, in the soft copy we
The
received.
finance
it's-
committee feedback, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, the one that has 150, 120, 80, right?
yes.
Okay, yeah, we're on the same page. Okay.
And this is not in the staff report, right?
I want to share my screen, but I don't know how.
It actually wasn't a staff report that we received on the dais and by email at about 3:45 this afternoon.
So I was able to come up with all the numbers to make it 1.8 or 1.796, close to 20%. So for greater than 800, it's a $100 rebate, 400 to 800, it's $85, and less than 400, it's $70. And then the $50 still applies for the other three programs, if everyone's okay.
That works for me. Second?
Yep, that's fine.
So I can repeat them one more time. Sure. 100 for greater than 800, 85 for 400 to 800, and then $70 for less than 400. And residents can still apply for an additional $50 under the rate assistance program, the arrears program, or the winter rebate self-application.
Actually, I have one idea when it's run by the maker, which is, I think Councilmember Vinker asked whether they get it automatically or not. I mean, one other way of doing this is, because if people don't need it, they don't need to apply for it, right? So that's the other way of doing it. So we make it more of an application thing versus a automatic. So people feel that they're well off enough, they don't need to apply for it. So I mean, that's another way of perhaps handling or making it a little bit simpler in terms of needs-based, right? Because this is all kind of honor system, so to speak. So if people really don't need it, they don't need to apply, right? That's one other way of thinking about it, but I'm flexible on this.
I appreciate that. I think the work for the staff dealing with applications is going to be quite burdensome. So I do think a better process could be achieved that way, Councilmember Tanaka, but I think it's too much to put on the staff at this time.
Okay, that's fine. Do you want to pick B? Which one you want?
B is not alternatives. That is how this ends up getting funded. All of those things have to happen.
Oh, I see. Okay.
They're not
That's good.
alternatives.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Mayor Coop?
Yeah, I just want to say I really appreciate the maker and seconder keeping it within the 20% of what we discussed earlier in the year for rebate. So thank you, and I look forward to supporting it.
Great. And seeing no other lights, can the clerk take the roll?
I'm so sorry. I need a little clarification to make sure that what's on the screen is correct. 1 second. And I just received some information from staff. Oopsie. So there's the math structure. And then as far as B goes, did we select anything on B? I apologize. I missed that.
Just the dollar amounts have to be adjusted to match the bottom line in the chart that you just inserted. All of those dollar amounts would have to be the 1796,330.
17. 96,330, okay. 1796, 330 for all of them? Okay. Okay, thank you. And absent formatting, it looks correct? To you, Councilmember, and absent formatting, it looks correct to you, Councilmember?
Could you possibly add in a tiered structure, what was it called? In a tiered structure proposed by staff known as, what was it called? Somebody have it open. Alternative gas rebate. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much. Okay, voting on the motion, Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Can staff ask one question about the disbursement of these funds? I know we only talk about gas tonight, but we still haven't done an electric. Can we wait till April 17th when we come back with the gas and electric rates and then combine them together? These numbers will still stay the same for gas. Or do you guys want us to do this twice and issue 2 credits in separate months? That would add additional staff.
I think it's fine. Do you want to just show of hands or something?
Yeah, do it all at once.
Once.
Yeah,
It's late hour, but I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think that messaging is important in this. If it goes out in April, doing it once is fine with me. But I do think that a message needs to go out, and it has to be pretty clear that there's a rebate coming for gas.
Yeah, I think we don't want to make this take too long. So that's what's important.
If I may. Yeah, I'm on the sooner the better side of things. So the question is, one, if we wait for the electric, then we could announce this sooner, but they won't see it sooner, right? And is there a reason why it's any significantly greater staff burden to do it, the gas now and the electric later?
I wouldn't say significant. We could probably automate it somehow. It'll probably be maybe 20% more work.
To do 2 separate ones?
Yeah. We just have to run it twice.
And how much work is that? That's a percentage, but I don't know if that's 20% of very little work or 20% of a lot of work.
I don't know, 5 people, I don't know, a day each, maybe 5 days in total.
Well, our next meeting is in a week.
Yes.
And how hard is it to figure out the electric based on, well, don't we have a chart in here that mimics for electric what we already decided for gas?
Right. That wasn't agendized, so we couldn't discuss it tonight.
I think also too, is that we can bring the same concept back to you in finance. Because we didn't do this style here, this alternative. If you remember, we just had a flat and then across. So we'll bring it back and then we can bring it back to the finance group on just on the electric side, and we'll just do the timing.
I was actually wondering if you could bring it back to council, because I think we've decided we know what we want to do. We just need to
Maybe
see
on consent calendars.
the numbers put on consent next week. It's too late. I realize the reports are out, but is that possible?
Yeah, move up electric and gas, right?
Staff will endeavor to do
Yeah.
Yes, we'll come back. We'll bring that sooner.
Well, if it's acceptable to put it on consent, we can bring it back a little bit quicker.
I think we're trying to balance getting relief to our residents as quickly as possible without burdening the utility staff with 20% more work. So if you can bring that to us in a timely fashion, we can get it on consent back to you. We can get this done very early in April.
We can do that.
Are we clear on what we're proposing on electric?
No, I think we're gonna work on the same parameters as gas. We're gonna stay within that 20% budget and then group them into like 3 or 4 categories. So it's a fixed amount for those ranges, and also with the rearage and rate assistance.
Okay.
Do you have a ballpark of how much that is?
It's about 750,000 for the electric, a little less.
Or not, in terms of when you send it out. I think it's highly valuable if you do, but what you're hearing here is that we want it out.
Okay.
So if that's going to slow it down, then let's get it out.
We'll put the word winter rebate if that's okay.
Yeah, that'd be
Okay.
great. I think that'd be great.
So is it going out early now?
No, not until we can bring it back on consent.
Okay. There's a lot of going
Yeah,
back.
I know it's going back and forth. Yes. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you for the discussion and thank you for the votes and all the hard work you guys were doing at utilities. Okay, we close item number 10, going to council member questions, comments, and announcements. Vice Mayor Stone, will you please take care of that?
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, really quick. So just wanted to thank staff's work and my colleagues' attendance and work on the town hall yesterday. Definitely impressed with the attendance. One thing that I think would be great is So this was the first time in 7 years I've been actually on town hall, and I know some of my colleagues haven't haven't had the opportunity yet. So I think what's important is to make sure that this opportunity is rotated among different council members versus having the same council member twice in a row. I think that's important, and also it's good for the community to see different council members. But otherwise, I thought it was really great that you guys put this together, and we should do more of it. Thank you.
No other lights.
Well, thank you. It is 3 o'clock in Washington, D.C., and for you guys, it's 12 o'clock, 12:01. So good morning, and we are adjourned. Thank you.
Good to see you, Mayor. Have a good time at your conference.